The Shadow Watch Saga. Book 1. Part 1. The Gallows. In those days, the chancellors were the only gods. The old gods abandoned us long ago, and their watchers along with them. Our gods were cruel, and they demanded blood. But all that changed the day of the gallows. Chapter 1. The year 322 NW, 5th year of the reign of Cyrus Marrow. The gallows loomed over them like a slaver's rod as the servants prepared the city square for the chancellor's drafting ceremony. The mighty towers of Marrowell cast long shadows over the square in the fading light, and Tori Burodai's breath hung heavy in the winter air, mixing with flurries of snow that lashed at her face with each gust of the wind. Her fingers felt like they might shatter as she hoisted the wooden beams upon her shoulder. The tips of her gloves were cut off so she could hold the beams in place, while Darien Redvar pounded in the spikes. Her fingers were red and swollen, but the pain would end soon enough. The gallows was nearly finished. Tori rubbed her hands together vigorously, then reached for another beam, muttering curses beneath her breath. "You froze yet, Tori?" Darien said. He pounded the spikes home with a mallet, which sent jarring aches through Tori's wrists as she held the beam still. She bit down on her tongue. "I'll survive." "Your fingers are icicles." Darien stopped her, wrapped her hands with his own, and blew warm breath on them. The sudden heat stung. Tori pulled her hands away. "Look, the sooner we're done, the sooner we'll be beside the commander's fires. Let's just finish this bloody thing." Tori hoisted another beam from the stockpile, and Darien retrieved more spikes. Darien was stronger, though Tori would never admit it to his face. He ought to have been the one holding the heavy beams upon his strong shoulders. Tori's muscles were firm, and she had always held her own in a scrap, but her body was small and her limbs slender. However, the labor of hoisting the heavy beams warmed her up a little, and besides, she couldn't hold the spikes in place if she couldn't feel them, and the last thing she needed today was for her hand to slip and the mallet to shatter her fingers. Darien's hands never faltered. He was a native of the high peaks of Clavash, accustomed to bitter cold, and he pounded the thick nails in with calculated precision. Tori and Darien had served Commander Scalero faithfully for 3 years, and for this servitude they did not complain. Unlike many of the Oshan nobles, Commander Scalero was a decent master, but even he could do nothing when the Chancellor required service. Every lord house was required to send servants to prepare the city of Marrowell for the ceremony. Tori was glad she and Darien had been sent to the square together. Last year, she'd been forced to work with a whiny housemaid named Ella. The taskmasters had threatened to whip her. It always amazed Tori the way a few months working indoors made the maids think they were somehow above hard labor. Tori heaved another beam, but Darien paused, gazing up at the overhang that had taken shape. "You all right?" she asked. Darien shook his head, but returned to their task. As if sending us to fight their civil war weren't enough, to make us build the very thing that keeps us in line. It's cruel. Darien had never been summoned for square duty before. There were times Tori worried her friend was too soft for a servant's life. His people were peaceful mountain folk who avoided conflict. Her own people, the Yan Avi, were warriors. They lived in the harsh climate of the steppe, changing camps whenever the herds had eaten the grass down to dirt, or the weather turned too cold. The Burodai had fought with more than one neighboring tribe during her childhood, but Tori did not like to think of those days. That's the whole point. The nobles can make us freeze to stone out here, only to send us to die, and we'll thank them all the same. We've had it worse than this. You know it. and so do they. Tori's years in the fringes had shown her far crueler faces than those of the Oshan nobles. She had it easy serving in Marl, and Darian's talk could land him back in the fringes in an instant if overheard by a guard looking to gain favor with the nobles. Darian drove in another spike, harder this time. Tori's shoulder ached with each pound. Only 4 more beams, she told herself. Tori had attended 2 drafting ceremonies since joining the commander's household, but she had never seen the gallows used. It was a symbol. Servants did the nobles' bidding, whether it was changing their linens or fighting their wars. Defectors would be executed. Darian paused again as a servant from House Fedra fixed the noose of rope to the overhanging beam. Tori brushed his shoulder. "We won't be drawn." She said it confidently, willing it to be so, more for him than for herself. But if she was honest, she feared the draft as well. Being drafted into the Chancellor's Night Legions was as close to a death sentence as you could get. And even if they didn't die physically, the soldiers' minds were never the same. The indoctrination of the legions was notoriously rigorous. Their expressions were always hard. Even their gait was rigid, as though they were automatons controlled by some dark spell. No one disobeyed orders, at least none that Tori had ever heard of. Darian sighed. "If we're not drawn this war, then it'll be the next. What difference does it make?" Tori glanced around nervously. He shouldn't be talking like this, she thought. But Darian always got bitter around the draft. They set back to work on another beam. "I could never go on the Chancellor's raids and slaughter innocents, conditioned to think it's right." "You do what you got to survive," said Tori. "That's the way the world is. I learned that much from my mum." Darian turned to her, his weathered copper face twisting into a dark grimace from beneath his cloak. "You don't believe that. I believe you alive is better than you dead. And what of the soldiers who killed my family? Were they better alive?" Darian's family had been killed in a skirmish in Clavash 4 years before. Neither the Chancellor's Night Legions nor the Morgothian rebels paid the mountain tribes any mind. Just one more casualty caught in the middle of the fire. "The dead don't speak," Tori said. "We're survivors. We do whatever it takes. Most likely the only people we'd face are Morgathians who wanted to shoot our heads off anyway." Darian stared past her. "You really think you could do it? Kill?" If Tori had learned anything during her years in the fringes, it was that death was a part of life, just like betrayal and injustice. Tori had accepted this fact. "I'll do what I have to, and so will you. But I'm hoping for plenty more years before we have to find out." "We won't be drawn," she repeated. "Hurry up!" bellowed one of the guards monitoring the gallows construction. Tom, a member of their master's personal guard, stood beside a simmering fire, his musket draped over the crook of his arm. Even amongst servants, there were hierarchies. "What's he got to hurry for?" thought Tori. With raw fingers, she retrieved the final beam of the gallows. Darian pounded the last of the spikes, and then Tom led Commander Scalero's servants back through the city. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the shadows grew. All around, tall spires jutted up into the darkening heavens like bony fingers, and at the center of them all, the white citadel towered ever higher. A remnant of the old world, the crystal palace shimmered in the lamplight of the city and disappeared into the looming clouds. The citadel had survived countless wars, and even the magical devastation of the age before. It was rumored to have been built by the Watchers of old, forged by magic, like in her mum's old stories. Tori pushed the thought aside. Her mum had done nothing but lie to her. There was no such thing as magic. The citadel was nothing but an old tower, built to last. Commander Scalero's estate sat on the northwestern end of the city, beneath the shadow of the white citadel. Its grounds stretched several city blocks, and his mansion, located at the center, stood 4 stories. Of course, it revealed only a fraction of the commander's wealth. Like all Oshan nobles, he owned land across Greater Osha. Hundreds of servants tended his fields, and dozens of villages paid fealty for using his lands. Tom ushered them through the wrought iron gates of the estate, and once the gates were closed, he hurried off to the warmth of the guard tower. "You should have accepted Scalero's offer, to make you a guard," said Tori as they made for the servant quarters. Truth be told, Tori had thought him a fool for declining. She had labored to the bone to gain favor with Scalero, with no such fortune. Sure, she had worked her way up from cleaning the privies, but she was still only a kitchen maid. "Why?" Darian asked. "So I could sit by a fire and watch everyone else work? At least then, one guard in this city wouldn't be a complete horse's ass." They laughed, and it made Tori glad to see Darian smile, if only briefly. His moods got so dismal on drafting days. They went their separate ways. Tori hurried to change out of her damp breeches and into her serving uniform, a drab blue gown with a white apron. But it was made of wool and kept her warm, and so she did not complain. She tied her dark hair back, the act eased by the thawing of her fingers. She donned her woolen cloak, then returned to work, crossing the courtyard to the kitchens to help prepare supper. And after supper, Scalero would reveal who amongst his servants had been chosen to serve in the Night Legions. Tori tried not to think of it. Old Mary, the head of the kitchens, and half a dozen others were already hard at work on the festivities when Tori arrived. "You're late," said Old Mary, crossing her arms across her substantial bosom. Though only in her 30s, everyone called Mary old. It had begun as a jest long ago, after her auburn hair began specking with premature gray in her youth, and the name stuck. Probably because she had the sass of someone much older. "Sorry, Mum," said Tori. "The gallows went slow today." Mary scowled. "Ah, I forgot they sent you to prepare the gallows again this year. Well and good, dearie, but make yourself useful and fetch them loaves out of the oven." Tori did. She minced fruits and boiled potatoes and set the tables in the great hall. Old Mary flitted around the kitchen, snapping orders in her firm but kind way. There was a razor's edge to her tone when Piper dropped a whole tray of loaves on her way to set the tables, however. "Sorry, it was an accident," Piper said, brushing away tears after Mary left the great hall in an angry huff. "It's her last draft," said Tori, helping Piper gather the ruined loaves. "The last year she's eligible for conscription. Mary's nervous and ready to be done with it all, and no one can blame her for that. Got nothing to do with those loaves." Piper nodded, but nevertheless, Tori handled the remainder of the food, and Piper stuck to setting silverware and tablecloths. She wouldn't last a day in the legions, Tori thought darkly. Before the draft, Commander Scalero let his servants eat like high-born oceans. The servants were served a fine meal of baked bread, roasted pork, and potatoes. Always potatoes. They were the staple of the North. But on the night of the draft, Scalero pulled out a delicacy. Pies loaded with fruits imported from the Triumvil, apples and lemons and peaches that melted on the tongue, warm and sweet. The commander drew no attention to his kindness, but the meal occurred every draft like a ritual. A small gesture of gratitude to his servants, and a grim farewell to those who would be sent to war. The great hall teemed with feasting servants, and despite the coming draft, the mood of the room was generally amiable. They ate warm food at polished oaken tables set with fine silver. Colorful tapestries, normally reserved for honored guests, lined the walls, and a minstrel played humorous songs as he danced around the hall. But like a solemn reminder, at the center of the room hung the Ocean Standard, a white tower set against a field of glacier blue. The same tower had been tattooed on Tori's left shoulder upon her arrival in Marrowell. Yet another reminder that Tori was not her own. She belonged to a lord from a foreign power. That was her lot in life, thanks to her mum. Tori had always resented her lot, but she had quickly learned it accomplished little to resent something out of her control. Darian arrived late from tending the horses in the stables, and he kept quiet during supper, which made it increasingly difficult for Tori to enjoy the delicious food. The rest of the room was abuzz, servants milling about the hall, slopping loads of food upon their plates, returning for seconds and thirds. Commander Scalero sat at the head of the hall, accompanied by Frederick, his estate manager, and Sergeant Keller, the head of his personal guard. Though young for his rank, Commander Scalero had still not married, and Tori sometimes wondered if that was why he treated his servants so well. They were all the family he had. Though only a few years older, Ol' Mary often joked that she'd practically weaned him herself, and he always smiled at the jest. Though kind, his smiles were rare. His pale face was shaved smooth, his dark hair trimmed short and neat. His features were rigid and calculated, the demeanor expected of a man who commanded legions. But on the occasions he smiled, the entire wretched world felt like it might one day turn brighter. "I'm lucky to serve here," Tori thought as she ate her pie. The other servants of Marrowell were likely feasting on stale porridge, not fresh meats and pies. Darian stared at his plate, the crisp lemon pie growing cold. Tori touched his arm, and he managed a slight smile. His mood was worse this year. "You've got nothing to worry about," she assured him. Darian pushed away his plate. "You can't promise something like that, so don't." "What's wrong?" "I'm sorry," he said, holding her gaze. "I didn't tell you earlier. I didn't want you to worry. But I overheard Sergeant Keller this morning. The rebellion is getting worse down south. There's rumors the Chancellor is taking double recruits from each lord house this year." Tori's stomach knotted up. Every draft, it was always two. That was how Tori and Darian had entered Scalero's household, chosen out of a long line of fringe rats to replace a pair of servants who had been drafted. After her mother abandoned her, Tori was sold to a spice merchant in the Triumvelle, the trade cities of the far south. She learned the subtleties of a quiet housemaid, but her Triumph master was the gambling sort of trader, and Tori and a dozen others were lost in a bad deal. Her new master brought her to the fringes of Greater Osha, where she served in the textile houses, and where she received the spiraling thorn pattern of tattoos on her left forearm. Tori had survived that hellhole for 4 years. At 17, this was her third draft, and one day she knew Commander Scalero would journey to the fringes to choose a servant to take her place. When the time came, she would hold her head high, and she would do what it took to survive. But Darian, she hoped his day was far off. "Double recruits?" she managed at last. "There's only 40 of us in Scalero's household. Not very good odds." I'm sure it's just a rumor." But Tori lost her appetite as well. The two of them sat quietly through the remainder of supper. Darian was tall, and at 18, his muscles filled his loose servant's cloak. The draft was purportedly random among able-bodied servants between the ages of 16 and 35, but Tori feared for Darian more now than ever. If he had been born Oshan, he would already be training in the academies to be an officer. He was an obvious choice for the Night Legions. "Ol' Mary survived all those drafts," Tori offered hopefully. "We can too." "Mary's name is still alongside yours and mine," said Darian darkly. "I hope we get drawn together then." Tori whispered it like it was a dark secret, like saying it too loud might make it so. "We wouldn't let them mold our brains. We'd fight it. We'd survive, like always." Darian shook his head, his golden eyes narrowing. "I hope you end up like Mary." A soldier entered the hall, and the whole room fell silent. The man was bedecked with leathern armor, a red sash draped across his shoulders. Emblazoned on the scarlet field were two intertwining wisps of shadow, like twin black serpents, the emblem of the Night Legions. The man bore 4 scrolls that would decide their fates. He handed them to Commander Scalero, and just as quickly, he was gone again, off to deliver more conscriptions. Scalero rose from his seat, and the servants followed suit. "Servants of House Scalero," said the commander solemnly, "I am grateful for your honest labor and your resilient spirits. The time has come for some of you to serve a cause greater than my own." Due to the intensifying threat of the Morgathian rebellion in the south, the Chancellor's War Council has decided to double the recruits this year. There were a few gasps. Darian looked at the ground, but Tori stood tall. She grabbed his hand. His fingers felt like the bodies of dead icefish, stiff and cold. "4 of you will receive the honor of serving our great empire," continued Scalero. "Tomorrow, at the Chancellor's ceremony, you 4 will help form a new Legion of Shadows to defend the realm. There is truly no greater honor." The commander was not one for unnecessary words, so he went right into the names. Holland Bindi. A member of the commander's personal guard, the young man rose to his feet. The other guards saluted him, and he joined the commander at his table. "Thank you for your service. May you serve the Empire well." Gordon Douvray. The stable boy was slapped on the shoulder by the boys sitting near him, but his wide eyes betrayed his fear. "Thank you for your service. May you serve the Empire well." Commander Scalero paused at the third name. Mary Kierstead. Ol' Mary rose to her feet slowly. Her lips trembled. The woman was Morgathian herself. Her graying red hair and sun-specked skin gave her heritage away at a glance. She would be fighting her own people in the Chancellor's war. "You've served my household longer than any other in this room. Thank you for your service. May you serve the Empire well." The commander straightened himself up for the last name. Lastly, the legions summon Darian Redvar. Tori's body tensed all over. Something surged within her, fury and bitterness and sorrow. And something more. Something strange swelled deep inside her. She felt as though her veins might explode. She wanted to kill the guards, grab Darian, and flee. But Darian let go of her hand, and the feeling subsided. Darian stepped forward to face his fate. Chapter 2. On the day Commander Scalero selected them for servanthood, Tori and Darian stood side by side in a much larger crowd of servants. The slumlands of the fringes teemed with lowborns from all over the world. Thousands of them gathered in that cesspool, seeking the hope of servitude for some noble. Most ended up slaving for the workhouses and salt mines. But on occasion, the nobles came looking for new field hands, and even guards and kitchen maids. So Tori and Darian's taskmaster cleaned them up and stood them in a great long line. One by one, the nobles passed them by for stronger brutes and prettier maidens. But when Commander Scalero strode down the line, Tori could sense something different. The memory was engraved on Tori's mind. His eyes were green, like a meadow in springtime, like the eyes Tori had inherited from her Oshan mother. His face was hardened by years of war, but his expression softened when he saw her. She couldn't explain it. "You look malnourished," he said gruffly. 14-year-old Tori stood tall. "I can work, my lord. I can do anything you like. I learnt to live on little, and that's made me strong." A hint of a smile crossed Scalero's face. "Made you stubborn, more like." His gaze fixed on Darien then. Even at 15, Darien had been strong. He worked to the bone in the salt mines, and despite years of hunger and overwork, the commander saw his potential. "I'll take the boy," Scalero said to their taskmaster. It took everything inside Tori to let go of Darien's hand. Her friend stepped forward, but then looked back to her. I can't go, my lord," Darien said. "That's not how it works, boy," cried the taskmaster, a large, grimy man named Cresta, who brandished a thick rod for unruly slaves. "Afraid he's right, son," said Scalero, waving the taskmaster away. "If I want you, I can take you." "Please, sir, not without—" "Darien, shut your trap," Tori cried. "Ignore him, my lord. He's going." "He wants to go. Please, don't change your mind. He's got to go with you." Warmth spread across the commander's face. "She your sister, boy?" "Close to a sister as you can get, my lord. I know she looks scrawny, but she's strong. Up here." Darien pointed to his head. "She'll learn to do anything you ask her, and do it 10 times better than anyone else. I swear it." The taskmaster gave the commander a querulous look, his rod resting on his shoulder. The line of nobles was being held up, and they were not pleased. "I'll take them both," Scalero said. Now Darien had been chosen again, but there was no hope of Tori going with him this time. He made his way to the front of Scalero's hall. Tori reached for the empty space where his hand had been. "Thank you for your service, Darien," recited the commander. "May you serve the Empire well." Scalero shook the hands of all 4 of his servants. Then he addressed the room. "Tomorrow morning, we will join all the lord houses in Morrow Square for the drafting ceremony, where we will say farewell to them for the last time. Until then, enjoy the feast. Good night." The commander left his servants alone in the great hall. There was a rush to greet the chosen 4. The guards actually had the audacity to congratulate them, patting the new recruits on the back. The other servants expressed condolences and wishes for safety and victory, all the while inwardly thanking their gods that they had not been the ones chosen. That was how Tori had felt as well at previous drafts. But not this time. "I should be going with him." Darien pushed his way through the crowd, thanking the well-wishers, but he made for the door as fast as he could manage. Tori intercepted him across the hall. Darien's face was empty. "Look, I don't want to talk about it, Tori." Tori took his hand. "Then we won't talk. We'll drink." She led him away from the hall. The rest of the evening, the servants would be feasting in the great hall. No one would mind them roaming the grounds. "You remember where we stashed it?" she asked when they reached the courtyard. The snow was starting to pile high. By morning, it would be past Tori's knees. The far stall. A smile teased at the edge of Darien's lips. The stables were on the opposite end of the estate, and they trudged through the snow, careless of the tracks that marked their way. The far stall was always empty, generally used to store tack and feed. Darien stooped to the floor and pried back a board in the corner, producing a flask half filled with wine. They had drunk much of it the previous year when their friend Ollie had been drafted. Tori popped it open and took a long swig. It tasted a little sour, but it warmed her throat as it went down. She raised the flask. "To Ollie." Darian took it and drank. "To Ollie." For some time they didn't talk. They just passed the flask back and forth, drinking it down fast so it would hit them hard. As the wine ran its course, they found words. Happy words. They reminisced about escapades and close calls in the fringes, like the time they inadvertently stole from a slumlord and nearly ended up skewered by one of his cronies. Darian laughed. "It was your idea to hide in the funeral pyres." "Gods, it smelled like, well, corpses." The smell was forever imprinted on her memory, and it came rushing back any time she smelled spoiling meat outside the butcheries. "You were brilliant," Darian said, his shoulder resting against her own. "I'd have been dead a long time ago if it weren't for you." Tori knew it was true. Darian had been a scared little boy when he first arrived in the fringes, but that was not what he needed to hear now. "Don't be an idiot. You were as tough as me. We helped each other. And anyway, you're not nearly drunk enough to be talking so serious." Darian smiled. "All right then." They reminisced some more. Darian joked about running away and swimming across the Sound back to the fringes, but Tori knew that even a soldier's life was better than that hellhole. Even death on some battlefield was better. They leaned against a sack of feed, passing the flask. But far too soon the wine ran out, and the effects dwindled like the coals of a fire. Tori laid her head against Darian's shoulder, wishing against the morning when they would say goodbye, likely for the last time. Again, she wished she had been the one to be drafted. "He's not made for a soldier's life." Ever since Darian had arrived at the workhouse in the fringes, the two of them had been close. Tori had taught Darian how to fight, and he had taught her how to hunt rats. They survived together. They had never been more than friends, though. Servants in Marowell were not allowed such pleasures. A pregnant servant was a burden no master, not even Commander Scalero, desired. But Tori always felt the odds of both of them being selected in the same year by the same nobleman were insurmountable. Coming to serve the commander had only drawn them closer. It was as though they were meant to remain together, to keep one another strong, as though the old gods themselves had paired them. Tori always wondered what they would have been in another life, in some other land, where they were the highborns with a say in their lives. Would they have fallen in love? Had a family? Tori imagined it would still be a secret affair. She would be promised to some lordling, and Darian would be her midnight paramour. Even in her imagination, it was something forbidden. None of that mattered now. Tomorrow, he would be gone. Darian's eyes were closed. He looked handsome in the lantern light, his cheeks ruddy from the wine, a bit of stubble specking his jaw. His hair would need to be trimmed, but he already had the stature and firm features of a proper soldier. Tori kissed his cheek. "What was that?" he said, sitting up. "For another life," she said. She still felt warm from the wine, or maybe it was Darian's warmth. Darian shook his head with a smile. "In another life we never would have met. I wouldn't trade it." He leaned forward, kissed her forehead, and that was all. Tori knew it was for the best. As her head slowly cleared, sadness overwhelmed her. Darian was leaving forever. But she couldn't let herself tear up. She had to be strong. Darian needed her to be strong. She pressed into his shoulder, and he wrapped his arm around her, and they fell asleep in the far stall. When Tori woke, it was morning, and Darian had gone. She hurried outside, worried that somehow she might have missed the commotion of the household leaving for the Chancellor's drafting ceremony. But outside, the horizon was just turning with the colors of the rising sun. She made for the kitchens to find old Mary already hard at work on the morning's porridge. The old woman looked weary, as though she had not slept. "What's got you up so early, dearie?" "Couldn't sleep, Mum." "Ah," said old Mary, "the draft, ain't it?" Tory nodded. "You and that boy are close. I could always tell that." Tory managed a weak smile. "Why isn't someone else cooking? You're leaving too." Old Mary's face tightened. "Well, why don't you help me then? Stir this pot while I fetch them loaves out of the oven. It'll take your mind off it, doing something useful." Tory took a giant wooden ladle and slowly stirred the porridge, letting it thicken and curdle. "That why you're down here? To do something useful?" Mary set down a hot pan of loaves to cool. "Always did love these kitchens. Sure, I could have had someone else make breakfast today, but when it's something you love, well, might as well do it one last time." Mary cut up the loaves and tossed them in a basket to serve. "And I was awake as a ghost all night anyway." "Will you go?" said Tory.
"When they call you at the ceremony?" "Will I defect, you mean? Rather than go to war against my own people?" Mary laughed. "Nah, Tory, no one defects." Tory hoped that would remain so. She kept thinking of what Darian had said about not doing what was done to his family. Yesterday it was talk. It meant something different now that he'd been drafted. "I'm a white-knuckle survivor, dearie," said Mary, "and I'll be damned if I don't keep right on clinging by my nails to the bitter end. I'll tell you what, though, if I was going to go down, I wouldn't do it at no drafting ceremony. I'd wait for the right moment, and I'd take as many of them bloody— Oh, gods, you'll burn it, stirring so slow. Gimme that." Old Mary snatched the ladle back and stirred the porridge herself. "Nah, dearie, I reckon I'll join up like the lot of them. And you'd be blessed to do the same when your own time comes. If it ain't you, it's someone else. But you can't do no one a lick of good if you're dead. Porridge is done." Old Mary poured some in a bowl and set it before Tory with a mug of goat's milk. "Check and be sure it ain't burnt now," she cackled to herself. Tory took a small bite and then stirred the rest around the bowl aimlessly with her spoon. "You want to know why I really like it down here in the kitchen so early?" Old Mary said, taking up her own bowl of porridge. "Ah, now that ain't bad. Reckon you didn't stir it too slow after all." Tory took another bite. The porridge warmed her body as it eased down her throat. She leaned over the bowl, letting the steam evaporate on her face. "Every morning I cook, and down here in the quiet, it's just me for a while. I can be alone and pray to the All-Mother and All-Father, the high gods of the old world." Tory tensed at the mention of the old gods. Oceans prided themselves on being devoted to no gods. They were above such old-world superstitions, and it was what set them apart from the rest of the world. If there was a god in Osha, it was the Chancellor. Tory's people fervently worshipped Ariava, the goddess of the sun. The Morgathian rebels had their fire god, and there had been many gods in the Triumvel. The old gods, though, they stirred up dark memories from her past. Tory's mum had worshipped the old gods too, burning incense in their tent and kneeling on a woven rug. "And look where those gods got me," she thought bitterly. But she didn't voice it. Mary had enough to worry about. "You pray you'll survive the war?" Tory asked. "Well, yes, but even more, I pray that one day, maybe in my lifetime, maybe in yours, their watchers will return." Tori jerked up from her bowl at the mention of the watchers, nearly spilling her porridge. "You shouldn't speak of them, Mary." Old Mary smiled. "The old chancellors may have killed 'em off in the war between the worlds, but they can't stop my prayers. One day, the Ancient Ones will send the Watchers back to free us, to make things right in the world again." "Don't waste your prayers." At the sound of Darian's voice, Tori and Old Mary leapt in their seats. Old Mary spilled porridge on her apron and cursed. "Don't you sneak up on an old maid like that, son. I'll spill this down your shirt next time." "Sorry, Mum." Darian's voice was somber. "You want to pray for something? Pray the Chancellor catches the plague, or a chandelier falls on his head. Something possible." "The plague? Ha!" "He's right," said Tori. "The Chancellor's banished magic. The metamorphi killed all the Watchers." Fearful tales of the shape-shifting magic hunters of Osha were told all across the New World. Old Mary raised an eyebrow. Well, then your guess is as good as anything, ain't it?" Darian shook his head. "You don't really believe those children's tales, do you? The Watchers are nothing but myths, like the gods and the shaman summoners of the White North. Stories the fringe rats tell their starving littles to get them to sleep. If the Watchers ever did exist, they're long dead." "And what do you know?" said Old Mary. You're barely a man." "I'm 18, said Darian. "Ah, I stand corrected." Old Mary chuckled to herself. "Boy, you live as long as me, you get to seein' there's things that can't be explained in this world." "Way I see it," said Darian, taking up his own bowl of porridge, "you'll be called up at that drafting ceremony same as me. There's no explaining needed about that." Mary went quiet. Tori could have hit him, but she held back. That was not how she wanted their last day to go. And besides, blunt as he had been, she knew Darian was right. Hoping in gods and Watchers was useless. "Rest'll be down in a minute," said Mary solemnly. "I got to go set them tables for the last time. We report to the square in an hour." Old Mary hurried off, muttering to herself. Tori and Darian ate their porridge and bread in silence, the weight of the day stifling any conversation they attempted. Darian stared off at the wall, his eyes blank, his mind elsewhere. Tori had the strange sense that she was eating breakfast with a dead man. Chapter 3. Snow rode upon the wind and bit at Tori's skin as Solero's servants joined the throng in Morrow Square. Thousands of servants in orderly lines, sorted by their lord house, made their way to the stage they had helped build beneath the shadow of the White Citadel. The empty gallows loomed over every corner of the square. Darian never left Tori's side, but they both remained silent as they marched. It had been the same when Ollie was drafted last year. What could you say when the world showed its ugly face? Tori squeezed Darian's hand, wishing she were going with him. Her fists clenched as she pictured her friend learning to spar, to load a musket, to kill. The servants of Marowell stood in the cold for some time. Tori stamped her feet to keep warm, watching as the stage slowly filled with lords and ladies dressed in thick fur cloaks. Lesser nobles and their families watched from towers above the square. And then Cyrus Morrow appeared. The Chancellor was clothed in thick white furs, and in his hand he held a large scroll that had determined the fates of hundreds. Darian's life reduced to a scribble on a bit of parchment. The Chancellor held up his hands, and Tori joined the rest of the city, kneeling before their ruler. It was the third time Tori had seen Cyrus Morrow. Nevertheless, the sight of him made her entire body tense. She was struck by how young he was for someone so powerful. The Chancellor had only been 16 when his father died, thrusting him into power shortly before Tori came to Morrowell. His hair was blonde and drooped to his brow. His face was ghostly white and shaved perfectly smooth, and his teeth shone like snow-capped mountain peaks. There was something terrifyingly beautiful about him. Histories claimed that the first Chancellor had rid magic from the world so that humanity could rebuild after the devastation of the legendary War Between the Worlds. Cyrus Morrow was the 16th Chancellor of Osha, and he was feared more than any other ruler in the New World. Standing beside a roaring fire at a podium set before the gallows, the Chancellor unrolled the scroll of names for the draft of Morrowell. Darian gripped Tori's hand tighter. She shivered, even in her cloak and woolen gloves. "Good morning." The Chancellor's greeting was so soft and casual, it was menacing. "Many of you, on this momentous morning, will receive the honor of joining the valiant quests of the Night Legions. Together, we will continue to spread our grand empire across the New World. Together, we will crush King Halstead's rebellion, once and for all." King Halstead had once been a general in the Night Legions. Tori remembered the bitter murmurs among the servants when Halstead joined the Morgathians to incite this civil war. War meant more servants would be drafted than usual. Now, as Halstead's name left the Chancellor's lips, he did not try to hide his own disdain for the traitor. The square shook with the angry cries of vengeance the Chancellor expected. Nobles shook their fists from their balconies, and the servants shouted dutifully along with them from the snow-covered streets. Cyrus Morrow raised his hands for silence. "Today, it is your chance to rise, to serve our great empire, to make a name for yourself. Today, we raise up the next brave legion of shadows. I thank the lords and ladies for their generous contributions." Tori hated the way the Chancellor used soft, sterile words to describe the deathly fates of human beings the Empire deemed lower in value. Barbarians, tribals, peasants. No highborns were drawn for service. They served only as officers, trained at noble academies in the arts of military strategy. Now, the time has come to welcome those who have received this great honor of service. With that, the Chancellor began reading names. The first, Tori recognized, a stable boy from House Fedra. The boy trudged to the front of the crowd and was greeted on stage by his master, who handed him over to one of the generals in the Night Legions. A young girl, barely of age, followed. When Fedra was finished, it was House Dragonus, and then House Tindir, and House Wallace. Tori spotted Commander Scalero on the stage, seated near the gallows. Scalero's face betrayed no emotion. He looked on dutifully. When his lord house was called, Tori knew, he would shake his servants' hands, they would join the legion ranks, and it would be done. In a few days, he would journey to the fringes to purchase a new boy to take Darian's place. And so, the world turned on and on. The stage was soon filled with new recruits. Over 100 men and women had been called, and there were many lord houses that remained. Tori's feet were going numb inside her boots. Darian's hands trembled. Whether from the cold or from fear, Tori did not know. She wanted this to be over, for Darian's sake more than anything. Finally, the Chancellor spoke the words. "From House Scalero." Tori stared forward,
fighting back tears. She did not know how to say goodbye. The people she cared for usually just disappeared from her life. Darian's face bore no expression. Holland and Gordon were the first to be called, and then Old Mary. Tori feared the portly woman would not last long in the legions. Commander Scalero stepped forward to meet her, slower than usual. The commander shook Old Mary's hand, held it gently, and led her to her new master, a general of the legions. Lastly, from House Scalero, Darian Redvar. Tori stopped breathing. The old gods wrapped their hands around her throat. Darian's grip went limp on Tori's arm. Her gut twisted. He took hold of her hand, and she realized he was saying goodbye. Their eyes met for a moment. The last moment. Say something, she thought. Anything. Be brave, she said, unsure what compelled her to echo the last words her mother had spoken to her. Darian nodded, his expression grim, but there was something off in his eyes, a strange fire. He still had not moved. Darian Redvar, the Chancellor said again. It was eerie how calm the man was. What are you doing? Tori said. You've got to go. Darian shook his head. I told you, I can't do what they did to my family. No, Tori hissed. Don't you dare. Everyone in the city was watching them now. Tori felt like a great stone had been placed on her chest. The tears were starting to fall now. Darian squeezed her hand one last time, and then he stepped forward without another word. He weaved decisively through the crowd, no falter in his step. This can't be happening, she thought helplessly. He would never defect if Tori were joining the shadows alongside him. She knew he wouldn't. We were supposed to go together, keep each other alive. Darian climbed the steps to the stage, and Commander Scalero greeted him. He clapped Darian on the shoulder, thanking him for his service. But Darian shook his head. He stepped away to face the Chancellor, and the crowd turned silent as death. No servant addressed the Chancellor. No, 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 no. The Chancellor remained calm, expressionless. He whispered something, but Darian shook his head, stood tall, and spoke the words Tori was dreading with everything in her. I will not join the shadows, my lord. The Chancellor did not respond. He simply motioned to his guards, and they took Darian's arms and led him across the stage. To the gallows he and Tori had built. Darian wasn't even putting up a fight. He was like a sow going to the slaughter. He would be nothing. He would accomplish nothing through his death. The only person to be hung at the draft, that was all he would be. Old Mary's words rushed to Tori's mind. You can't do no one a lick of good if you're dead. Darian could train with the shadows, wait for his moment, like Mary. Maybe, one day, he could do something about the Chancellor's cruelty. Maybe they all could, but not if he was dead. The guards led Darian up the platform, bound his hands, draped the noose round his neck, and drew it taut. Darian's face was settled, his eyes closed. The guards looked to the Chancellor for the word to drop the trap. Tori felt something surging inside her. At first, she thought it was rage, but it was something more. Energy, like a river that had been dammed up for years and years inside her. Something within her screamed, I have to make this stop. Suddenly, Tori became acutely aware of her surroundings, but not as she had always known them. She sensed the elements of the world, tiny droplets of frozen water that made up each frame in the snowflakes that nipped her cheeks, every splinter that made up the boards of the gallows, the little particles that made up the strands of rope around Darian's neck. She reached out with her mind, oblivious to how she was doing it. Yet it was true. There was energy at the heart of the world, and with a flex in her mind, she felt the world shiver. The Chancellor nodded to the guards to drop Darien and snap his spine, and Tori reached out with her mind. The trap dropped. Darien plummeted through the platform. The noose seized. The stage shuddered, coming apart at the seams. Darien tumbled to the ground, unharmed. The guards went flying through the air. The spikes that had once held the gallows together shot out, veered direction, and pierced the guards. Dozens of nails ripped through each of their chests. The entire gallows launched into the foundations of the White Citadel with a cacophonous crash. Darien was alive, kneeling on the stage, in shock. 2 dead guards lay beside him. The gallows was reduced to a heap of splinters behind them. Marrow Square was silent, as though the old gods themselves had drawn their breaths. Tori's knees went weak at the energy she'd expelled. The crowd dispersed around her, many knocked to the ground from the energy she'd released. Tori looked up, cold terror washing over her. "Oh gods, what have I done?" The Chancellor's eyes fixed upon her, and for the first time an expression spread across his face. A smile. The Chancellor was smiling at her. Screams filled the city, shattering the stillness. Madness overcame the crowd. Everywhere, servants went running, scrambling over one another, trying to flee the square as fast as they could. But not because of Tori. The creatures had come. The Chancellor's magic hunters. The infamous metamorphi. Tori knew them only from horror tales, but she knew what they were the moment they changed their skins. The monsters moved nimbly amidst the chaos. One launched from the city walls, morphing from its human form in mid-flight. It soared on black wings protruding from its human back, bony arms outstretched, fangs flashing. The second creature morphed and bounded through the crowds, snarling, snapping its massive jaws, lumbering toward Tori with a body like a warg. The metamorphi were upon her before she could react. Tori did not run or fight back. Her entire body was spent from the destruction of the gallows, as though all her strength had been drained from her. A calm acceptance came over her. Somehow, this was meant to be. Tori only hoped that, in the madness, Darien might escape, that her death would not be for nothing. Talons clamped around her shoulders, tearing her flesh. The flying creature descended upon her, knocking her on her back. The warg leapt and laid its claws into her sides. Pain rushed through her, her vision blurred. Tori held her breath and waited to die. But once the creatures had her pinned to the ground, they did not tear her apart. They held her still. The Chancellor stood over her. How did he get here so quickly? Tori thought dimly. Somehow, in the madness, he had crossed the entire square and come straight to her. The metamorphi eased their hold at their master's command. Claws and talons and wings retreated, and suddenly the creatures were 2 human men once more. Blood seeped from Tori's shoulders and side, drenching her cloak, her wounds burning with excruciating fury. The Chancellor knelt beside her and smiled. "There you are." And then the world slipped away. Chapter 4. Tori's limbs felt as though they were disconnected from her body by a vast sea. Sounds were muffled, rushing upon distant shores. Slowly, she swam back to reality, drawn by something real, something tangible. Drawn by pain. Searing pangs shot up her right arm and into her bones, as though a blade were lodged there, weaving through sinew to her marrow. Tori reached out to remove whatever it was, but her hands were rendered immobile. There was a ringing clank,
and more pain coursed through her. A pair of iron shackles bound her, holding her wrists fast to a ring in the floor by a length of chain. Cruel pain rushed through her body anew, and Tori cried out. It felt as though she were being hollowed from the inside out. She held still, terrified of bringing the pain upon herself again, and slowly the pain subsided. Tori saw nothing but darkness. The air smelled of gangrene and decay. She lay still, orienting herself to this dank reality. There was constant dripping somewhere behind her, each drop echoing off the stone. The cold seeped up from the ground into her bones and left her raw and aching all over. After some time, the pain ebbed enough she could remember how she'd wound up in this wretched state. The gallows, the metamorphy, the Chancellor. But why am I alive? She wondered. Why didn't the Chancellor let the metamorphy kill me right there in the square? Tori realized with strange clarity that she had performed magic. She did not understand how, but the knowledge came to her like a haunting image that triggers the memory of a nightmare. All of it, the power she released, the bodies flying through the air, the attack of the metamorphy, took her back to the day her mother abandoned her. But there was something more, something buried deep in her mind, something nearly within her grasp. But she couldn't place it. She felt as though she should be able to, and that feeling made no sense to her at all. There was a clank and a screech of metal that made Tori's head throb. A pair of guards entered her cell, bearing lanterns. The sudden light blinded her, but she could not shield her eyes. One guard knelt beside her, setting down a large glass vial. He jerked at her right arm, and the pain returned full force. The guard shoved a needle the length of her finger into the crook of her arm, and Tori screamed. Attached to the needle was a long tube made of something like animal innards. In the lantern light, Tori could see the tube turn dark as blood drained from her fragile body and filled the vial. "Won't be working any more sorcery now," said the guard. The ordeal lasted about a minute. When he finished, the guard tied a cloth around Tori's arm, tight so that it throbbed. Then he unlocked her chains from the ring in the floor and jerked her to her feet. Her knees buckled, and she slumped forward. The guard yanked her up again, sending sharp pangs through her body. "You'll remain standing," the guard grunted. Tori had never felt so weak in all her life. Her body felt lifeless, the detached fogginess returning to her mind, but she managed to slump against the walls of her cell and stay on her feet. Another form entered. The guard handed the chain to the looming figure and left. The figure stepped toward her, a mere shadow against the flickering light, and a warm hand touched her arm gently. "Darian?" Tori said, delusional. The pain was racking her in waves. It was all she could do not to keel over. "I'm afraid I am not Darian," said Commander Scalero evenly. "Oh, Master," she said, he isn't—" "No, Tori, Darian isn't dead." A rush of relief swept over her. She might have broken Imperial law, but at least she had succeeded in keeping him alive. "He's on his way to the shadow camps. After the events in the square yesterday, he was taken away. He and the other drafted soldiers left the city this morning." The commander's voice sounded strained, as though he spoke through heavy cloth. His face was drawn tight. One of his servants defected, and another destroyed the Chancellor's gallows and killed 2 of his guards with magic. Tori was overcome with shame. The commander had rescued her from the fringes, had been nothing but generous to her, and she had shamed him in front of his master. "I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me," "I do," he said, and that was all he said for some time. Tori felt her mind drifting away again, separating from her body. Then a hand brought her back. Solero gripped her wrist and whispered, "I'm sorry, child, but this will have to sound convincing." When her master's fist struck her gut, Tori felt as though she would pass out. She screamed as tremors swept over her. "The gods damn your treachery!" Solero shouted, and then he struck again. Tori moaned and slumped to the ground, sobbing. He stooped beside her. She flinched away, but he took her hands in his own. Somehow, through the pain, Tori understood. Solero had to save face, but he found no pleasure in this assault. The knowledge was strangely comforting. "Why am I still alive?" Tori whimpered. "What does the Chancellor want with me?" The commander shook his head. "I'm afraid you will find out soon." The door rattled as the guard pounded from the other side. "I must go." The commander stood, and then the final blow came, knocking her back against the wall. Tori shrieked in pain. "I wish I was the Chancellor so I could kill you myself." Then Commander Solero helped her to her feet. "I'm sorry it happened this way." Solero pounded on the door. The guard returned, and the commander disappeared. The guard yanked her forward, and Tori stumbled out of her cell. "Come along, gallows girl," he growled. "It's time to meet the Chancellor." Tori was led up winding staircases from the dungeons all the way to the uppermost halls of the White Citadel, to the Chancellor's inner palace. Before she was brought before him, she was led to a fine chamber where she was stripped and bathed by beautiful maids. The girls were gentle with her, softening their touch when she winced. The wounds in her side and shoulder were dressed, and the aches in her arm from the bloodletting began to fade. By the time the maids dressed her in fine silver linens and adorned her shorn black hair, Tori could almost stand straight. There was still a sting in her arm where the thick needle had pierced her, but the blood had clotted quickly and the pain was fleeting. The maids touched up her tawny skin with cosmetics, which Tori had never worn before. All of it was much finer than anything she'd ever experienced. Tori barely recognized her own likeness in the ornate mirrors that lined the room. The linens left her shoulders exposed, the way the noble girls wore their gowns at palace balls. Tori felt conscious of the faded tan lines from her sleeveless summer uniform and the slave's tattoos that wrapped her arm. But otherwise, if not for her darker hair and complexion, she might have passed for a high-born girl. A look she did not like. "Why is the Chancellor bothering to dress me up this way? Does he dress all his traitors in fine clothes before he kills them?" Tori's stomach churned when she was finally led into the inner palace. She had heard tales of the White Citadel's splendor, but no tale could match the sight of it. Every inch of the inner palace glistened, pure crystal that shone bright with a million shimmers, reflecting and bending the light. It shone as though the palace were set in the heart of a star. Cyrus Morrow, the 16th Chancellor of Osha, wore all white. In his halls, his pale skin shone with ruddy youthfulness, a stark contrast to his ghostly appearance in Morrow Square. He descended from his crystal throne with long, resolute strides. He was smiling, and Tori's jaw clenched at the sight of him. "Tori Borodai," a palace attendant announced, looking up from a scroll etched with elegant gold filigree. "Astoria," said Tori, unsure why her true name had come to mind. Her mother had been the last person to call her that, but somehow it felt right she should use her true name before she was executed. The attendant glared at her obstinance. The guards escorting her halted and knelt before their ruler, heads bowed. Tori remained standing. When the Chancellor reached her, he lifted her chin so their eyes met. His were blue like glaciers. "Astoria," said the Chancellor, examining her. "An interesting name for a servant. The name of an old-world goddess, the defender of the weak and the destitute." His tone conveyed mild amusement. Tori thought it strange that the Chancellor would know such a thing. Even she had not known the origin of her true name. She felt uneasy when he looked her over, as though he could see through her clothes and skin to her very thoughts. The Chancellor smiled, holding her gaze. "Green eyes, and yet the rest of your features are that of the Yan Avi horseman." "My mum was Oshan," said Tori. "She had an affair with a tribesman who came from tribe Burodai. We lived on the steppe for 7 years. Then my mum sold me into slavery." Was that truly what happened? Something stirred in her memory. Perhaps it was the acknowledgement of her true name, of her old life. She could not be sure, but she suddenly recalled the image of a small boy with bronze skin and thick, dark hair. A Yan Avi boy. From my childhood? "You're a mutt, then," the Chancellor said. "Did you summon me to talk of my race?" Tori knew she shouldn't have said anything, but she was getting irritated with the pleasantries. If she was going to die for using magic, she would just as soon get it over with. The Chancellor smiled, his white teeth glistening in the vibrant light. "Spirited, I like that. Unbind her," he said to the guards. And then, "Leave us." His voice was steady, as though every syllable were set to an exact rhythm and tone. It was not harsh or angry. It was the voice of unquestionable power. The guards removed Tori's shackles and left without argument about leaving their ruler alone with the sorceress. The Chancellor held out his hand to her, still smiling. Tori stared at it. The Chancellor chuckled. "Bloodletting is painful, I know, but it renders you too weak to wield magic, which is necessary. You are still feeling weak, Astoria, are you not?" Tori nodded, confused at his gesture, but she took his hand. His skin was warm, inviting, yet her fingers trembled at her ruler's touch, hands that could sentence her to death with a single motion. They had done exactly that to Darien yesterday, and soon she would be next. "You're trembling," the Chancellor said. "You fear me?" "Everyone fears you, my lord." The Chancellor laughed again. Tori had only ever seen him on drafting days from afar. Up close, the ruler of Osho was strangely personable. "Good answer," he said, "though I prefer the term reverence." This was not the meeting Tori had expected at all. She should have been dead by now. "Why am I here, my lord? Why am I still alive?" The Chancellor had not let go of her hand. "I want to show you something." Cyrus Morrow led her across the inner palace hall to a sprawling balcony that looked out across the city. In the streets, smoke rose from buildings in little pirouettes. The streets were in shambles, littered with splinters and upturned carts and bodies. Dozens of bodies. A crew of servants was busy sweeping the square clean. Carts were being loaded with the dead. "The servant uprising lasted only a few moments," said the Chancellor. "But I think you know how much can happen in only a few moments, don't you?" Understanding slowly dawned on her. "Riots. Because of me." "Because of the mere idea your magic represents. The Watchers. Of course it's all futile. There are no Watchers, and they serve no gods. But weak people need something to keep them going, I suppose. At the sight of your power, the lowborns grasped for hope. But look where it got them." The Chancellor stared off at the great city, and for the first time, Tori realized how exposed the Oshan ruler had left himself. She wielded magic. If she tried, she could cast him from this balcony. But I can barely move, let alone summon the power I showed in the square. Tori had not felt that other sense since she awoke in her cell. Whatever power it was had left with her blood. My power. You're the first to display magic so publicly and so powerfully in quite some time. Still, the Chancellor was smiling. All her life, Tori had been taught to despise him. In private, the Oshan servants often let slip their contempt for the Chancellor. Yet here in person, there was something appealing about him, and Tori felt it was more than his beauty. He was fearsome, but captivating. It made sense the lords and ladies served him so faithfully. He treated them well, gave them power and wealth and glory. And now, here she was in the inner palace, dressed in fine linens and cosmetics, standing on his balcony. She detested him all the more for his niceties. The Chancellor gestured to the carnage in the streets below. For a moment, you became the symbol of the servants' hopes and prayers. But that hope was poorly founded. If you are the hope of the new world, then things are in a sad state indeed. Oh, their precious gallows girl, their watcher sent by the gods. For the first time, the Chancellor's tone turned dark. You are nothing, Tori Borodai. A moment ago, you looked like a dog in the gutter. I made you beautiful. I drained your blood, and with it, your magic, and I can give it back if I choose. I am the source of hope. But weak people, for them it is not enough to see me capture you, nor to see you without your strength, as I see you now. No, in order to rule over the weak, you need something much more convincing to dispel their hopeful notions. Tori's body tensed. This is it. He's going to kill me. Finally. The Chancellor's grip grew firm around her wrist. A twinge of pain returned, and he led her to the parapet overlooking the square, stretching out from the citadel like a great tree limb. At the edge of the parapet stood a giant graven image of Cyrus Morrow. The statue stood at least 50 feet tall and could be seen from all corners of Morrowell. This is the convincing weak people require, he said, gesturing up at his own statue. There was something hanging from the graven Chancellor's outstretched arm, a message for all of Osha to see, a body, strung up by the neck, swaying in the wind, the noose tearing into the flesh. A girl's body. A girl with matted dark hair, shorn short like all servant girls, like Tori's own hair. Pain surged through her again as she glimpsed the face, the green eyes and tawny skin. The body did not belong to another Yana V servant girl. It was Tori's body. Chapter 5. Bile rose up in Tori's throat, and her knees buckled. She had seen many corpses during her years in the fringes, but it was much different to see her own corpse while she was still alive to see it. Tori thought of the bizarre, out-of-body sense she'd felt when she first woke in her cell. Am I still alive? Or is the Chancellor some sort of spirit summoner? The realization that she might in fact be dead did not strike her with fear, as she would expect. Tori was enamored and curious. It was beyond anything she had ever thought possible. She looked to the Chancellor for answers, but he merely smiled. After a few moments, he took her by the arm and brought her nearer so she could get a good look at her hanging body. In the baking sunlight reflecting off the crystal palace, the corpse smelled like the heaps where dock workers dumped fish innards in the fringes. Stiff and grotesque, the skin, her skin, was already taking on the thready, hanging look of decay and the picking of crows. Matted dark hair, tawny skin, pointed nose and thin lips. It was as though she were looking at her reflection in a nightmare. If Tori had not felt pain coursing through her body at that very instant, she might have thought she was a ghost looking upon her own corpse from the ether. "You've been dead a full day," the Chancellor said. He chuckled. "In a sense." "How?" "Not all my morphs are limited to beast forms. This one matched your figure perfectly, didn't she?" Tori was speechless and mortified by the Chancellor's conniving brilliance. Cyrus Morrow had squelched any hopes of rebellion before the thoughts could fully lodge in the people's minds. "Yes, I killed one of my own soldiers. A brave and loyal woman, to be sure, but a small sacrifice to keep the peace. Already the lowborns are doubting what they saw in the square, and their fear of the ruling class is restored." "Why not actually kill me?" said Tori. "Magic is a wonderful thing, isn't it?" As he spoke, the Chancellor floated from the ground only a few inches, but it still left Tori's mouth hanging open. Though his ancestors had outlawed it across the Empire, though his morphs scoured the New World hunting down sorcerers, the Chancellor wielded magic himself. "The first Chancellor feared magic," said Cyrus Morrow, "so he rid the world of it. And then he died, like all rulers before him. And then my forefathers ruled, and they too feared. The world all but forgot about the powers of the old world. But what good did ridding the world of magic do them? Before he died, my grandfather lost half his realm, and my father lost half of that. I inherited a fragment of an empire. And now this damned civil war threatens what little is left." The Chancellor's voice betrayed his disdain for his legendary forefathers. He gazed out beyond the city, toward the far reaches of his own realm. His eyes were focused and cool. "But I am different. I don't fear magic. No, I am fascinated by it." He took her hand again, still floating. Tori didn't know what to say, but she found the tension leaving her. Was it possible the Chancellor was not the monster she had always imagined? That this Chancellor was different from his ancestors? He wielded magic just like her. He'd spared her life, despite her defiance in the square. "Don't misunderstand me, Astoria. I do not believe tales of gods and watchers. I believe in power. And magic, if one learns to trust it, is the greatest power of all." The Chancellor returned to the ground. "Tell me, when your gifts came to the surface in the square, what was it like?" The longer they talked, the more Tori felt comfortable talking to the Chancellor. He didn't speak to her like a lowly servant girl. He spoke to her almost as an equal. "I became aware of the world in a different way," she said. "I could sense things I'd never been able to see. I saw the world, but I saw something more. Beneath it, I guess. Like I could see the makeup of the world?" "Yes, the makeup of the world. And what did you find in the makeup of the world?" Tori struggled for the right word. "It was energy." Yes, Astoria. There is a power at the heart of the world which cannot be fully explained. Despite my ancestors' attempts to exterminate it, it lives on. Some once attributed it to gods and watchers. Now we call it sorcery. Others have called it by many other names. This power threatened the old world, and so the world moved on. But now, look at you and me. Here we are, 300 years after the war between the worlds and the annihilation of magic. Yet that power lives on in us. We have access. We are special. We can harness this energy. But Tori felt uneasy the more he spoke of this power. It was beyond her control. She had killed those guards in the square, innocent men, simply doing their duty.
servants just like her. And in the square below, the last cart of dead servants rode off in the streets. Tori felt a twisting in her stomach, as though the guilt were being wrung out of her. "You still haven't answered my question," she said at last. "What question?" "Why go to the trouble of staging my death? It would have been as easy to kill me, and you would not have wasted a loyal soldier." "Wasted? No, Astoria. You would be the waste." Ever since the day her mother abandoned her, Tori had despised her true name. She had become someone different. She had become Tori. But now she enjoyed hearing that name again from the lips of her ruler. The Chancellor smiled and took her by the hand. His skin was soft and warm and enticing. She liked his attention. Throughout her life, Tori had walked in the background. She was not particularly strong or skilled. She was a hard worker, but she had never been special. Now, the greatest ruler in the New World was holding her hand. It was unfathomable how quickly her entire world had turned over on its axis. "My dear, you are far too rare a phenomenon to simply kill," said the Chancellor. "And so tenacious, too, to defy me in my own city." Is he complimenting my rebellion? "I spared you because I want you by my side. I want to learn from you, and you from me. Share your gifts with me, and you could have everything this harsh world has held back from you. Wealth, prestige, and power unmatched in the New World, unmatched even by those you've despised all your life, those damned highborns." Tori imagined this future, learning to wield her new blossoming power, playing the courtier, attending balls with lords and ladies as she'd seen so many highborn girls do. All of them would be envious. All of them would be oblivious to the secret she and the Chancellor shared. Tori was special. Perhaps she always had been, and she had simply not known it. And the Chancellor admired it. He desired it, desired her. Gods, to be desired by the Chancellor? How many high-born girls would give their left hand for this moment? It was true. Tori did desire to rise above the lords and ladies, to slaughter the taskmasters in the fringes who took advantage of poor and desperate lowborns. Tori stood up straight. Her strength was returning to her. She felt something surging in her again, an awareness of the world, the way she'd felt it in the square. Her magic. "You want to collect me," Tori said. "You might call it that," Cyrus Morrow whispered. "I want you to share your gifts with me, and I will share with you as well." He took hold of her bare arm now, gently. Her skin tingled. "What if I refuse?" "Refuse? Why would you ever want to do that? I want to share the world with you, Astoria. I want to discover this lost realm together." Tori could feel his breath against her neck. His warmth washed over her. She imagined herself one day as his queen, 2 sorcerers ruling over the world. She did desire it. Besides, she couldn't do anyone any good if she was dead. Look where Darian's resistance had gotten him. Tori was a survivor. And if this was what it took... Tori leaned closer. "Okay," she said. The Chancellor smiled. "Of course, we will have to change you." "Change me?" Her fingers suddenly felt colder in the Chancellor's grasp. "All the city knows your mutt-face, Tori. Not to mention, have you ever seen a young AV noblewoman in Osha?" Tori shook her head. The nobles were all ocean-born,
from ancient families that had ruled the north since the ancient alien races had invaded the land. I want to raise a diamond up from the ashes, Astoria, but you must look like a diamond. His fingers traced her jawline, but now his touch felt less alluring. We will construct a false identity, a lady from the southern reaches of the empire who has come to court. It will not take much magic to make you look ocean. You already have the eyes. Suddenly, as though coming up from the depths of a great sea, Tori realized something. Something that should not have taken her so long to understand. This was the Chancellor beside her, the tyrant whose line had reduced her and thousands more to slaves and peasants. The tyrant who saw her as a mutt, like all the other highborns. The tyrant who had sent Darien to slaughter in his name. Cyrus Morrow's ancestors may have created this cruel world, but he perpetuated it, even took pride in it. And now he wanted to change her skin so she could fit in with all the other nobles she had despised all her life. After Morgath was conquered, would the Jan Avi be the next to be absolved back into the empire? Suddenly, Tori understood why Darien had chosen the gallows. If Tori served the Chancellor, she would become the oppressor she had always despised, like the taskmasters, the nobles, the legions who killed Darien's family. I think... Tori pulled away from the Chancellor's touch and pointed to the dead morph dangling above them. I think that is the future of those who refuse, and don't refuse you, alike. I could never serve you, my lord. The Chancellor's gaze turned icy. He seized her arm where her blood had been drained. Tori cried out, and the pain surged anew. The Chancellor shouted for his guards. Two appeared in an instant and took hold of her arms. Now he will kill me, she thought with morbid satisfaction. Perhaps this was the way Darien felt when he'd walked to the gallows. Tori regretted using her magic then. She had stolen that rebellion from him, but now she would die in his honor. You're right, precious gallows girl, said the Chancellor. I want to collect you. However, you are under the delusion that I need your consent. I have been a gentleman until now, but I will share your gifts one way or another. The draining of your blood allows me to do more than simply dilute your power. The Chancellor took a needle and tube from one of the guards and jabbed it into the crook of Tori's arm. Her blood drained into a chalice until it was overflowing, dripping down the Chancellor's hands and onto the ground. The hollow, out-of-body feeling returned. Her body went numb as more blood trickled down her arm. Tori collapsed in a growing pool of her own blood. Cyrus Marrow lifted the chalice to his lips and drank until all her blood was gone. Tori clutched her arm. The numbness swept away, and waves of pain coursed through her bones anew. The Chancellor stretched out his hand toward the dead morph dangling from the statue. The noose of rope trembled. And then the rope disintegrated in an explosion of fibers, and the morph body of the gallows girl, the hope of the servants of Osha, plummeted hundreds of feet to the streets below. Tori realized with horror that he wasn't going to kill her. I hate martyrs, said the Chancellor, turning to her. And you will never become one, gallows girl. You will live in rot and pain for the rest of your short life, fueling my magic with your blood. You will serve me until the day you die. But always remember, as you cry out in agony, as you wish for the end, it was you who chose your destiny, not I. Tori could not respond.
She could only watch, helpless, writhing in pain, her blood forming tributaries on the crystal balcony. Part 2. Winter's End. The first flower to bloom in the north is the winter lily. Long before the thaw, it springs forth against all odds from beneath the snowpack. It gives hope to the people of the north, a sign that the harsh winters will always come to an end. It is the flower now known as Astoria. Chapter 6. Tori's life, if it could be called a life, became a routine of blood and hunger and darkness. Her cell bore no link to the outside world. Light was perpetually dim and colorless, seeping under the iron door in bleak wisps. Day or night, or whatever it was, the light remained constant. Her cell was buried somewhere deep beneath the white citadel. There was no basis for time except when the slit at the bottom of her cell door would open, and a plate with stale bread, a fermenting apple, and a cup of water would come through. On occasion there arrived a cold slop, which tasted vaguely of porridge. Tori guessed these meals came once a day, though there was no way of knowing for certain. The meals were almost worse than true starvation. They dispelled the pangs for an hour or so, but then they would return with fury, and Tori spent the rest of the day with a crushing emptiness in her stomach, trying not to speculate how long it would be before her next momentary respite. The little slivers of light provided enough visibility to know there was nothing in her cell to see. The room was about 8 feet squared, with no chairs, no drainage vents, nothing. Nothing but a small bucket in order to do her business, which reeked horribly and was switched out only when it had begun to overflow, and always while she slept. When this happened, Tori woke with a start to the sudden absence of stench. As days passed, the bloodletting grew less frequent. At first it seemed to follow a pattern of every 2 meals, but then it was 3, and then it was more. It was as though the morphs could sense the weakening of her body. No sooner would she begin to feel a little revived than morphs would arrive with a needle and several glass vials. When they finished, they wrapped her arm in cloth and left her to lie in aching pain and hollow starvation. Weeks went by, and the guards removed her shackles, as she barely had the strength to stand for the draining process, let alone to resist them. It was a small mercy. Tori wondered how long she would last like this. How much blood and magic could her body continue to produce before her wells went dry? A month passed before the Chancellor summoned her to his palace. Once more she was dolled up and dressed in fine clothes. She knelt at his throne, and the Chancellor touched her jaw tenderly when he approached. "You look terrible, Astoria," he said. Tori felt terrible. As the servants readied her, Tori had seen the dark rings around her eyes, her yellowing complexion, the way her skin drew tight around the bones of her face. Tori did not respond. "I won't give him the satisfaction." "It's a shame to see you this way. Come along." Cyrus Morrow held out his hand and led Tori again to his balcony. The square below was filled with nobles and merchants and servants going about business as usual. The snow was beginning to melt. Spring had come, but it all felt the same in her cell. "No more riots," said the Chancellor. "They've already forgotten about you. To think your suffering is for nothing. I'd wager you don't last a year in the dungeons." He said it as though this weren't a remarkable amount of time. Tori dreaded the thought. A year of this hell? "What do you care?" Tori said. "You have my power, whether I serve you or not." The Chancellor did not smile. He took her hand, and his warmth spread through her, breaking through the numbness that had taken over her existence. His voice grew solemn. "Believe it or not, Tori,
but I don't enjoy seeing you this way. I don't enjoy wasted magic. I don't believe in wasting anyone.
Take your friend from the gallows. Darian, was it? Tori clenched her fists at the mention of him. She had destroyed his rebellion, and now there was nothing she regretted more than the day she discovered her magic. Don't say his name. Ah, yes, a tender subject. But Darian is adjusting well to life in the shadow camps. He may well become a fine soldier. He thinks you're dead, you know. Everyone thinks you're dead. In a dark way, Tori wished it were true. Her fingers trembled, and it was not out of fear or cold. It was weakness. 1 month of bloodletting had left her feeling worse than any pain she had endured in the fringes. She had known hunger and cold and agony then, but she'd had Darian. Though they had lived in a mere shanty with dozens of others, though she had worked all day in a textile mill and eaten little, Tori had still clung to the hope of better days. Now there was no hope, only wondering how long it would take to die. The Chancellor's touch grew warmer. His face radiated. Tori fought the urge to draw near. That is what he wants. There is so much for you to learn, said the Chancellor. So much potential. Why waste your magic, Astoria? Tori's mind had begun to clear, the most it had since she had last been on this balcony. But a month of suffering had not swayed her. Serving you, my lord, that would be the waste of my magic. The Chancellor did not grow angry with her. Well, we will see what another month brings. The guards returned with a chalice and tube, and the Chancellor drank her blood on his balcony. And that marked the first sick cycle of Tori's existence. Spring passed, and so did the short summer. Every month Tori was summoned. Every month she refused the Chancellor, and every month he drank blood fresh from her veins. As each month passed, Tori felt her body and mind fading farther and farther away. For most of her waking hours, she was barely cognizant of reality. When her mind began to clear, which usually meant she had less than an hour before the next bloodletting, her thoughts often returned to her mother. Why did she sell me? Ever since the gallows, Tori had doubted the things she'd once thought were so clear. The memories did not return all at once. They slipped into her dreams, beginning with the boy. A Jan Avi boy from her village. His warm, slightly pudgy face was so vivid, dark eyes stricken with fear. In her dreams, he was swept away by the surging force of the great spillway. The mighty river would have borne him to his death. Tori had to do something. Something raged inside her, like a sudden rising tide. When she woke, Tori knew it was a memory. The images ran over and over in her mind, and she knew she had seen them before. It was a memory she had forgotten completely. But how could I forget something so real? Tori did not understand it, but she did not ponder long before the guards came and drained her blood, and she sank back into her blood-spent stupor. But the dreams always returned. She dreamed of the night her mum betrayed her. They sprinted through the tent city, Tori gripping her mum's hand. Her palms were cold and sweaty. Her mum was filled with fear. Tori had always remembered that. She had thought it must have been regret or guilt for selling her own daughter. In her dreams, the tent city was haunted by soaring, twisted shadows that seemed to choke the very life out of the city. Why have I thought so little of that night? Why was Mum so scared? Try as she might, Tori could not bring clarity to the memories, and soon enough her blood was drained,
and any clarity she'd managed would vanish. Tori tried to recreate the sense that had come over her when she destroyed the gallows, to find that energy in the world. She reached out with her mind, tried to focus, to rediscover that inexplicable awareness of the world. Everything had seemed so vivid, so wondrous, so full of life. Tori longed for that feeling again, the way a drunk longed for another tankard of ale. But even at her strongest, in the moments right before the guards came, day after wretched day, the world of her cell appeared as it always had, blocks of cold stone stacked and mortared to form this cube of a reeking room. Astoria Burodai had no power here, and soon enough her blood was drained and her mind fogged over again. In those brief moments of lucidity, Tori also thought of Darien, what horrors he had to be enduring in the shadow camps, how she'd failed him, how she'd taken away the power of his attempted resistance. He thought her dead, and, she supposed, he would likely be dead soon as well. They would both slip away into the great void of those who resisted the mighty. And when they were gone, the Chancellor's power would grow, and his dominion would spread from Osha to the far reaches of the New World, fueled by Tori's magic. The longer this realization sunk in, the more she wondered whether her resistance mattered at all. Months passed, and the snow and the cold returned. The only constant was Tori's monthly trips to the Chancellor's palace. She hated the way he doted on her, dressing her up, feeding her fine food, tempting her with little tastes of civility, as though she were some battered pup who would come running for the slightest form of reprieve. "Your resilience is impressive," Cyrus Morrow had said at her last visit. "Truly, I expected you to be dead by now." It irritated her, the way he would speak so admirably of her. Tori might as well have been dead. As the months passed by, her body slipped from frailty into decay, and her mind drifted further and further into slumber. It was horrible to be left alone with haunted thoughts. No one to dispel the fear, the guilt, the despair. Tori began to lose track of where her dreams ended and her consciousness began. In the dark stink of her cell, she lost herself inside her own mind. One morning, Tori woke to the sound of swords clashing outside her cell. Then Darien burst in. Her heart filled with joy. After all this time, he had come for her. Her resistance hadn't been in vain. Darien smiled, his copper skin glowing in the lantern light. He rushed in, cut off her shackles, kissed her forehead, and embraced her. His warmth washed over her, filling her with life. "It's all right, Tori," he whispered in her ear. "We're safe now. Come away." And Darien ran out the door. Tori stumbled across the cell, only to find the door sealed shut and her room empty, and then the lock clanked, and the morphs came for her blood. The hallucinations never turned dark, however. In her fantasies, Tori always escaped. Things always got better. It was as though her mind were playing sick games with her, filling her with false hope. She dreamed of feasts and sunshine and green meadows while she lay in the cold, damp darkness. She dreamed her powers returned, and she killed the guards and fled. Tori grew fond of the hallucinations. They kept her company, kept her mind off the reality that she was slowly dying. Every time her blood was drained, she felt a little closer to death. When her mum came to her, Tori told her straight away, "I know this isn't real. You lied to me, sold me, abandoned me." "I'm sorry I left you," Celine Burodai said. Her skin shone like the sunrise. "Why didn't you tell me what I was?" Tori sobbed. Her mum smiled, her eyes sparkling bright like little pieces of night sky. "I had to keep you safe, my love. I have always been keeping you safe."
She reached out and touched her face, and Tori pressed into her mum's touch. Oh, how she had longed for it, missed it. Tori was filled with warmth. "I'm so sorry," her mum whispered. You didn't want to leave, did you?" Celine Borodai stepped back. Her smile seemed to fill the room. Her hand brushed Tori's face, gently, so gently that it passed right through her. Her mum disappeared, and Tori was left alone once more, lying on the floor of her cell. Water was drip, drip, dripping rhythmically. When it splattered, it sprayed her with tiny droplets, very tiny droplets, as though they were pieces of something much larger, something that composed the entire world. Tori shot up from the ground. "It's the sense, my magic!" She could feel it again, feel the way it weaved in and out of everything, like so many threads binding the world together. So small you could move your hand and it would pass right through without noticing. But not for Tori. She noticed. The metamorphi were running late. If her senses were returning, they should come soon. Any moment, Tori feared, they would arrive and the sense would be gone. Or worse, the sense itself might just be another hallucination. But the morphs never came, and the sense grew stronger, sharper. Her mind quickly oriented itself to her surroundings. Minutes crawled by, and Tori barely breathed. She could feel her body gaining strength, clarity growing in her mind, the sense expanding. Beyond the door, she could hear steady breaths, and there were hints of something potent on the air, like the wine she and Darian had drunk on their last night together. But there was something else as well, something sharp, something that did not belong. It came to her in a burst of final clarity. The steady breathing, the wine, the thing that did not belong. Someone is helping me escape. Chapter 7. A trap, Tori thought, not daring to hope. Of course, it has to be a trap. How else could it be explained? The metamorphi were right outside her door, as they'd always been. This had to be the next stage in the Chancellor's sick mind games. The same way he offered her fine food and clothes when she visited him, now he was teasing her with a little taste of her magic. And the more her senses swelled with that glorious awareness of the world, the more she longed for it to be true. But she forced herself to wait, to resist the temptation. An hour passed and no one came, and Tori felt as though the spring sun was shining down on her after a long, dark winter. Her mind was nearly singing. Everything felt so real, so vivid, despite the dreary nature of her surroundings. There came no sound from beyond her cell door, but steady breaths. Even so, it was some time before Tori mustered the courage to test her abilities for the first time since the square. Finally, she could not resist it any longer. It was as though her magic were willing her to use it again. In her mind, Tori sensed the intricate mechanisms of the lock on the other side of the door. Each one rang with a certain timbre, and if it was nudged just right, it rang more sharply, it rang true. One by one, with a strange flex of her mind, Tori nudged the mechanisms with her sorcery. For a moment, the ringing got muddled, and she feared the metamorphi would wake from their slumber and catch her. But of course, the ringing was only in her head. It was the sense. The mechanisms slid ever so slightly, and there was a soft clang, and then Tori pressed at the iron door. It groaned as it swung free. Strength and confidence rose up within her, and she stepped from her reeking cell. At the sight of the metamorphi, Tori's heart leapt in her chest. They were unconscious. Slumped against the walls on either side of the door, Tori slipped out into the corridor. She could feel the creatures' rhythmic breaths. Between them lay a pair of goblets and a half-empty bottle of wine. Drugged, she thought. Well, it's run or die now. Tori shut the cell door behind her, took a lantern off the wall, and headed into the dark. Winding down corridor after corridor, her atrophied legs ached beneath her meager weight. She kept expecting her limbs to collapse from fatigue, but the more steps she took, the more her legs loosened up and grew stronger. Her stumbles turned into steady strides. Her mind soared with marvelous clarity. Tori winded down corridors for some time, marveling at how they continued on and on. How many other cells are there in this place? Are there others like me? Other sorcerers being harvested by the Chancellor? But she could not risk opening any doors to find out. She continued on, hoping as she turned each corner that she would not walk right into a guard. The corridors seemed to stretch endlessly into the dark, and she began wondering if she would be found lost in this maze days later and then be put to death, or worse, kept alive for more months of bloodletting and agony. Perhaps it was still somehow part of the Chancellor's games, but she could not turn back. She clung to hope. After some time, she reached the end of the passage, a rounded room with no exits, and there had been no other passageways behind her. Tori cursed the gods and turned, about to head back and brave the staircase, when she felt a twinge in her mind beckoning her back. There was a grate in the corner. Tori drew near. The opening was just large enough to shimmy through. A stench rose from the sewage vent, and it reminded her instantly of the waste fields in the fringes after a hard rain. The horrid odor made her stomach lurch. But Tori could either endure the stench or wander blind until she was captured and thrown back into an equally rancid cell. She just hoped the vent led out of the tower. The tunnel was about 4 feet high, and despite her slight stature, it forced her to crouch low. She followed the slow seep of sewage, one hand holding the lantern, the other plugging her nose. Each footstep squelched, and the waste seemed to sink in and grab at her rotted boots. Something brushed past her leg, and she jumped, covering her mouth to keep from crying out. A dark blur scurried off down the tunnel. It was a rat, the size of a small dog. Tori recovered herself. Her hands were shaking. The farther Tori ventured, the more blurs scampered away. The place was infested, but they ran from the lantern light. Every 20 or 30 yards, small tributaries joined the main flow of sewage. Little shadows disappeared up the smaller tunnels. They were only rats, but with every squeal and sudden movement, Tori's heart quickened. Legends told of other, more fearful beasts underground. It was said the beasts of the underworld were the only ones who survived the purge of the old world. The gulag, a worm-like monster with multiple heads and teeth the size of skulls, that burrowed deep below the earth and formed the cavern realms beneath the crooked teeth. The Krokala, the demon fairies driven below by the watchers of old. And the Nosferati, the cursed race of cannibals that feasted on humans who wandered too deep. Tori's mum had loved to tell tales of such beasts to the children of the steppe. Tori steadied herself and pressed onward, waving the torch. She could deal with rats, but gods, the smell! It was a poison slowly numbing her mind the longer she breathed it in. Her head seemed to be floating somewhere above her body, as though she were looking down upon herself while she stumbled through the sludge. Ahead, she caught a faint glimmer of the world above. Moments later, she tumbled out into glorious fresh air and scrambled out of the flow. Ducts bore the waste down to the harbor and dumped it into the boundless sea. From this viewpoint, at the base of a large hillside, Tori knew she was in the lowlands outside the limits of Morrowill. She scrambled away from the ducts and lay in the snow, taking in fresh breaths. Towering, leafless trees stretched out to the heavens like the fingers of fringe babes grasping for their dead mothers. In the moonlight, Tori could make out her frail form.
Her trousers were tattered and rotting around gangly legs, gray with grime and malnourishment. Her cloak was grungy and patchy, but she was alive. Tori gazed up at the cloudless sky. She had never felt so grateful to see it in all her life, to lie upon snow and breathe sweet, frigid air. The stars fluttered, and the twin moons of the new world bathed the grove in a near daytime light. Tori felt as though the sisters were shining down just for her. Beside a small seedling in the grove, a lone purple flower poked through the snowpack. A winter lily. It was the first to bloom in the north. Winter is coming to an end. The northern winter had been nearing its end on the day of the gallows, which meant it had been a full year since Tori had breathed fresh air and felt anything but pain. A year spent bleeding, starving, lost inside her own mind. Yet here she was, free, gazing up at the war between dark and light waging in the heavens, and tonight the light seemed to be winning. But Tori could not rest long. An unsettling question stirred her from her reverie. Who drugged those guards? Who helped me? And where are they now? Tori scanned the surrounding trees for movement. She felt helplessly exposed in the open grove. Would the metamorphy come bounding through the tunnels in droves any second? Her body tensed, but no one appeared. In the distance, the white citadel was silhouetted against the sky. Tori could make out the outstretched arm of the Chancellor's statue, where her body had hung for all the city to see. But her true body was feeling stronger by the minute. The effects of the Chancellor were already wearing thin. Tori needed to get moving. But where? To the north, the craggy, snow-capped peaks of the Crooked Teeth loomed over Osha. It would be the last place the Morphs would look. But even if she survived the cold, there were the Crooked Mountain folk to worry about. Half-crazed and half-starved, it was told, and there were the Rulocks, if they truly existed. The Chancellors never bothered conquering the Teeth. The mountains formed the northern and eastern boundaries of the nation, a natural 15,000-foot wall secluding Osha from the world. No one would dare bring an army through its treacherous passes. To conquer Osha, an invading army could take only 3 paths: the boundless sea, avoiding the razor-sharp rocks, massive icebergs, and towering fjords lining the western coast; the chest-high grasslands of the green sea of Greater Osha; or the haunted forest of Gen, where ghosts had been known to drive men to their own deaths. The sea would involve bartering passage or stowing away, but who knows when a ship will be sailing? Tori did not have time to wait. The Green Sea was the path of the Night Legions. It would be filled with marching soldiers on their way to war against the Morgathians. It would leave her far too exposed, and food would be hard to come by. The haunted forest, then. There was no other choice. The forest lay west of the fringes, across Glacier Sound. The only way across the sound was by the Meridian, the immense bridge that spanned it several leagues to the east. But the Meridian would be teeming with guards. Again, only one option. Tori set out at a swift pace, but soon slowed. Her head felt light from her journey through the waste, or perhaps it was the fact she'd not eaten a decent meal since her last visit with the Chancellor. Tori followed the ducts for half a league, then stole through the woods to the outskirts of a small harbor village. The dirt and pebble lanes were empty, save for the occasional fisherman or dock servant preparing nets and lines by lantern light, and Tori made her way easily to the abandoned docks. She was beginning to feel blessed by the gods again, until she saw the guard. The tall, broad-shouldered woman paced the docks methodically. Her head wagged from side to side, keeping count of vessels. Anyone caught ferrying over from the fringes was put to death. Tori had never heard of anyone ferrying the other way, though. No one desired to leave Osho once they arrived. Tori hid behind a heap of nets and pondered her next move. Her first instinct was to kill the guard and toss the body into the harbor, tied to an anchor. But she couldn't help but think of Darien, training to fight the Chancellor's wars. This woman was a soldier like he was, a servant like Tori had been. She could not bear the thought of someone killing Darien out of convenience. After gauging the guard's pace, Tori waited until she passed by again, then made her way to the western end and chose an 8-foot kayak made of socha and sealskin. The vessel was watertight, except for a small hole in the top for her body to slip through. Her legs extended down the length of the vessel, leaving her upper body exposed to row. She heaved off as softly as she could, using subtle paddle strokes to navigate her way from the docks. The guard made her way to the eastern end of the docks, oblivious, and Tori slipped into the night. As she entered the open water, the waves grew larger and more violent. With every wave, Tori grew more nervous and more tired. Am I making any progress at all? The waves seemed to push back equally for every stroke. She dared not look back, but the shoreline of the fringes seemed to get no closer. Already the sky was turning gray with the coming dawn. Tori paddled with all her strength, the nose of the vessel cutting through the waves. Salt water splashed in her mouth, reminding her how thirsty she was. Her strength was waning fast. Her arms ached. She'd had no food, and adrenaline could only take her so far. In the distance, the silhouette of a patrol boat drifted past her, toward the Oshan shore. Tori paddled on, trying to move as fast as she could, despite her growing fatigue. At long last, the fringes grew larger on the horizon. The waves shifted and began to bear her toward the other side. Steely skies were bleeding hints of yellow and orange. Tori was a few hundred yards from the fringes when a bell rang out from the Oshan shore behind her. It did not ring once, nor did it ring out the hour. The bell rang furiously. An alarm. Tori glanced behind her for the first time. To her horror, she saw the patrol boat bearing straight toward her. It soared across the harbor, leaping from wave to wave at the power of its rowers. With every stroke, they came nearer and nearer. Tori had never worked so hard in her life. She paddled with everything inside her. Her breaths were desperate gasps, and her heart thundered in her chest. She could feel every beat, sense the contractions of her heart pumping blood to her paddling arms, sense the tiny liquid particles being fed air that coursed through her body. The world was large, yet it was small, everything a microcosm of the grander, larger thing. Infinitely complex particles composed everything. Between the particles, Tori could sense something binding them, the energy at the heart of the world. It flowed in the water, danced upon the air, surged through her blood. Beyond physical plausibility, the paddles of Tori's emaciated body grew faster, and the swells of sea expanded. Her kayak raced upon the waves. Tori crossed the final stretch of harbor, and the vessel caught sand. She leapt out and sprinted up the bank and into the fringes. Shanties formed a vast maze that stretched for several leagues in all directions, and Tori lost herself in the masses. At sunrise, the narrow lanes were already teeming with fringe rats vying for a day's labor with the taskmasters. At first, Tori ran, weaving her way through the throbbing mass of scrawny bodies in tattered clothing. But then she realized her rotting clothes smelled of waste. Her limbs looked more like dying willow branches than human arms and legs. I look like any fringe rat. Tori slowed her pace, pulled her hood up over her grimy hair, and blended in with the crowd. The shanties all looked the same, thatched roofs on a 4-post frame. Some had the luxury of walls. Pyres littered the squares in the housing districts, where fringe rats burned the bodies of their dead. This was a dark celebration in winter. Burning days meant the warmth of a fire. The poorest and most desperate rats would pile atop one another and sleep in the square near the warmth of burning corpses. Tori had not thought of this ritual in some time, and it made her queasy to think on the memories. The pyres were growing large. Fires would soon be lit. It was commotion behind her, shouts of guards and scrambling people. Tori pressed forward, trying with all her strength not to break out in a dead sprint. The crowds were thinning. The farther south she went, the fewer people there would be to hide her. Most of the workhouses were on the northern waterfront. Tori's body grew weaker with each step. Her head felt light. She needed food desperately. Ahead, a small square teemed with vendor carts. She could not journey through the forest of Gen without provisions, but she had no money. She would have to steal them. The vendors are crooks anyway, she told herself. The square was crowded. A nearby cart was loaded with stale bread, probably overflow from Marowell. The vendor argued with an elderly woman, though Tori knew it was likely the woman was little older than her own mother had been. The harshness of the fringes aged people quick. No one lived long under those conditions. "No, not enough," shouted the vendor. 10 coppers apiece, no exceptions." Tori inspected a loaf in the cart while the woman pled her case. "Please, sir, I need 2 to feed me family. Please." The vendor slapped her with the back of his hand. "Away! I do no business with beggars," the woman wailed. In the commotion, Tori snatched 2 loaves, slipped them beneath her cloak, and stole back into the crowd unnoticed. "1 loaf, then, okay," whimpered the poor woman. 1 loaf, and make it 12 coppers for begging." Tori wanted to kill the vendor right there in the square. The old woman's eyes filled with tears as she handed the vendor 12 coins and took her loaf. She trudged to the edge of the square, sat against a building in the thawing slush, and wept. How many children will she be feeding with that 1 loaf? If their father was alive, he was likely working to death in the labor camps or salt mines. Tori was overcome by pity, as well as guilt for having been chosen by Scalero, for having so easily forgotten how much worse it was in the fringes. Even slaves had it better than a single fringe rat. Tori pressed her way through the crowd, knelt down, and handed the woman one of her stolen loaves. "Feed your family," said Tori. Kindness was no virtue in the fringes, for kindness did not exist. It was everyone for themselves. The woman eyed Tori for only a second. Then she snatched the loaf and ran from the square without looking back. Tori found a trough and scooped water with her hand. Probably she was sharing water with pigs and goats, but she didn't care. She nibbled at her loaf, resisting the urge to devour the entire thing at once. But with every bite she felt more revived, and the loaf was soon gone. The forest of Gen would take a week at least to cross, and hunting and gathering would be scarce this time of year. She would need much more sustenance to begin the journey. A cry rang out somewhere beyond the square. The soldiers were close again. Tori needed to be quick. She spied one vendor speaking jovially with a customer. This time she did not pause to check out the vendor's wares. She walked right past, drawing as close as she dared. The vendor cocked back his head and laughed at something the customer said. Spit dribbled from his chin as he shook with cackling. With a motion so swift it was nearly invisible, Tori snatched a pair of apples off the vendor's cart and continued on her way. Weaving through the throng, she made for the southern entrance of the square. "Yeah, God's damned thief!" Tori kept her head down and pressed on. The crowd began dispersing around her. She looked back in time to glimpse the vendor's fist heading for the back of her head. She ducked, her senses flaring. The vendor missed and lost balance, but with his other hand, he latched onto her coat.
"Steal from me, will ya? I'll ruddy kill ya."
The man pulled out a jagged blade the length of Tori's arm and swung at her. Missed. He jabbed it at her chest, and Tori dodged it. The man staggered forward with the empty motion, and Tori struck back. Her palm connected with the vendor's nose, launching him off his feet. Energy rushed from her, and the man sailed across the lane, struck a shanty wall, and landed on his back in the snow, blood pouring from his face. He didn't move, but Tori didn't have time to see whether she had killed him. As she turned to run, a shriek pierced the air. Shadows streaked across the sky. Black wings loomed against threatening clouds. It was an army of metamorphi. Cries filled the air, and people ran in terror as the creatures bore down upon the shanties. Tori's heart raced. Her fingers shook from the memory of her last encounter with the monsters. A pair of wingless morphs entered the square, sending anyone in their way soaring with a swing of their massive, mangled heads. They turned without hesitance and bounded straight toward Tori. Chapter 8. Tori did not freeze up as she had the day of the gallows. She snatched up the vendor's shoddy blade from the snow and ran faster than she'd ever run in her life. Weaving between shacks and narrow passageways, fear and desperation propelled her on. Shrieks filled the sky, echoing through the fringes, as though the metamorphi were attacking from all directions. 3 morphs circled high above, but they did not descend upon her. It's only when they sense magic. Tori willed herself not to access the energy again, but her senses were on fire. She could feel the 2 wingless beasts closing upon her. The ground trembled with the jarring thuds of their massive paws. Hot, putrid breaths warmed her neck. The beasts were about to pounce. Tori dropped to her knees and spun to face them. The creatures leapt through the air, and Tori thrust out with the vendor's blade. Blood sprayed from the first beast's chest. The blade lodged deep in its heart. The morph collapsed, shifting back to its human form. But its comrade landed safely beyond, turning with a roar. Tori leapt back to her feet, but now she had no weapon. The beast stalked forward. A grin stretched across its wide mouth, revealing fangs the size of spikes. Tori knew she could not kill this creature, not without using her power and bringing the whole army of metamorphi down upon her. The beast leapt. Tori dodged to the side, rolling, and sprang back to her feet. It was all she could do to suppress the energy raging within her. It was as though she were denying every instinct inside of her. She sprinted down a narrow lane lined with empty crates, knocking them down behind her as she passed. The creature bounded after, barreling through the barricades. If only there was some place to hide, some nook where I could disappear. Tori recognized this place. She was in one of the poorest and most run-down slum districts at the southern end of the fringes. One tall, teetering structure towered several stories above a wide stretch of shanties. Tori remembered the tall building vaguely from her years here. She and Darian had been jumped by one of the many street gangs that lurked in the slums. Tori recalled looking up at that ramshackle tower from the ground as a vicious girl twice her size pounded her face and then snatched the few coppers Tori had and ran. Tori had never ventured there again. All she remembered was the tower, but she knew she was at the heart of the fringes. The muddy lanes were so rough they could barely be called roads, and so narrow it was hard to tell where one ended and another began. The lanes weaved nonsensically between hundreds of rusty dwellings. A few scrawny fringe rats cowered in the corners of their homes, and sank into the piles of rags they called beds as Tori shot past. Tori lost herself in the maze of shanties, hoping to find somewhere to hide. She rounded a corner, and her heart sank. An impasse. A 15-foot wall isolated the slums from the factories at the heart of the fringes. Tori had forgotten all about it. "There's no way I can reach the top," she thought, eyeing the jagged surface of the stone. Factory walls were often lined with shards of glass and metal to ward off thieves. Even if she could leap that high, she'd cut her hands to pieces. Tori felt a swelling of energy inside her, ready to burst out. The warg paused at the end of the lane, blocking her only route of escape. It laughed, a menacing growl, but it was unmistakable. "You can't escape me." The creature's voice was a seething, guttural purr. "You have no power over me, gallows girl. I can smell your fear." Tori backed toward the wall, and the morph crept forward, its head low, teeth dripping with thick, foaming spittle. "You will die," it said, "just like your mother." Tori's stomach sank. "What are you talking about?" "I never forget a kill. It's not every day you find a sorceress on the steppe. Your mother tasted like stale venison at the end of winter." Tori's back brushed against the wall. The creature crouched, only a few yards away from splitting her open. Tori swelled with rage, the energy coursing through her veins. "The morphs killed Mum?" The beast shook with laughter. "I doubt you'll taste much better, but I am going to enjoy." "Enjoy what?" said a strange voice. A man strode toward them from the end of the lane. He was tall, dressed in fine obsidian garb, the garments of a noble. He looked absurd in contrast with the drab surroundings. His hair was long and as dark as his clothes. His skin was pale as the snow. An Oshan noble. The creature turned to face the intruder. "You won't be tasting her," said the Oshan man. "The Chancellor wants her alive. Any fool can tell that." His voice was airy, as though he stared down morph beasts every day. "What is this idiot's play? Is he here to turn me in? Collect a reward?" The beast growled. "Perhaps you're right." It stalked toward him, turning away from Tori. She did not move. Was this man crazy? He didn't even brandish a weapon at the creature. But perhaps she could get past while he distracted the morph. Suddenly, beside her, a second man appeared, leaping from the edge of the wall. He landed with the grace and precision of a hawk. He was dressed in ragged leathers. His long hair was dirty brown, and his eyes were like sapphires on a noble's amulet. His face curved in a permanent scowl, skin tight and weathered. He touched a finger to his lips and drew a silent blade. The morph was only a few yards from the cocky nobleman at the end of the lane. His rough-clad comrade crept toward the unwitting beast from behind. With all of them distracted, Tori considered leaping the wall and making a run for it, but something held her back. She watched the two Oshan men, curious. The creature growled. "The Chancellor may want the girl alive, but I think he couldn't care less about you." The nobleman laughed, the beast mere feet from him. "Ah, but that is where you're wrong, my friend. We are all that matters to the Chancellor." The beast crouched, then leapt at the nobleman. But in the same instant, the rough-clad man dashed forward, swinging his saber. The warg's head severed from its body, inches from the nobleman's face, and rolled in the snow. The body collapsed in a steaming heap. Tori breathed with relief, her magic energy subsiding within her. She realized her fingernails had been digging into her palms. "Shenza!" The nobleman cursed in Yan Avi, a strange language for an Oshan. Was he some sort of merchant? That was closer than I would have preferred, brother. The rough-looking man inspected the morph's head. Slowly it shifted back to its human form, eyes lolled back in its skull, empty. If you were worried, Ren, you'd have drawn your blades. He wiped his saber on his leathers and returned it to the sheath on his back. Tori still had not moved from the end of the lane. She was not sure if she should thank these men or make a run for it. The noble-looking one named Ren strode forward, smiling. There's no need to fear, Astoria. We've been waiting for you. You what? She was certain she had never seen either of these men in her life. How do you know who I am? Her senses surged back to life. A morph flew high over their heads and shrieked. The three of them ducked into the shadows of the lane, crouching low in the muck of melting snow and pressing close to the shanty walls. We don't have time for pleasantries, growled the rough-clad brother. And this kid is so tense she might explode with magic at the next sight of them. How does he know? Tori thought, trying to calm her senses. If we move now, Kale, the creatures will spot us, said Ren. We must wait for them to move on. That morph sensed us, Ren. I told you we shouldn't have flown here. A strange understanding dawned on Tori. In all her mum's tales, the Watchers had been able to do more than just wield magic. Wait a minute. You can fly? She said, picturing the rough-clad one named Kale landing effortlessly from atop that wall. Kale granted her a nod. And you have been locked up in a tower for a year, haven't you? You'll have to pardon, Kale, Ren said. My brother wouldn't know how to greet a goat, let alone the Saint of Osha, the Gallows Destroyer, the last Watcher. What are you talking about? Said Tori. Ren smiled. That's what the common folk call you under murmured breaths. But I like to think of you more as the first Watcher, or at least the first one to be publicly known across the New World. Whispers have crossed the entire continent of what you did the day of the gallows. The tales of the Watchers are being murmured all across the Empire. I'm not a Watcher, said Tori. Kale grunted, looking at the sky. The morphs have moved on. We should too. Yes, you're right. He's always right, I'm afraid, Ren said for Tori's benefit, even if he acts like an uncouth beast from the old world. Kale rolled his eyes and pointed down the lane. Let's go. Where are you taking me? How did you know where I was? Why are you helping me? Were you the ones who drugged those guards in the citadel? Ren shook his head. So many questions. I'm afraid we'll have to give you answers when we are out of this cesspool. Know that we are here to help, Astoria. Tori did not like the idea of trusting someone she'd just met, even if that meeting had involved these men killing the morph that was hunting her down. But what choice do I have? Ren pulled a fine dagger out of a sheath on his hip and handed it to her. This will serve you better than that nasty shard you used back there, though you made fine work of that morph under the circumstances. Ren, now, hissed Kale. The two brothers led the way down one narrow passage after another, and Tori followed. She felt wary about these men, and particularly their talk of Watchers. Is that what I am? What this magic sense is? But she felt a need to follow, to find out more. Avoiding the squares in the main lanes of the fringes, they led her farther south. Two morphs circled above, and in the distance, Tori made out the shrieks of lowborns. She wondered, darkly, how many were dying because of this hunt for her. Kale led the way, moving lithely upon long legs,
each footfall landing soft and sure. Ren kept by Tori's side, a long dagger in his hand. Tori liked the feel of her own blade. It was finer than any she'd held, perfectly balanced. As they reached the edge of the fringes, Kale slowed his pace. Tori and Ren followed suit. Before them lay the south road, and beyond that, a wide stretch of field, and past the field, the forest of Gen loomed dark and ominous against the foothills of the Crooked Teeth. "All eyes," Kale said, gazing up to the low-hanging clouds. The lane was empty, save for their footprints in the soggy spring thaw. "Our tracks," Tori whispered. "Even if we slip past them, they'll know we went into the forest." Ren nodded. "Morphs don't venture into the forest of Gen. It is full of spirits, the dead whispering on the wind, their fingers choking out the breaths of the guilty." "I thought those were stories," said Tori. Ren smiled. "I'm sure you thought plenty of things were stories. The Chancellor's creatures will look for us on the other side of the forest, but we won't be venturing where they expect." "We can yak about it when we're safe in the forest," said Kale, who had not once taken his eyes off the sky. "There are only the 2 sentinels now. The rest must be searching the northern fringes. The sentinels will spot us as soon as we break cover, but we may have enough time to clear the field." There was a mighty whooshing sound overhead, like canvas tents in a terrible storm on the steppe, as one morph made its pass. It soared near the cloud line. The other would be on the opposite end of the fringes now. Tori felt queasy and gripped her dagger tightly. She pictured that wingless beast again, its fangs inches from her face. "Those morphs killed Mum." She wanted to kill them all, but she pushed the thought away. It would do her no good right now. Kale counted to himself, then hissed, "Now!" The 3 sprinted from the shanties. The field before them was barren grassland, no trees, not even a hill. They were utterly exposed, and no sooner had they crossed the south road than there was another loud whoosh behind them. A morph descended straight from the thick clouds, landing on a shanty roof. The 4 posts snapped beneath it. The creature arched its back and released an ear-piercing cry. Then 3 more metamorph descended from the clouds. The creatures were toying with us, Tori realized, waiting for us to come out in the open. "Shenza!" Ren cried. "Run!" Tori, Ren, and Kale ran as fast as they could, but the creatures were on them in seconds. One faced them head-on, its jaws wide, its talons flashing as they reached for Tori. Kale leapt forward, swinging his saber with finesse. The blade clanged off the creature's talons, and the morph flew past and circled around. Another came from the left, its talons tearing at Tori's cloak, but it could not latch on. Tori swung her dagger, and there was a splatter of blood from the creature's wing, but then another attacked from behind. "We're surrounded!" Ren shouted as he clipped its wing with his own blade. One by one, the metamorph descended from all sides. It was some sort of spiraling battle formation, and their blades had little effect on the creatures. They swooped down so quick that none could land a solid blow. "Form up!" cried Kale. The 3 of them moved back to back, facing the creatures, exchanging blows deflected by talons. But the metamorph could not snatch up Tori from any direction. Talons stretched out, only to be deflected by blades. Ren tried a new tactic. From his cloak he produced a satchel filled with iron balls. With a flare of magic, the balls shot through the air like a flurry of musket fire. The first morph to attack was shot in the wing and spun away, blood spraying Tori's face as she lashed out with her dagger. The morph veered in the air, missing them, but its wing gave out, and it crashed to the ground nearby. Kale leapt to finish it off, and Ren sent another flurry of shots at the remaining 3 morphs as they regrouped out of range.
The morph leader let out 3 sharp cries, and the metamorph returned to the sky, flying in a tight circle. Well, if any of the morphs didn't know we were here, they're on their way now. Kale glared at his brother. Ren shrugged. That's one down. The morphs remained high in the sky. Tori, Ren, and Kale crept toward the forest of Gen, staying formed up back to back so they could see the morphs from all directions. Sharp cries echoed across the plains, and 2 more morphs joined the others in the sky. And now they have 5, said Kale. The leader let out a sharp series of cries, and the morphs descended one after the other, in swift succession, straight down upon them. Tori's grip went tight on her blade. Was this how it ended for Mum, too? Did she fight bravely, only to be overpowered in the end? The morphs reached her, and Tori swung hard with her dagger, shrieking with rage, remembering her mum's face. It was deflected, but Kale swung his saber in the same moment and clipped the first creature's wing. Ren fired off another round of shots with a flare of his magic. The morph came down hard, and Kale rolled away, entangled. Ren met the second in the air, leaping into flight with his dagger outstretched, a war cry on his lips. The blade met flesh, but the creature latched onto him and plummeted to the ground. Tori was left alone to face the last 3 creatures. This is it, but maybe I can take one down with me. She swung her blade, but the 3 reached her together. She warded off her first attacker, but the leader of the morphs came down from behind and latched onto her with bony arms. Talons seared the flesh of Tori's shoulders, and she shrieked with pain as the creature lurched her heavenward. Tori's dagger proved useless. Her arms were clamped to her sides. The fields blurred beneath her as the beast bore her higher and higher. Far below, Kale and Ren battled the other morphs. One more creature lay dead, but the sentinels were circling back to join the fray. On the ground, a pair of wingless beasts bounded through the fringes toward the clearing. Tori resisted with all her strength, but the morph was too strong. The creature spoke. Its voice was soft and sweet and familiar. You are weak, little gallows girl. You have lost much blood this past year. It's the Chancellor. Tori's body gave up under his fierce hold. She knew now her escape was over. Even if she could manage to squirm out of his reach, she would only plummet to her death. You're a survivor, Astoria, he said, and you're gifted. Why waste it? Why resist me? Tori did not answer. It infuriated her to have made it so far for nothing. From this great height, the field seemed to roll past as though it were set on a giant wheel. Tori found the sensation exhilarating, as though she'd waited all her life to fly. The wind swept through her hair in currents and waves like the sea. Her senses came to life. The air, too, was composed of things unseen, coursing energy. And this realization gave Tori a trace of hope. You're right. I don't want to waste away, Tori admitted, a last desperate idea teasing at her mind. I'm tired of resisting. I'm tired of hurting. Even in his morph form, Tori could tell the Chancellor was smiling his alluring grin. Of course you are, Astoria. You're weak, but I can make you great. I'll go, said Tori. I don't want to fight anymore. The Chancellor was soaring north across the fields. He loosened his grip on Tori. He was confident. He thought he had won. But the Chancellor was wrong. Tori was not weak. Her awareness of the world was stronger than ever. The Chancellor underestimated her strength, and she would make him pay for it. Tori flexed her mind, reaching out with her sense. The wind died down for a moment, but then a gust struck them, as though they had flown into an invisible wall. It was so forceful and unexpected that the Chancellor spun on his wings, and Tori seized her opportunity.
She thrust out her arms, and the Chancellor lost hold of her. She plunged Ren's blade into his side. The spinning stopped. The wind died down again. And then they were plummeting. Tori wrestled free of the Chancellor, and she plunged, her cloak flapping, her eyes watering. The ground raced toward her, and she knew she was going to die. She was a falling star about to collide with the world in an explosion of light, an explosion that would bear her on to see her mum again. That was what her mum had always taught her. This world is but the first of many, and we are destined to explore them all, my little love. Celine Burrodai's soft voice filled Tori's memory and gave her strength. Tori had been wrong about her mum, and she was grateful she had found out before the end. As she fell, her mum's face sprang from memory, so bright, so full of love, and Tori forgot all the bitter hatred she'd stored up over the years. In the end, Tori and her mum would have the same fate, and there was beauty in that. The earth's jaws rose up to swallow her, but at the last moment, Tori felt a surge of energy spring forth from within her. Tiny particles of air, the energy that coursed through it, through all things, caught her up like so many tiny webs of rope, slowing her fall. Not much, but it was enough. Tori landed in a clumsy crouch. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed with a bray of sharp pain. "My legs!" She thought she must have shattered them. But it didn't matter. She was alive. The Chancellor fell 100 yards off. He stirred on the ground, to Tori's dismay, but as he tried to raise himself, he collapsed. The sentinels landed beside him, and wingless metamorphi bounded across the field in their warg-like forms. Ren and Kale flew to her. Ren helped Tori to her feet, and she realized, strangely, that the pain had dissipated, and she could stand. The three of them raced across the remaining distance of the field. The morphs did not pursue, but instead tended to their fallen Chancellor, who was screaming with pain. The outstretched limbs of massive socha trees welcomed Tori, Ren, and Kale to the forest of Gen, and they disappeared under a thick shroud of foliage into the safety of the haunted forest. They sprinted deep into the woods. Tori thought her lungs would explode by the time Kale finally paused for a rest. Tori felt like she might retch, but Kale seemed to barely be breathing heavily at all. He stooped to his knees and held his ear to the ground. "I don't think we've been followed." "I told you as much," said Ren. "We should keep moving, though." "Please," said Tori, panting. Her entire body was pulsing from the throes of the attack, from surviving a fall from only the gods knew what height, and from running for her life for what felt like hours. Her energy was gone, and her body was spent. "Just a moment's rest." "Of course," said Ren, glaring at his brother. He handed her a canteen of water, and she lapped it up eagerly. "I feared you were dead." Ren touched her shoulder gently, but she still cringed at the unexpected touch. "So did I," she said, taking another swig. "I would be if it weren't for both of you. Thank you." Ren smiled, and Kale nodded, and for the first time in a year, Tori felt momentarily safe. But she knew it could not last long. The Chancellor. "I don't know how he managed to survive that fall," said Ren, "but I think it's safe to say he won't be on our heels immediately." "He'll send scouts soon," said Kale. "We should press on. Our shelter is still a good distance away." "Your shelter?" Ren smiled. "As I said before, we've been waiting for you." "We can talk about it when we're safe," said Kale. "Until then, we should move quick and keep silent." Ren shrugged. "Afraid he's right." He touched her shoulder again. His hand was warm, but still it unnerved her. Tori became suddenly aware that she knew nothing about the men who had helped her.
Wren seemed to sense her unease. "Breathe easy for a little while, Astoria. You're safe with us." After several hours of trekking through thick undergrowth, Wren paused near an outcropping of boulders. He circled a mound of rock and, on the far side, found a thin crack just large enough to slip through. Tori followed and entered a small space about 10 feet across, a cave formed by the leaning boulders, accessible only by the crack. Inside lay 3 rucksacks. "Provisions, a change of clothes, and a bedroll," Wren said, handing her a pack. He opened his own and retrieved some strips of salted pork. "Eat. You look a bit haggard." "Thanks for noticing." "I'm not saying you're not lovely for someone who just spent the last year starving in the Citadel, because you are." Tori regarded him querulously. Wren had saved her life, but she didn't even know why. "But he did risk his life to help me." For now she was famished, and she dug greedily into the pack. Soft bread, nuts, salted pork. She slumped on the ground, leaned against her pack, and ate voraciously. Nothing had ever tasted so glorious. "So, you were the ones who drugged the guards in the Citadel?" said Tori. "Actually, that was work on the inside," said Wren. "We would not have dared enter the White Citadel." "The inside?" said Tori. "Who? Who do you think?" Tori had wondered it from the moment she'd seen the unconscious guards outside her cell. She thought back to the last encounter she'd had with him, when her master had embraced his rebellious slave. It had made no sense. "Commander Scalero?" Wren nodded, though his smile waned. "Your former master has a vested interest in your survival. I was only a servant." Cale slipped through the crack in the rocks and huffed. "And I'm a horse's ass." Wren shook his head. "What my brother means is your master knew you were a watcher. How do you think you ended up in his household? Blind chance?" Tori pondered this, chewing on a large clump of bread. She had always thought it a strike of fortune, maybe even kindness from the gods. "Don't eat it all now," said Wren, gesturing to her already half-devoured loaf. "Scalero chose you to be his servant because he knew what you were." "But I didn't even know," said Tori. Cale crossed his arms over his chest. "The commander was trained to detect magic," said Wren, "like all the other morphs." "Like all the—" "Scalero is the commander of the metamorphy," Wren said, "and without his help, we would have had far more morphs on us in the fringes." Tori ate silently for a moment. She couldn't believe it. Her old master was a magic hunter? "Don't be too surprised. The morphs are a secretive army. I doubt even his close friends know." "Then why would he help me? He should have had me executed years ago." "Shapeshifting is a magic gift the chancellors of old fancied," said Wren. "They distorted it to make their very own breed of hunters to track down the surviving remnants of the Watchers. But the commander is not as loyal as our chancellor thinks, just as I was not many years ago. Just as many others in Osha are not. In secret, of course." Tori gnawed on a strip of salted pork. "So you work with Scalero?" Wren nodded. "And you're an ocean noble not loyal to the chancellor. So who are you exactly?" "Wren Andovier." "Of—" Tori coughed, nearly choking on the pork. "Of House Andovier?" House Andovier was a fallen lord house of Osha, often spoken of in hushed tones in Merowell. "The cursed house? I thought you died of a plague or something, the last of your line." "And they hung your corpse from the White Citadel," said Cale. "Yet here we all are. For the past 300 years, our family secretly preserved knowledge from the old world," Wren went on, "which is why they say we died. When the Chancellor found out, he had to be rid of us. So now I hunt down Watchers, but for different reasons than the metamorphy. "To recruit them," said Cale, but Tori sensed that he did not quite share the same fervor his brother displayed. "To join his army of watchers." "An army?" "A resistance," said Wren with a smile. "We call ourselves the Shadow Watch." "Shadow," said Tori. "Like the soldiers in the Night Legions?" "A play with words of sorts. The Chancellor has his shadows, and he has forced the Watchers to live in shadows for centuries. Soon, shadows will be his undoing." Wren beamed as he spoke of this hoped future. "We have a fortress deep in the mouth of the Crooked Teeth where many more Watchers are hiding. That is where we're headed. We'll start north tomorrow." "More? How is that possible?" Though Tori supposed if she and her mum had remained hidden from the morphs for so long, perhaps others could as well.
"There's no sign the beasts pursued us into the forest," said Cale, glancing back out the opening to the cave.
"Why don't they come?" Tori asked.
Wren spread out his bedroll. "Morphs are responsible for so much horror. The ghosts would torment them into insanity. But they will be watching from above and waiting on the other side. We must go unseen, travel in darkness. We'll rest till nightfall. Sleep, Astoria. You deserve it. You've had one damned day for the ages." Tori spread out her bedroll beside Wren's, and Cale stalked away to take the first watch. Tori did not sleep immediately. She could not calm her mind. It was overwhelming to take in. Her master had been a morph. He had known what she was. And now he had betrayed his master and assisted in her escape. Tori could not let herself dwell on what that might mean for him if he was caught. He had likely risked his life to free her. Tori thought of her mum. It was strange to think of her. Since the day of the gallows, she had suspected that the events of her mother's betrayal had not been what they had seemed, but the morph had confirmed it. Her mother had died at the hands of the metamorphy. How did it happen? Was it because of me? Was that why we were running through the tent city that night? Tori had blocked it all from her memory for so long. She had not wanted to think of it because it only brought sadness, bitterness, and rage at her mother's betrayal. But now... When Tori finally drifted to sleep, it came in fits, for it was in her sleep that the ghosts of Gen first appeared to her. Part 3. A Shadow Among Legions. We are not many. We are one. The Chancellor's hands and feet, his boots on the ground, the blade in his hand, the shadows in his legions. Chapter 9. The Night Legions marched across the meridian and south along the coast of Greater Osha, streams of movement in perfect, organized unison. They were not many. They were one. A magnificent mechanism. One shadow that spread the Oshan Empire's influence farther and farther across the New World. Darien Redvar did not know if the world had ever been another way. There might have been no old world at all, no war between the worlds, no watchers, no gods. Nothing but tales to make the Chancellors appear more and more powerful for defeating them. Darien had never believed in gods. However, he had not believed in watchers either. Yet there was no other explanation for why he was still alive. He pushed the thought from his mind and marched on, matching the rhythm of Jujen, the young, fairish soldier in front of him. Darien never dwelt long on thoughts of Tori. He could not afford to. She was dead, of course. He had seen the creatures descend, seen them morph, before he'd been dragged away from Morrow Square. The Chancellor had strung up her corpse for all the city to see, and the new Legion recruits had been marched right past the tower, a solemn reminder of the fate of defectors. All defectors but Darien, that is. Darien shifted his musket on his sore shoulder and pressed forward. The thought of Tori's dead body drove him mad, but hope drove him madder. He could not hope, could not listen to rumors. Damn old Mary for spreading rumors. How could Tori have escaped? It couldn't be true. Even if, by some miracle, she was alive, it was impossible she could have escaped the clutches of the Chancellor's metamorphy. Darien would not believe it, and he would never speak of it. Old Mary would get herself killed spreading such nonsense among the troops. General Thrain would not hesitate if he overheard. Still, Darien was glad he and Mary had been assigned to the same regiment. A cry rose up ahead, and the units spread out to make camp. Jujin sidled up beside him. "When we gonna make war, eh? I'm sick of all this marching. When we gonna slit some Morgothian throats?" Jujin was from the ruined empire of Fair, and his people hated the Morgothians nearly as much as the Oceans did. Jujin's light brown skin flushed with fierce anticipation. Darien smiled a practiced smile, lowering his pack, relief spreading through his aching shoulders. "Ooh-rah! Soon enough, comrade, soon enough. We will have blood." "Not soon enough. We've been training and marching. I'm worried I'll lose my touch. Ain't shot my musket in weeks." "Why don't you practice your aim on Fran Dozen's fat ass?" said Valeria, a tall, fierce soldier from the Southern Isles. She shook out silvery blonde hair from her fur hat. "I'm sick of watching it jiggle all damn long day." "Wouldn't be no practice, would it?" said Jujin. "I could shoot with my back turned. Gods, I could toss a rock across Glacier Sound and I'd hit her." Darien laughed, though he didn't find Jujin particularly funny. It didn't matter. Jujin was joking, and so he was supposed to laugh. The three young shadows set to hoisting the poles for their bunk tent. The field became a temporary city, a forest of tents on the plains of the Green Sea. Fires were lit, provisions checked, muskets cleaned. Then, old Mary served stew. Darien filled his bowl and took a seat by the fire as he ate his supper. Thrain's regiment ate better than all the legions, Darien felt sure, and old Mary always gave Darien a little extra portion. If only she didn't risk rumors. They were spreading. Darien had overheard soldiers murmuring at night about whether another war between the worlds was coming, whether the chancellors hadn't truly rid the land of the Watcher curse, whether the gallows girl wasn't truly out there somewhere. 3 days previous, the marching army of shadows had been joined by a band of metamorphi. Darien wished it was Scalero's regiment. He had not seen the commander since he'd been taken away to the shadow camps. Darien hadn't been altogether surprised to learn Scalero was the commander of the creatures. There had always been something different about him. His duties more sporadic, his ways more secretive than most officers in the legions. But when he let his mind wander, Darien sometimes wondered how Scalero hadn't known what Tori was all those years she had served him. Did she even know what she was? The thought angered him, and yet his very anger angered him as well. He shouldn't be thinking of it. "Redvar, why are you so bloody solemn?" said Valeria, squatting beside him around the fire. "You've been staring at that fire like it's going to speak to you." "Just anxious for some combat is all," he recited. Valeria nodded and patted his shoulder, but there was something off about her eyes, and it unnerved him. It almost felt like suspicion. Jujin hooted. "Hoorah! We'll blow right through 'em, bloody Morgaths. Wait till we get to their townships, comrades. Then we'll really have us some fun, won't we?" "Hoorah!" cried Darien mechanically. "Hoorah!" cried Valeria. Soon the whole camp was crying out, "Hoorah! Hoorah!" The warriors' chant rumbled across the plains like a roll of thunder, and then their cries transformed into a braying song of conquest and honor in battle. Darien sang along. He had learned to blend in quickly. Indoctrination was rigorous during the shadow camps.
and since he'd been the gallows boy, he was closely watched. He'd been smart, though, and learned to look like the others, to think like the others. Sometimes he wondered if he wasn't starting to believe the mantras. Too often he found himself reacting less and less by practice and more by instinct. Found himself thinking about how Osha was mightier and altogether superior to Morgath and their pagan fire god. How the Morgathian rebellion deserved to finally be vanquished. Darien found himself chanting words from deeper and deeper memory, without having to think what the words were. He had survived the shadow camps with what he thought was his sanity, what he thought was a remnant of the boy from Scalero's estate. But more and more, he had trouble recalling what life had been like in those old days. When he thought of Tori, he thought of a fleeting shade of a person. He could barely remember the timbre of her voice. For some time, this was a torment. But he had moved on. Whatever the rumors might be, Tori was long dead, and he was left to live, to march to the borderlands of Osha and drive out the Morgathians. Soon, they would take back Morgath for the Empire, and the Chancellor would rule over more and more of the New World, and Darien would have helped him. And more each day, this felt right. As the troops left the cook fires, old Mary caught him by the arm and demanded he help her finish scrubbing the pots. Darien obliged, and Valeria and Jujin left them alone. "Whisper's been tellin' of the commander," said Mary, when it was safe to speak. "Say the Chancellor placed Scalero in some sort of reclamation." "What in the abyss is that?" "For reclaiming his mind. Locked him away in the dungeons. On account of her escape, I reckon. How bad you suppose the Chancellor's wrath would be for breaking her out?" "She's dead, Mary. The rumors came from the fringes. Lowborns say that stuff because they need something to cling to." "I refuse to believe she's dead." "Well, you saw her dead, same as me. We marched right beneath her bloody corpse when we left for the shadow camps. She's been dead for a year. And if the Chancellor was angry with Scalero, he wouldn't reclaim him, he'd execute him. Rumors all. But was it absolutely true? He didn't execute me." Mary responded as though she'd not heard a word he'd said. She touched his arm in a motherly fashion. "Heard tell there's still no sign of her. Reckon they lost 'em morphs in the forest again. Bloody clever to go there." "Don't start, Mary. You're going to get yourself killed, and me too, if you don't shut up about these rumors." "She's free. I believe it." "Believing ain't brought the old gods back to save you, and believing can't bring back the dead neither." "She's coming back one day, and by the gods, she'll be raising an army." "It's a god's damned fantasy." Darien pulled away from the base of the pot he was scrubbing, the film thick on the brush. "You can't let go of hope," Mary whispered. "You can't let the shadows take you over. You were spared for a reason, Darien. So one day, you'd finish what you started on that gallows. You survived so much. Don't let 'em steal your hope." Darien threw the brush on the ground and cursed. "Finish your own duty," and he stormed off. He did not make for his bunk. Darien trudged through the thick grass and perched himself on a rock at the outskirts of the tent city. The sun slid over the edge of the earth, but the colors did not stir him. Beauty meant little to him these days. It served him no purpose. Beauty reminded him of other days, days when he was a boy with a mum and father, days when he was a slave for Scalero and life had been good, working hard alongside Tori and Ollie and the others. But memories served him no purpose, and he had learned to measure every deed, every thought, according to its usefulness. Darien pushed the useless thoughts aside, turned from the sunset, stared off at the sea of grass for a time, then returned to the encampment, unsure why he'd gone. He weaved amidst the throng of men and women howling round fires as the night descended, and the flagons of ale came out. The Chancellor treated his soldiers well. Sure, they marched long hours and kept a rigorous training regimen, but Darien ate better than he'd eaten in all his life. Every meal included hearty cuts of meat, and every evening brought ale and wine. Life in the legions was not nearly as bad as he'd expected. Not at all. The week previous, for the first time, Darien had entertained the thought that perhaps his parents had somehow deserved to be killed in the raids those years ago. Darien had shown merit. That was why he'd been chosen by Scalero, why he'd been spared the noose by the Chancellor. He was a fine shot, and he had grown stronger and faster by the day. The closer they got to Morgath, the more he found himself longing for the chance to prove himself in battle. Even so, Darien did not relish the prospect of killing. He'd never killed a man in his life. But if they deserve it... No, blood spilled was always wrong. Suddenly he felt ashamed of himself. What would Tori think to see him now? Damn it, she's dead! Dead, dead, dead! As Darien lifted the flap to his tent, he caught a flash of blue and silver that set his heart racing. Valeria Sardona withdrew quickly from behind a neighboring tent, where she'd been watching him. She disappeared into the night, the flash of her silver hair in the firelight imprinted on his mind like a flare of the sun. Darien froze, guilt eating at his insides. How long had she been watching him? Only the moment? Had she followed him to the edge of camp? Seen him shouting at old Mary? Why was she watching? He shook the thought away. It was nothing. Darien entered the tent, and as he lay awake on his mat deep into the night, he told himself over and over again that it was nothing. He had nothing to hide from Valeria or anyone else. So what if he'd gazed out at the green sea and the setting sun? He had told old Mary off about the rumors. He was loyal to the Chancellor, a shadow in his legions, ready to slit some Morgathian throats any day now. Darien had nothing to hide. It was nothing. Chapter 10. Through another week of marching, Darien dispelled any possible notions of suspicion from Valeria or anyone else. He didn't talk to old Mary. He didn't wander off by himself. He enjoyed himself in the company of his regiment. They were fine warriors, and fine men and women, all of them. Even the fact that Chancellor recruited women was a testament to the superiority of Osha. The Morgathians were a barbaric, patriarchal nation. Darien would meet no women in battle except at his side. The Morgathian women were weak, left home to tend frail children. When the men died, the women and children would be helpless. They deserved to be overcome by the inevitable future, casualties in the progress of the human race. Round the fires at night, Darien drank ale and laughed and relished the prospect of battle. There was no fear among the ocean troops, only anticipation. When they reached the edge of the Green Sea, crossing the border into Morgath, the excitement approached a boiling point. They had only to cross the Clavash Mountains, and there would be blood. When General Thrain's regiment was chosen to venture to the far eastern ends of the range, to circle round and surprise the Morgathians from behind, Darien cried, "Oorah! Oorah!" like never before. Such a sensitive mission was entrusted only to the very best of the best, and Darien, the gallows boy, was among the finest soldiers in the legions. Like a plague, they would descend upon Morgath. Thrain's regiment marched deep into the mountains. Darien led the company at the general's side, hand-chosen, because he knew the Clavash peaks. He had grown up in them. "Must be strange to come back, comrade," said Thrain. The general had always been cordial toward Darien. Thrain was stern, yet not above his troops. He trained them himself. The final test of swordsmanship was to spar with Thrain. When the fighting came, he would be in the middle of the fray. Darien admired his leader, yet he had never once carried on a personal conversation with the general. He noted a resentful glare from Jujen as Thrain addressed him. Darien could not help but swell with pride. Something deep in him stirred, though, at the general's question. He tried to suppress it. "No, not strange at all, sir." "You cannot fool me, comrade," Thrain said, not angrily, but with an air of bestowing wisdom. Still, Darien found himself gulping, a pain forming in his gut. It was strange to return to the mountains of his boyhood. He had striven to displace those thoughts for the sake of his duty. Why would the general try to stir them up? Thrain went on. "Most of us harbor sentiment for the place and the people that raised us, even if that sentiment be falsely founded. I was 16 when I joined the legions myself, raised on the steppe. My father was a tribesman. Barbarians, the tribesmen. The Sultanes and their heathen goddess and barbaric hierarchy. My father was a cobbler for my Sultane's herd, and he would have been his whole life, and I would have been after him. Any time he wanted, my Sultane could take my mother or my sister for his pleasure, and he took many mothers and sisters. I was glad to claim an Oshan name when I was promoted to general. The world is a cruel place throughout, comrade, but I could never have risen among my people the way I have in the legions. My first battle was with the Yan Avi. Many years ago, a band of tribes rose up to take back the western steppe. I was torn, but I did not let it sway my duty. It would have been wrong for the Yan Avi to triumph. It would have been wrong for them to be spared. So, in my first battle, I slew a dozen of my kinsmen, my Sultane among them. "Ooh, rah, sir." I did not relish it at first, but I knew it to be true, as I think you do now. You were meant to begin your duty in these mountains. You were meant to be spared the gallows, so you could lead us through to attack Morgath and end this civil war. The Chancellor himself may have foreseen this. We could not complete our mission without you, comrade. Darien was speechless at the general's forthrightness. Thrain was voicing the very things he had been wondering, the very things he needed to hear to keep his courage and resolve up. His upbringing, his parents' deaths, slavery, Tory, the gallows, the rigors of the camps, all his hardships, it had all brought him here. It had all been part of his progression, his destiny. A calm settled upon him as the air thinned and the vegetation grew scarcer. The legions marched high into the heart of the mountains Darien remembered so well. It was as though they had been mapped in his mind during his Clavash boyhood. He embraced the feeling. He did not deny it. And he found that once he owned it, the power of his past lost its grasp on him. The higher they climbed, the freer he felt. Thrain's regiment trekked through the mountains for 3 days. Jujen and Valeria joined Darien at the front of the line, while the general brought up the rear. The three were talking of the glorious battle soon to come, when the child appeared. A tiny, spindly thing, as most Clavash girls were. She couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old. Brown doe eyes shone from behind her fur hood. Bits of long black hair poked out in messy strands like a frayed rope. Snow coated her parka, as though she'd been rolling in it. When she stumbled into the clearing, giggling and then, at the sight of the soldiers, hushing to a whimper, the whole regiment froze. They had not seen a single soul in these mountains, but they knew what was expected if they did. A single cry could alert a Morgathian ranger. Darien had been all eyes for men at the edge of their path. But a little girl. She could have been no older than Darien's own sister had been the day the legions came. "What do we do?" Valeria whispered to Darien. "What does she mean, what do we do? Is she testing me? There's only one thing we can do." Darien glanced around, but the general remained at the back of the line, nowhere in sight. By the time Thrain reached the scene, the girl would have shrieked or run for help. The call was on Darien, and he had but fractions of a moment. All were looking to him. He had been the one chosen to lead them through the mountains. He was the one Thrain spoke to, as to a son. The girl was 10 yards off, trembling silently like a fawn spooked by hunters. Without an order, Jujen raised his musket. "You know what we gotta do." The fairish boy was grinning. "No, it'll alert the whole—" But it was too late. Jujen fired. The mountains echoed with a strike like thunder, and then a thud resounded across the woods like an axe head against the heart of a rotting tree. Jujen's aim had not faltered during their long march from Osha. It remained truer than a praying falcon's. The ball of lead collided with the Clavash girl's chest, launching her off her feet. No time to make a sound, not even a dying whimper. She fell dead on impact, spilling red upon the snow. The shot reverberated off the walls of the peaks, as though a dozen shots had been fired. The noise faded into a moment of heart-wringing silence. And then, a shriek. At the edge of the clearing, a small boy's shaggy head stuck up from the ground. Probably the girl's brother or village playmate. The boy was no older than 4. He scrambled to his feet, tripped, then dashed for the cover of the forest. Vaguely, Darien felt his musket being wrenched from his hands. He was helpless to resist, as though he were caught in another world. Jujen aimed Darien's musket, and the boy painted the snow in red as well. The peaks rumbled with the last wisps of the boy's screams, mixed with the sound of thunder. They faded, swallowed up by the falling snow. Darien felt as though his entire body had been left out naked in the cold. He moved his lips, but no sound was emitted. His head told his arms and legs to move, but it was as if the messengers had been taken out by the enemy. Darien was in shock. Jujen whooped and cried, "Ooh, Ra!" Oh, gods! There was a shuffle, and someone rushed past. Old Mary knelt beside the young girl. "You bastard!" she hissed at Jujen. "They were only children." "Who fired those shots?" It was the general, shoving his way through the ranks. "Jujen, sir," answered Valeria. Her face bore no expression. Would she have been the next to fire? Or was she scared stiff too? The general paused for a moment, staring forward, eyeing old Mary and the bleeding dead girl in her arms. His expression hardened. He turned on Jujen and punched him in the jaw. "Firing a shot in these mountains, you incompetent son of a whore! Their entire village will have heard those shots. You just compromised our entire mission." The general turned to Darien, and he flinched, but the general did not hit him. "Comrade, how far is the next village?" "Harivril, sir. A league, maybe 2, due south." "There must be outlying homesteads as well. No children would venture that far on their own." "Aye, sir." Thrain cursed under his breath, muttering, "Be swift, no delay, no unnecessary combat. Areva!" He swore by the sun goddess of the Yan Avi, an uncharacteristic slip. Thrain addressed the troops. "Leave none alive, shadows. No one escapes. Take no prisoners. Our mission depends on this. You've lusted for blood. Well, now you damn well have it." Darien helped Jujen to his feet like a good comrade. He jerked him close and hissed in his ear, "Next time, throw a bloody knife." Thrain's regiment became a perfect machine, cogs and wheels moving in precise order through the woods, and Darien led them, the general at his side. There was a moment, the briefest moment, when Darien considered the possibility he could save the village of Harivril. Only he knew exactly where it lay, where the small trodden path wended between the meadow of boulders and then snaked between the kissing cliffs. He could lead the regiment to the east, maybe let them stumble upon a smaller settlement. A family or two would be slaughtered, but all of Herivral, all of Darien's people, need not die. But that would compromise the mission, his purpose, his comrades. Darien let the treacherous thought slip away, forgotten, as though it had never entered his mind. He found the hunter's path within a few minutes. The first outlying settlement lay past the boulder field, a small mountain farm in a clearing. Thrain sent Jujin and 3 others to deal with the farmers, and Darien was relieved to be rid of the boy's idiocy. Darien led the remaining troops down the path between the cliffs and down into Herivral Valley. The Clavash were a peaceful people. They had been caught in the middle of many wars between Osha and Morgath, as well as the old world nations that had preceded them. It was raw, hard country that tested the limits of a people. The Clavash lived in the mountains, boldly facing harsh winters and short growing seasons because they longed for peace and loved nature. They had a respect for the land the greater civilizations had forgotten. They grieved over needless death. They were Darien's people. It was fitting his first mission should be among them, his final test. Contrary to what Darien expected, the people of Herivral had mustered no army to face the attacking horde. They were going about their mourning as usual when the shadows arrived. Thrain's regiment stole silently from the woods, descending upon the village from all sides without warning. The general did not leave Darien's side. It was Darien, Thrain, Valeria, Halin, and Yura. They entered the village from the south in single file, slinking behind thatch-roofed dwellings. The first to oppose them was barely a man. His long, dark hair was pulled back and tied up in a small bun, and Darien knew the boy had just come of age. Clavash boys left their hair down until the day they turned 15 and became a man grown. Filled with a thirst for honor, filled with a love for family and loyalty to his kinsmen, the boy was the first to face the invaders, and he would be the first brave one to fall. As the boy approached, Thrain stepped back, as though declaring it Darien's opportunity to prove himself, once and for all, the final test. Darien lunged forward, unsheathing his saber with a flourish. The Clavash boy was armed only with a crude hunting blade, a jagged work of the mountains. The boy brandished it boldly, crying for his god, Rivka, to curse the Oshan hordes. The blade was out of his hand with a pair of thunderous blows, and the boy, the brave defender of his kinsmen, the man grown, fell upon his back, grimacing, his fingers bleeding. It was at this moment that Valeria Sardona caught Darien's eye and nodded, her eyes cold and heartless. She was watching all along, perhaps at Thrain's command. Of course, Darien had not been trusted. He was the gallows boy. But now he would prove himself, the final test. Darien did not hesitate. He plunged his blade into the boy's chest. He felt the blow as though his own hand had entered the boy's flesh, as though his saber were part of his arm, attached by tendons and muscle, the blood pumping from his heart and filling the saber with strength and precision. He sensed the pierce of skin, the crunch of ribs, the tearing of organs, and the grinding thud as his blade struck the ground beneath the boy's body. He felt the life leave the boy in a shudder of rasping breath. Darien would not remember the others so vividly, but this was his first, the first kill, the final test. The gallows boy, the boy who had once stood against the cruelty of the legions, the boy pardoned by the Chancellor in spite of his rebellion, the lone Clavash boy spared in the raid that had slaughtered his family, had redeemed himself at last. He'd earned his redemption. Darien had become the Chancellor's hands and feet, his boots on the ground, the blade in his hand, a shadow in his legions.
Part 4. Into the Teeth. Death is but a crossing between worlds. Our world is the first of many, and we are destined to explore them all. Chapter 11. Murder. Murder. The words echoed through the wood. Whispers ferried upon the breeze. Branches stretched out like bony fingers and then retreated with the dying of the wind. Everything went still. Tori stood alone in a small clearing in the wood. It was twilight. The sisters bathed the forest in a silver glow, and their 1,000 daughters began their night-long dance across the sky. Where did Wren and Kale go? Tori wondered. How did I get to this place? She had no memory of the journey. Was she still in the forest of Gen? The world was still. Then a flutter, a leaf trembling, and then the wind hissed with voices again, rushing through the snow pines with fury. Murder, murder, murder. More whispers joined, building upon one another, growing louder and louder with each breath of the wind. Murder, murder, murderer. As though rising from cracks in the bramble and snowmelt, the spirits arrived. Tori fell back, cutting her hands on a rock. First, it was the soldiers from the gallows, their translucent bodies riveted with 100 holes, blood drenching their chests in 100 splotches, dripping silver splatters upon the earth. Their blood glowed like constellations on the forest floor. "I'm sorry," Tori murmured, scrambling back to her feet. The guards walked slowly. Their feet never quite seemed to touch the ground, as though they were not fully present. They reached out their rotting arms as they neared. The trees reached as well. Tori sprinted away, tripping over an outstretched tree root. There was a rush of the wind, and then the soldiers appeared again, directly in front of her. A chill shot across her skin. There was no escaping them. "Only doing our duty," hissed the ghosts, drawing near again. "Like all the others." Tori held still, her fingers grasping at her belt for Wren's dagger, but it was gone. But what good would a blade be anyway? Murder. "I didn't mean to." Tori backed away. Murder. You enjoyed it. It made you feel powerful, made you feel complete. Murder. Tori turned again and ran. Another spirit appeared, the vendor from the fringes, his neck cockeyed, snapped from when she threw him across the square. Tori screamed. The sound was muffled, as though someone were smothering her voice with a blanket. The vendor hobbled toward her. Tori backed into a dead tree. "Just trying to make a living, and you stole my wares." "What did I ever do to you?" "I didn't mean to. I was only trying." "You know how hard life is in the fringes, you little whore. You stole my wares. Murder." The wind rushed, and there was a great groaning sound. The dead branches came swinging forward, and Tori leapt away just in time. One of the branches came free and flew over her head. Tori sprinted through the woods, weaving between boulders and snow pines and socha trees. A voice resounded through the woods, a voice Tori knew all too well. It was her mom. Celine Borodai stepped out from behind a tree, and Tori froze, a sick feeling rising up in her stomach. Her mum's curly dark hair floated upon the breeze. Her pale skin was glowing. She was beautiful, even in death, until she lifted her head to speak. Tori cried out in shock. Her mum's neck was split open.
Silver blood dripped down her black gown. Her head wagged as she spoke in a cold, even tone that seemed to come from 1,000 directions, wailing with the wind. "It was you the monsters came for."
"No," Tori shouted. "I didn't know what I was."
"You just couldn't control your magic for some stupid little horse boy. The monsters came for you, but instead they killed me." Her mum disappeared in a wisp of something like fog, joining the other ghosts, their voices building and echoing to a crescendo. Tori felt the coldest touch at her neck. It was like a blade left out in the snow. It passed through her entire body, and she spun around. Darien stood before her. His broad chest was bare, glistening in the soft light of the sisters. His face was shaved smooth, his dark hair neatly trimmed, a proper soldier. Darien wore the dark gray breeches of the Night Legions, a red stripe lining the outer thigh. Tori had forgotten how handsome Darien was. She'd forgotten the look of him, if she was honest. His memory had become more an idea than a person. Darien's face was etched with sorrow, his gaze never leaving his hands. They were drenched in blood, and this blood was crimson. Tori leapt back, felt at her neck. Blood left behind from his touch, still cool on her skin, dripped down her neck, down her back. "Why couldn't you let me die? I never wanted this, Tori. Blood on my hands because of you." "Murder." Darien looked up. His eyes were dark chasms that seemed to suck her in like a whirlpool. Tori could not look away. She felt herself drawing nearer, unable to resist. "No, I wanted to protect you. I wanted to save you." Tears dripped down Tori's cheeks, mixing on the ground with the blood from Darien's hands. "You call this saving me?" Darien turned to reveal his naked back. Tori's knees went weak. His back was nothing but shreds. Muscle and bone shone through the gashes, 1,000 stripes on his back, copper skin hanging in threads. "Murder, murder, murderer." All the spirits were there now. They fell upon Tori, whispering their mantra, clawing at her, hands passing through her body like icy vapor, clutching, grasping, pleading. Darien's fingers clamped round her throat, constricting and constricting until no breath entered her lungs and no breath escaped. They were going to kill her, and Tori knew she deserved it. A shrill scream pierced the night, rushing across the treetops, spreading like wildfire. Tori shot up from her bedroll back in the forest of Gen. She brushed frantically at her neck, the chill of the spirit's hands still cool upon her skin. Sweat drenched her face, but the spirits were gone. She sat still, her whole body trembling. The sun had begun to set. Tori had slept through the day. 5 settings of the sun they'd spent in the woods, and each one had followed the same routine: travel by night so they'd be unseen from the sky, and sleep by day. Ren Endovier slept soundly beside her, his chest rising and falling with serene constancy. Tori breathed. It had only been a dream. Every slumber in these woods, she had been tormented by nightmares, all of them playing upon her darkest fears and regrets. Tori's fingers were clammy. She couldn't shake the dark feeling that she had no business wielding magic. She was a murderer. Everything I've done with magic has only caused pain and suffering for the ones I love. You are haunted by many spirits for one so young. Tori started at the voice. Cale and Dovier stood watch at the edge of camp, all eyes for morphs. But the enemy was not out there, Tori knew. It was in her dreams. Tori walked over to join Cale. How did you know? Don't worry. You will learn to discern their lies. In time. The ghosts, they're real? Cale nodded. Though the form they reveal may not be. Spirits play by no rules. They feed on your guilt and your fear, bits of truth shrouding lies. Nevertheless, I too sleep little in the forest of Gien. Cale glanced down at Wren, still dozing in peace. Not all sleep as easy as my brother. I saw a ghost in my dream, but he's still alive. At least, I hope he still is. Tori trembled at the memory of Darian's shredded back, of the blood dripping from his hands. She felt at her neck again, but it was clean. What is the truth, and what is the lie? The blood on his hands, is it real? Who was this ghost? Said Cale. The boy, from the gallows. It's been a year since he was sent to the shadow camps. Surely if he were dead, the Chancellor would have told her so. He had so liked to update her on Darian's progress in the legions, unless all that was a lie as well. If your friend is alive, pray he remains so. Do not listen to ghosts. How much farther do we have in this God's forsaken place? If we move quick, we may reach the edge of the forest by daybreak. What are we waiting for, then? Cale shoved his sleeping brother. The sun has fallen. We should go. Wren stirred. Gods, I was in the middle of a glorious dream. I was king of a dozen kingdoms. Beautiful lords and ladies were at my sides. And I waked to this damned forest? And you, brother, dressed like some common hunter. Reality is a wench, isn't she? Tori smiled in spite of herself. For a moment, she tried to forget the phantoms and the guilt and the blood on her hands. Cale led them at a fast clip, but Tori did not mind. She had recovered remarkably since her time in the Citadel. Each morning, she felt stronger. The forest was silent, but for the soft crunch of their footsteps on the melting snow. The memories of Tori's dreams kept sifting back to her mind. Was I truly responsible for Mum's death? Wren's chatter was a welcome distraction. You will love the watchtower. The Chancellor has no sway in the teeth. You'll be able to develop your magic gifts in safety, with dozens of others like you. There are that many Watchers still alive? Said Tori. It was incredible enough there were 2 walking with her right now. Wren smiled. There may be hundreds more hiding throughout the New World. We just need to find them. I thought the first Chancellor killed them all. Yet here we are, said Cale dryly. Even if that were true, it wouldn't matter, said Wren. Magic does not pass on solely by heredity. It is in everything. It is the fabric of life. All the Watchers in the world could be hunted down, but more would keep turning up. Were your parents Watchers? Said Tori, thinking again of her mum. There was an awkward pause. Cale would not meet her gaze, and Wren's face turned to an unnatural scowl. Our family is a rather unpleasant subject, I'm afraid, said Wren. But yes, they were Watchers. They suppressed their gifts, like many others in Osha. People never had good things to say about House Endovier in Marrel, said Tori. Yes, the cursed house, they called us. They blamed our demise on a plague. It wouldn't have gone over well if it got out that an Oshan lord house practiced sorcery, would it? I guess not. When I betrayed Cyrus Marrow to form the Shadow Watch 3 years ago, they made up all that shenza about the plague. They murdered my cousins and aunts and uncles and called it a bloody sickness. You betrayed him, said Tori. And where were you, Cale? Banished, he said curtly, years before any of that. You're the one they called the exiled lord, said Tori, recalling the old rumors. The cursed house had always been a point of gossip among nobles, and the fact that they had fallen from favor in Marrel made them especially interesting to the servants as well. Exiled myself, actually. Found out what our family was. Cale's voice drifted off. His eyes appeared sad. I ran away. Couldn't be in that city anymore. And now here we are, said Wren. So this resistance, it's about revenge then, said Tori. Wren shook his head. No, Tori. This is about liberation. For our kind. For the lowborns. The Chancellors are evil. They sit in their citadel while their morphs, who were created by magic, hunt down and kill those blessed with the gift. And the High Council is filled with corrupt nobles who live in their luxurious estates while thousands of lowborns toil in their fields and workhouses. This is about much more than revenge. But they killed your family, said Tori. Kale looked away, and Wren scowled. Yes, said Wren, as they killed yours, and many others. The brothers were silent for some time. There was more, Tori could tell. Something Wren and Kale were hiding about their past. And Tori was struck with the unnerving realization that she was entrusting her future to complete strangers. Yet what other choice do I have? Where else would I go? Tori had known few friends in her life. A pair of young serving girls in the Triumvelle, a thief or two in the fringes, if anyone in the fringes could be called a friend, and Darien. But out here, Wren and Kale and Dovier were her only allies. Solero must have trusted them, and Commander Solero was about the only person in the world Tori had left to trust. I wish he were here. I wish I understood why he helped me, why he chose me when he knew what I was. Is he even still alive? Tell me about the watchtower, Tori said when she'd tired of the silence. Wren spoke, and Kale seemed content to let him. The watchtower is like no place in the New World, Astoria. Not since the ancient days have so many watchers been united. There you can become the watcher you're meant to be. We are the future of the New World. The Chancellor is not nearly as invincible as he believes. He may not be as weak as you want him to be, Tori muttered. She had told the brothers about the source of Cyrus Morrow's power. They did not imagine hers was the first watcher blood to be harvested. Tori might have been only one of many locked away in the depths of the citadel. If there were dozens at the watchtower, there could be dozens elsewhere for the Chancellor to hunt and feed upon. But he has lost you, Wren said, and that makes him weak. Perhaps not physically, but there is a power far greater even than magic. Your act of defiance was a sign of hope the New World has waited centuries for. The lowborns are angry and defiant. There are lord houses tired of the corruption of the High Council. The Empire is thirsty for a new government. The time is ripe for revolution. Tori recalled the riots in the square after the day of the gallows. The time was ripe for revolution then as well. The lowborns had revolted, and they had died. Am I a source of hope, she wondered, or a pathway to destruction? What if I don't want to join your army? Said Tori. I'm grateful for all you've done, but I never asked for this. What if I don't want anything to do with this revolution? Part of her was torn. She was free. She could run off to the Southern Isles, or Parja, or the Triumvelle. She could forget about magic altogether, a notion that seemed more and more appealing each night the ghosts came to her. After all, Tori had lived most of her life in ignorance of her gifts. She could run far away, live free from any memory of the Chancellor. But what about Darien? She pictured him in the night legions, blood on his hands, as in her dream. Could she really run away and leave him to rot in the Chancellor's service? And could she really pretend to be something else, now that she knew what she was? Her senses had only been growing. The past few days she had longed to use them. It was like a child learning to talk who can barely resist the urge to babble on and on. Tori wished her mother were alive. She wished she had anyone left she could confide in. "Long ago," said Wren, "the Watchers were the aides to kings and queens across the old world. The Order helped keep peace, helped protect the world. My mother believed in the creeds of the Order. She used to tell me that we were given these gifts by the gods, and since they are gifts, we must give back. We are fighting the cruelty of the Empire. Soon enough, the Chancellor's time will end, and the Watchers will rise again." As he spoke, Wren looked up at the stars, his voice strong and determined. "If you do not wish to bring justice to the world, Astoria, then you are free to go. But I've a feeling you want the Chancellor dead as much as anyone." It was true. Tori hated Cyrus Morrow. He was cruel, and he perpetuated the system of violence and injustice Osha held so dear. Tori thought of Darien and old Mary suffering in the legions, and she longed to free them. But she also thought of her mum's head wagging limply, the vendor, the guards from the gallows. The images made her sick. Cale kept silent through the conversation. He did not seem to possess his brother's enthusiasm for the rise of the Watchers, though, in truth, Cale did not seem to possess enthusiasm about much of anything. "How have so many Watchers remained hidden from the metamorphy?" Tori asked, happy to change the subject from revolution. "The watchtower is protected by ancient enchantments," said Wren. "The metamorphy cannot detect the use of our power there, even if they cared to venture that far north. Isn't it dangerous in the Crooked Teeth? We live in a stronghold left over from the ancient days, near the village of Itala, in the Central Teeth." "Crooked folk," said Tori warily. She had heard tales of them impaling Oshan soldiers on stakes if they marched too far north. Ancient savages, gone mad with cold and starvation, it was told. It is true the mountain folk show no kindness to Oshans. But neither do we. We are mountain folk ourselves in their eyes. And the monsters of the mountains live on only in legend. The Rulax died out with the old world. There is nothing to fear for us in the Teeth." The Crooked Teeth filled Tori with nervous excitement. Even Oshan nobles spoke superstitiously of the monstrous, two-headed Rulax of the old world. The Teeth were a realm of mystery and terror, but Tori felt strangely eager to see it. When Tori was a child, her mum had told many stories of the creatures of the old world. It made more sense now why her mum had known so much. "You said there are other lord houses involved with this Shadow Watch?" Wren nodded. "Like Scalero, they have been biding their time. No one knows of their treachery. Even I did not know of Scalero's until shortly before your escape. But when the moment arrives, the others will join us." "Are they like your house? Are there others in Osha who are Watchers?" "She is wondering about her mother," said Cale suddenly. Tori nodded. How did he know? "Your mother was Oshan," said Wren, "but sadly, I do not know what house she came from, just as no one knew about our house until the end. I wish I knew, truly. But you were named for a goddess of the old world. I imagine her house also held on to the old stories, the old ways." Tori said no more. She did not want to think further about her mum just now. As the sisters set and the horizon began to glow with the approaching dawn, they reached the eastern edge of the forest of Gen. The fields of Pendra welcomed them from the realm of nightmares and ghosts. The open fields stretched for leagues in all directions, and Tori had never been so happy to see a wide open plain. It reminded her of her childhood, her people, her mum. Beyond the fields stretched the wind-blown hills of the western steppe, and to the north lay the jagged foothills of the Crooked Teeth. At the tree line, Cale held up his hand. He crouched, focusing, his head down. The wind shot up from the plains, tossing the tall grass to and fro. It sounded like waves crashing. After several moments, Cale stood. "The way is clear, for now." "Of course it is," said Wren. "The creatures expect we'll flee south. It is the quicker journey through the forest. No one would expect us to flee to the teeth. They'll be watching the ports along the western coast and the roads across the green sea." Cale shook his head, but Tory sensed a disgruntled fondness toward his brother. "We must be swift nonetheless." He waded through the thigh-deep grass. "Do you listen for them?" Tory asked Cale. "The metamorphi?" "He's a cerebro," said Wren. "The order of minds. He can sense magic across leagues. That is how we found you back in the fringes." "And what about you?" said Tory. "What's your ability?" "Besides being devilishly handsome and charming?" "Well, that's more a curse, isn't it?" Tory shot back. Wren laughed, his mouth gaping. He grasped her shoulder. "It is, yes, it is a curse. Finally, someone who understands. It's a heavy burden, in fact. You hear that, brother?" "Sorry, I tend to tune out Shenza," Cale smirked. Wren laughed all the more, and Tory let a smile spread wide. She enjoyed sharing the brothers' company, even Cale's, despite his somber disposition. But there was something very appealing about Wren: youthful confidence, courage, light-heartedness. It was a welcome change from the darkness she had known so long. "Besides my charms, though, Astoria, I am a conjuri, the manipulators of matter. We are paired in this ability." As he spoke, Wren summoned his dagger from its sheath. It floated alongside him as he walked, and then flew to his hand. This was followed by the satchel of lead balls. As Wren continued walking, he fired them at a lone tree in the distance, hitting his mark every time. Then all of his weapons returned to their place on his belt. Cale glared at his brother. "We are not nearly far enough north for such carelessness. The morphs are still searching for us." Wren nodded, though with a smirk. "If they were near, you would sense them." "Why didn't you use your power when you faced that morph in the fringes?" said Tory. "The one that had me trapped in the streets. Surely you could have simply shot it." "Well, for one, that would have drawn more morphs to us, using magic. And it wouldn't have been as much fun." Wren grinned mischievously. "Conjuri," said Cale, "have a reckless thirst for theatrics." "And I'm a conjuri?" said Tory. "Only a conjuri could do what you did on Gallows Day," said Wren. "And that was theatrical in any sense of the word." "Gallows Day," she muttered. "The rumors have spread all across the New World," said Wren. "Your act of defiance has given many a brief bit of hope. Imagine the hope when word spreads you are still alive." Tory did not like the thought that she was some mythic sign for the masses. "Hope of what? More war? More bloodshed? Another war between the worlds?" "Restoration," said Wren. "In the old world, the Watchers were the last link to the gods. The thought that they may not have been vanquished. Tory, you are the first Watcher to reveal power so publicly in over 300 years. There are dozens of others. And we have lived our entire lives in fear of being tortured and killed by the metamorphi. You were the first to reveal your power, and you survived the Chancellor's wrath. This is something larger than you, whether you like it or not. You've given hope to us as well." They traveled on in silence for some time. Tory kept thinking back to her fall after stabbing the Chancellor, the pain that had smothered her, and then the almost immediate relief. "Do Watchers only have one gift?" she asked. To wield more than one was rare in the old world, and unheard of in the new, said Wren. "You both can fly," Tory ventured. "All Watchers can fly," said Wren. You flew in the fringes, enough to survive your fall, that is."
Did I fly? It had all happened so fast. Thinking back, nothing seemed clear, only that she had survived. She'd felt searing pain for a moment, and then it was gone, and she had sprinted to the forest of Gen as though nothing had happened. But it made no sense. The magic of the Watchers seemed to be so ordered. A conjurer would not be able to heal. Cale turned back to her briefly, and Tori felt uncomfortable in his gaze, as though he could sense she was hiding something. A scowl creased his brow, and he turned away. "Haven't you heard the tales of the Watchers?" Wren went on. "I heard them," Tori said, trying to recall her mum's stories, but they were all faded, as though they had been told to her in an old dream. Ever since she became a slave, she had tried not to remember anything to do with her mother. "But you never know what's myth and what's truth as a child. I thought the Watchers were only legends from the old world, something to give children hope." "Well, Tori, let me assure you, the Watchers are no lost legend. We have endured the Chancellor's purging. The time has come for the world to remember us. Soon, we will not need to hide in the crooked teeth like thieves." At dawn, they neared the village of Haisha, set amongst the craggy foothills of the Teeth. Cale ventured alone, and Wren waited with Tori outside the village, so not to spread rumored sightings of the Gallows Girl. It was at Cale's insistence. "Your face was well known amongst the lowborns after Gallows Day," said Wren after his brother had gone. "The girl from the steppe with green eyes. It's been over a year, and I doubt the Chancellor has publicly admitted your escape, as it would expose the lie of your execution, but I suppose it is better to be safe." But he spoke with some reluctance, and Tori could tell he did not like to be the one waiting around. The Haitian horseman could only spare 2 steeds, no matter the price, which meant Tori was left to ride double. "I think Wren may have that honor," said Cale as he led the steeds from the village. "I don't think you'll mind." Tori did not mind either, if she was honest. She wrapped her arms around Wren's waist, noting his broad shoulders and the muscles of his back, which were clearly defined beneath his tight-fitted tunic. "He's charming, strong, handsome, and a rebel leader. But those are foolish thoughts right now." Nevertheless, Tori found her gaze falling upon his sharp, smooth features more than once as they rode on. This was remedied, though, for as they climbed into the foothills, the air grew thinner and much colder, and they all quickly donned heavy cloaks. They traveled by day and camped by night. For the first couple days, Tori could tell Cale was tense. He often closed his eyes, sensing for signs of their hunters. Once they entered the high mountain passes, he relaxed. His scowl softened, and he stopped riding with one hand at the hilt of his saber. The wild mountains appeared to be his element. Though Tori had felt excited a few days ago, the mountains had the opposite effect on her. The higher they journeyed, the more she thought of her mum's tales of Rulax and Nosferati. When night fell and they huddled together for warmth inside a canvas tent, every sound made her tense. More than once, she was certain she heard howls echoing off the towering peaks, though Wren insisted it was only the wind. On the 5th day, they reached the mountain village of Itala. Even in spring, the lanes were thick with snowpack. The villagers were bundled in thick fur-lined parkas, and the men all bore voluminous nest-like beards. Mountain folk were a mixture of races that fled to the mountains at the dawn of the New World. Their skin was coppered and weathered by harsh, high-altitude exposure, and this spread to their countenances. The crooked folk were known for no kindness in Osha, but at the sight of Wren, their expressions softened. Children pointed and grinned at them,
running alongside their horses. Wren waved them off with a charming smile. "I told you, we are mountain folk." "You offer them blessings from the gods," said Kale. "Blessings?" said Tori. "To the people of Itala, our tower is a monastery devoted to the old gods," said Wren. "And on occasion, the high priest will come down and offer blessings to the crooked folk." "That surely helps their dispositions." Kale did not seem impressed. Wren grinned. "Undoubtedly, brother, undoubtedly. Helping them construct a glass house so they can grow crops year-round surely helps as well. I'm a regular saint among the mountain folk." Tori was still trying to read Wren. For his talk about the injustices of lowborns, he sure didn't mind fooling them. Though she had to admit, these people lived in better conditions than any in Osha, and he had helped them grow more food. Wren gave the impression that he was some sort of idealist, but Tori still could not shake the sense that this revolution was personal for him. They rode for another hour, leaving the village and ascending a steep, narrow path cut into the side of the mountain. "How high have we climbed since Haisha?" Tori wondered. "Thousands of feet?" And yet still, the peaks towered thousands more above them. At the edge of a clearing, they approached a sheer cliff wall. Tori saw no path until they faced it straight on. A narrow cleft was cut into the rock, and they filed through one at a time. "We call this the birth canal," said Wren. "I swear it gets narrower with each passage. In the old world, the teeth were known to shift when the gods became angry. That is how this passage was formed, they say." The path weaved through the mountainside for half a league, then spread wide into a hidden valley, surrounded on all sides by towering peaks. At the far end of the valley, carved into the side of the mountain, was the watchtower. 3 narrow spires rose over 100 feet from a vast granite fortress. The towers were coated in a thin layer of snow that left Tori marveling at their sheer magnificence. The snow-covered teeth towered above, as though the castle were being devoured by the gaping jaws of a rulok. Wren spread his arms wide. "Welcome to the last refuge of the Watchers." Chapter 12. The watchtower appeared to have been carved straight from the mountainside and looked just as ageless, just as Tori might have imagined a fortress of the ancient men might look. The stonework blended in with the mountain, as though the two had always coexisted. Tori guessed it would be near impossible to spot from the air, if a morph ever were to fly over the teeth. Majestic though it was, the fortress appeared empty and felt dead. There was no sound but the clopping of their horses' hooves resounding off the face of the mountains. Tori felt uneasy as they approached. Kale led the way across the clearing, and as they neared, the iron gates spread wide, seemingly on their own. Tori realized it was Wren's gift bidding them open. Once they entered, the aura of the place transformed, as though a lever had been triggered. The air in Tori's lungs seemed to grow lighter. The 3 towers basked in warm light. Sounds of life filled her ears in a jarring instant. People bustling in a wide square, a pair of young girls hovering several feet off the ground, holding one another's hands for balance, giggling. It was strange to hear something so light and frivolous, as though the world were some bright, happy place. Have I ever giggled like that? Yes, she had, but it was long ago, when she and her mum lived on the steppe among the Yan Avi, when the world had been bright and simple, a child's world. A short, muscular woman with olive skin and bushy obsidian hair greeted them, along with a lanky man with deep brown skin and thick dreadlocks that fell to his shoulders. The man took hold of their reins as they dismounted. Wren took Tori's hand and helped her down. Her legs felt clumsy on the ground. She had gotten used to riding over the past 5 days. The aches had subsided on the 3rd day, and now, as she moved, it felt like there was still the ghost of mount blankets and muscle beneath her. "Daja," Wren addressed the lanky man, "why don't you show our new recruit to the stables? I've a few things to discuss with Sarah." He gestured at the woman, dismounted, and handed his reins over to the man. Daja handed a pair of reins to Tori and ushered her to follow him. The stables were around the corner, and inside, a lone bay horse nibbled at the floor of straw. "Where are the others?" Tori asked. "Ye brought 'em," Daja grinned. "We don't have much need for horses round here." His voice floated on the air with the lilting accent of the Parjan seafarers. "Seeing as we all fly?" Tori chuckled. "I suppose not." "Meself, I hope we keep these 2 round, though. Poor Rothbird has to pull our sleigh on his lonesome any time we make for the village. I don't reckon he'd mind the assistance." Daja removed the mount blankets and led the horses to a stall, then heaved mounds of hay after them. "You're the one they've been talking about, the one who blew up the bloody gallows." "That's me." "Gods, what a way to find out your magic, eh?" A pang of guilt tugged at Tori. She felt sick, but pushed the notion away. "Me, I tripped on a bit of rigging. There was these giant hooks all set out on deck. I would have landed straight on 'em and skewered myself." "What's your gift?" "Mum called it being shifty, but round here they call it enduro. I can be ruddy quick when I need to be. Managed to skid away from them hooks with only a few scratches. One time, I lifted the purse off a Morgathian admiral when they boarded Mum's ship, wagerin' we was pirates." "Your mum was a pirate?" Wren stood in the door and laughed. "She was a bloody privateer. God save her. Aha!" Wren shook his head, still chuckling. "Daj, tend to our gear, will you? I'm going to show Tori around." "You're the captain," Daja said, though Tori noticed his jolly expression turn slightly at the request. "Pleasure to meet you, gallows girl," he said, recovering himself. "Just Tori." "There is no just Tori anymore," said Wren, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "You are Astoria Buradai, the gallows girl. Come, let's get you cleaned up. A year in bondage, a journey through sewers, battles with metamorphy, 2 weeks on the run, and it's nearly dinner time." Tori laughed. She was quickly finding that Wren had a way of triggering laughter. Kale stayed back with Daja in the stables, and Wren led Tori across an open courtyard to the 3 central spires of the fortress. Within, there was a great wide hall leading to extravagant rooms, a ballroom with a crystal ceiling that made the light dance around the walls, a vast dining hall with tables that could have served 100 people, a library filled with ancient scrolls. "Where did all this come from?" Tori asked as he led her toward the 3 winding staircases to the spires. "Much of this was here when we arrived. This place went untouched for hundreds of years. The scrolls were collected by my family, our secret library of the old world." Wren took her by the arm and led her up the central tower. They stopped outside a room halfway up. "These will be your quarters. I trust they'll suit you." Wren pushed open the door. As they entered, there was a shriek. A young woman with bronzed skin and dark curly hair spun from a vanity, a hand mirror crashing to the floor. She clutched at her bathing robe, and then she cried out again, this time staring at her bare feet. There was blood. "Arayava!" The girl swore by the sun goddess of the Yanavi. She lifted her foot, and a piece of glass worked its way out, and the skin closed over. A healer. "Captain Andovier, I did not realize you would be visiting my bedroom the moment you arrived." The girl's cheeks had turned crimson. Wren smiled. "My apologies. I should have announced myself. Thank the gods and the soul, you are a regenero. Vashti Buradai, this is Astoria, though you know her as the Gallows Girl. Tori will be taking the third bed in here with you and Misha. If we find many more watchers, we'll have to build more towers."
Yes, of course, Captain. As you wish."
Vashti bowed again, then stooped and gathered the shards of her mirror. "Excellent," said Wren. "Astoria, I am afraid I must discard these dreary traveling clothes before dinner. I will see you shortly." He took her hand. His skin was warm, and her fingers tingled at the sudden touch. "I am glad you're with us." Tori smiled.
"Me too. Thank you for everything, Captain," she added.
Wren opened the door, then glanced back. "Vashti, give her something to wear for dinner, will you? Tarasi!" He thanked her in Yan Avi and whisked away, apparently oblivious to the look of death on her face. Vashti muttered curses in her native tongue, looking herself up and down, standing in her robe, still blushing. She turned back to the vanity and returned to powdering her cheeks. The room was silent but for the dabbing of cosmetic brushes. The bedroom was much larger and more ornate than the room Tori had shared in Solero's estate. The walls were decorated with fine tapestries, the bedsheets made of exquisite linen. There were hand-carved cabinets beside each bed, and a full-body wash-basin steamed with soapy water beside the vanity. Tori couldn't wait to wash. In silence, Vashti finished her cosmetics and donned brightly colored silks.
"I'm, sorry I embarrassed you," said Tori, taking a seat on the bed.
Vashti had begun braiding her hair in the intricate star design of the Soltaya. Tori remembered it from her childhood. The women in the chief's family all wore it. This girl had been Yan Avi royalty once, and she certainly acted the part. She scowled in the mirror, but did not turn to respond.
"Embarrassed?" said Vashti eventually. "Do not insult me. You're a Burodai." "Yes," she said coldly. "I was."
"Daughter of the Sultane. What do you know?"
"I was a Burodai too," said Tori. "My mother ran away with a tribesman. I spent my first 7 years on the steppe. We might have seen each other long ago."
"How touching." Vashti got up to leave.
"Vashti, you told Wren I could borrow some clothes?"
Vashti huffed, eyeing Tori up and down. "You are oblivious, aren't you? Here's some garb." Vashti tossed Tori her damp bathing robe. The door flew open just as Vashti was about to exit. A sprightly girl with short black hair and olive skin rushed in, smiling.
"New roommate, have we? Is that what smells?"
There was an awkward pause. The girl smiled up at Vashti, who did not seem sure how to respond. The girl glanced over at Tori, still smiling. Vashti left, shaking her head and muttering in Yan Avi. It had been long since Tori had spoken the language, but she remembered the curses well enough.
"Gods, what's her problem?"
Tori muttered after Vashti had gone. Vashti and the captain were involved. She hates your guts. But don't take it personal. She hated you long before she met you. And now you're sharing our room. Should be loads of fun, eh? I'm Misha, by the way.
"Tori?"
"I know who you are. Everyone knows who you are. Astoria Burodai. We've been waiting for you." Ever since we got news you were alive, the captain hasn't been able to shut up about bringing you here." "I'm sick of hearing that. It was nothing, really. I just happened to discover my gifts in front of the Chancellor." "Nothing, huh?" Misha crossed the room and began sorting through her wardrobe. She wore breeches and a white blouse, with a strange pair of stone bracelets around her wrists, which was apparently not dining attire. "What you did that day? No one reveals their power like that. That'd be tough for a conjurer with 3 years' training. The captain has never gone after a recruit like that. Always sends his brother. He thinks you're special."
"Gods, even the crooked folk have been whispering about what you did." Misha picked out an elaborate turquoise evening gown, the sort the high-born ladies of Merrill would have clamored to wear. She stripped out of her clothes where she stood, and Tori glanced away. "The people think it's the start of a new age," Misha went on, lacing herself up. Misha sat at the vanity and touched up her face. Her odd stone bracelets remained. "You should get ready, you know. Dinner will be in an hour, and I'm sure the captain will be making a big thing about your arrival. So wear something nice, and, wash up." "I don't have any clothes," said Tori, "except Vashti's damn bathrobe." Misha laughed. She bent over and clutched at her stomach. "Sorry, but you must see the irony of him asking her to lend you clothes. Not to mention you smell like Shenza. Take a bath, Tori. I'll find you something to wear, don't worry." The basin was in the middle of the room. Tori eyed it, contemplating for a moment. Misha laughed again. "Don't be shy. Get out of that filth and wash up." Tori peeled off her clothes. The smell had been less potent during the days on the road, but in the warmth of the bedroom, the stench was seeping back out. "Here." Misha held up a rough spun sack. Tori pitched her clothes in. "I'll send them to be burned. Gods, the smell's getting worse, I think." Misha tied the sack tight and disappeared down the hallway. Tori slipped into the tub. The luxury of a bath had never felt so wondrous. She wished she could lie in the warm water for hours, but dinner was approaching. She scrubbed herself vigorously, and then a second time, and a third. Slowly, months of grime slipped away. By the time she was done, Misha had selected a violet evening gown and draped it on Tori's bed. It fit a little loosely. Tori had never been so skinny in all her life. "How does the bath stay warm?" said Tori. "There's no coals." Misha smiled. "Look closer, underneath." Tori stooped and peered at the underside of the basin. Tiny flames hovered in midair, licking at the ceramics. "I'm a fieri." Misha flicked her stone bracelets together, triggering a spark, and then it transformed into a ball of flame that hovered above her skin. She tossed the flame in the air, and it vanished. "Just a little trick I came up with. Coals are so finicky. It's either cold or scalding. Don't tell the captain. He'd fret at the thought of marring this old-world basin. Gods, he's funny." Tori smiled. Perhaps her living arrangement wouldn't be so bad. "I think it's brilliant." Misha waved her hand and the flames disappeared. "Please, you turned a gallows into splinters and sent all the hardware through the guards' chests. Or is that only hearsay?" Tori shuddered, remembering the ghosts from the forest of Gen. She took a seat at the vanity, reaching for the powder Vashti had been using. "No, not hearsay." "Whoa, hold on there." Tori put down the powder. "What?" Misha grinned. "Yan AV princesses may pull that off, but your skin is too light." "I'm half Yan AV." "Really? Well, I suppose you have been living underground for a year. Let me help you. Use this to dab your lashes. We'll deal with those bushy eyebrows some other time. And for your cheeks, a little blush is all we want. You know, in Melanesia, fairer skin is a sign of royalty. Means you don't work in the hot sun. The highborns wear nothing to cover up their fair skin. Tori had no desire to look high-born. Were you royalty? Misha laughed. Gods, no. My father was a merchant. I was no peasant, but hardly royalty. In a few minutes, the cosmetics were complete, and Tori's wavy black hair had been tied back in a braid. It was longer than it had been since she was a girl, nearly reaching her shoulders. Tori barely recognized herself in the mirror. Not just because of the gown and the cosmetics. She felt different all over. So much had changed. It seemed like a lifetime ago she had been in Scalero's household, with Darian and old Mary. Would they even recognize me if they saw me now? Let's eat. I'm starving, said Misha. Then she looked Tori's rail-thin body up and down. Sorry, no I'm not. Don't worry, Tori. You will not stay skinny long around these halls. Part 5. The Assassin's Den. We are the dark cast away by the light, the night that comes before dawn. The soul shines not upon us, but within, her secret bidding, her whispered will, her last true seekers. Take solace in our watching eyes, O people of the Red City, but look upon us and despair. Chapter 13. When Astoria Buradai entered the hall, every eye fell upon her. Every eye but Cale Andovier's. Cale watched his brother's eyes, watched them widen and focus on the slave girl, watched him rush from the head of the table to greet her, watched him fawn and dote before his followers. Tori cleaned up well for someone who, 3 hours ago, had looked like she'd been raised in a pig stable. Her tussle of black hair glistened in the lamplight. Her light brown skin, paled from months in the citadel, had been touched with hints of cosmetic that made it radiate. Dressed in her violet satin gown, she was captivating. All eyes followed her about the room. This quality was exactly what Wren wanted, and it was exactly what made Cale feel uneasy. Things were moving forward for the Shadow Watch, and though Cale should have been pleased, he was not. Wren introduced Tori to the host of watchers, his hand on her bare shoulder all the while. He made a rousing speech about their coming glory, the rise of the Shadow Watch, how they would return to power and the world would be made new again. Tori smiled at all the right moments, and when Wren took her by the hand to lead her to the head table, Cale noticed her flush. What was it about his brother's charisma that made Cale feel this way? It was not jealousy. Well, not exactly. Cale did not fancy Tori, but it was always Wren the gentlemen and ladies gravitated towards, and Tori was the latest example of this truth. Cale was a mere shadow, cast into notice at the whims of his brother, and left in the corner when it did not suit him. It had always been this way. Usually Cale did not mind living in the shadows. He was not one to long for thrones and great halls. He did not seek the doting of lords and ladies, nor the following of an army of watchers. In truth, he already longed to return to the road. He had much more pressing matters, even than the gallows girl. Tori took her seat between Cale and Wren. "You look nice," Cale managed. He was not one for speeches either. Wren laughed. "She looks gorgeous, stunning." Tori smiled. Yes, thank you. Now, I know this isn't ladylike, but this is the first real meal I've had in months, and right now, I want nothing more than to eat." And Tori dove into the feast before them. Roasted alkine, stewed vegetables, potatoes, and steaming bread. Tori ate voraciously. She'd proven so strong on the journey, Cale had nearly forgotten she'd spent a year starving and bleeding out in the White Citadel, that she'd lived her entire life in poverty and slavery. This, too, for some reason, worried him about her. He sensed a buried rage, shrouded by guilt and insecurity. The combination left a bad taste in his mouth. "Gods," said Wren, brushing Tori's shoulder again. "You'll choke yourself if you don't chew more." "Sorry," she blushed. "I'll say it again. I think it would be best if you rested a few days before joining the others in their training regimen. Eat up and sleep in a bed for a change. You're weary and you've been through so much." But Tori shook her head. "Things are moving forward for your resistance, correct?" "Well, yes." Cale liked to see his brother stumbling over his words. "If I've stirred up the makings of a rebellion, and if you've been waiting for this moment, we don't have time to waste, do we? I have no control over my gifts, and I need to learn." Tori did not strike Cale as the revolutionary sort. She was soft-spoken and small. She was undeniably fierce, a survivor, but the face of a rebellion? Cale sensed she was driven by something much more personal than a magical revolution, not unlike himself. "Very well," said Wren, smiling. "Your point is made. I will inform Sarah you will join the others tomorrow morning." "Sarah? You met her at the gate this afternoon." Wren gestured to the Aleut woman, who was conversing with a pair of younger children. It had always worried Cale that children so young were learning the ways of war. But he, of all people, knew that even youths were not spared by the Chancellor. "Sarah oversees all drills and leads the morning exercises," Wren went on. Tori's expression turned slightly, and something stirred in Cale's cerebro sense. "What about you?" she asked. "I am the captain," said Wren. "I oversee everything. Now, please, it is not healthy to eat so quickly. You will not go hungry again, I promise. Replenish yourself, slowly." "What about you, Cale? Will you be assisting in my training?" Tori turned to him. Her green eyes flickered in the torchlight. Cale cleared his throat. "I'm afraid not. I set out at first light. There are more watches waiting to be found." "So soon?" "Exactly what I said," said Wren. "I am the exiled lord, after all," Cale thought. "Walled life has never suited me much," said Cale. "There is much work to do before we entertain thoughts of a revolution. As you said, there's no time to waste." Misha came by the table and whisked Tori off to meet the other watchers. Wren watched her, and Cale watched them both. Wren was grinning, leaning back in his chair so it balanced on two legs, cheating gravity with a subtle flare of magic. There was a certain beauty to this place, Cale had to admit. The ability to use their gifts without fear of discovery. "The rumors are spreading, Cale. Sarah says word has already reached Itala of the Gallows Girl's escape from the Citadel. More watchers will be coming to us. More will believe, and more will discover their gifts. You will sense them by the day." He had sensed them already. "We will have our army," said Wren. "Mother would be proud." "Mother would be proud of you. And she would berate me for my lack of fervor, for losing Kira, for the Isle of Jala, for the day I discovered what I could do with my mind." "It is a good day for us, Cale. You should enjoy it, and a few more like it." Cale shifted uncomfortably. He lowered his voice. "She is more powerful than you let on, brother." Wren held his smile, though Cale sensed he'd been caught off guard. "Did you think I hadn't noticed?" Wren led his chair back to the floor, still smiling. "I would be a fool to think I could keep secrets from a cerebro, wouldn't I? Yes, Astoria Burudai is more powerful than I ever could have dreamed." Cale shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his uneasiness making him restless. Misha Sufai was escorting the Gallows Girl around the room. Tori looked so innocent, Yet he sensed a desperation inside her, something beyond her control. "Look at her," Ren whispered, shaking hands and smiling as though she should be honored to be here. "She has no desire for power, and that is just what we need." "You think she is a mage?" "She exhibits conjuri and regenero skills at the very least, one from both the material and corporeal realms. I've never seen someone heal so quickly and with so little training. Her legs were obviously broken when she fell with the Chancellor. The girl healed so fast, even she doesn't know her own power." Cale watched Tori for a moment. He was not so sure this was true. Somewhere deep, Astoria knew she was powerful, but she was afraid of it. He had shared her dreams. He had seen her ghosts in his mind. "She trusts you, brother." "Should she not?" "You want to use her." "For the good of our kind, the good of the world." "And you're content to leave her in the dark about her power?" "For the time being," said Ren. "Astoria must learn to accept her strength. She must grow in knowledge of herself. Then she will be ready to embrace who we want her to be." "Who you want her to be. Who the world needs her to be, brother. This is bigger than you or me or the gallows girl." He was sounding more and more like their mother every day. "All the more reason I should go, then. At least take someone with you. Daja would do well." Cale shook his head. "No, I must go alone." Ren set his goblet down hard, but he maintained his smile in the presence of his soldiers. "You're not rushing to search for watchers at all, are you? You're looking for Kira." Cale cursed him. It was a rare secret Cale could keep from his brother. "I journey where I please," said Cale. "I may have come to help your cause, but you are not my captain." For a moment, Cale thought Ren might explode, but after a breath, he calmed himself. "I wish there were hope for Kira as well, but do not build up hope where none should be built. She fell into the hands of the Morphs months ago. You know what they do to. She escaped, and I must find her. I can send others to track down your recruits for a week or so." "And how do you know she escaped?" "I just know." Cale was silent. "Tell me, brother, if she truly escaped, why hasn't she returned? How can you be sure Kira wants to be found?" Ren was always dependable for putting words to the fears Cale did not wish to voice. "If Kira has abandoned the Shadow Watch, she can speak it to my face." Cale and Kira had tracked together for years. They had been partners before Ren found his long-lost, exiled brother, before Ren had recruited them in a gamble to restore the old ways. And Kira believed in the cause, oftentimes more than Cale did. "If Kira is hiding, there's a reason." "You think she's gone after the Godstones," said Ren. He was not pleased. "It was that damned fantasy hunt that got her captured in the first place." "You know this revolution will not be won with a handful of watchers." "Oh yes," Ren said scathingly. "Our salvation belongs to little magic stones from the old world, the ones that created the new, the ones that created the Morphs." "Mother believed they existed." "Our mother is dead, and this revolution will be won with men and women, watchers, not mythic weapons from the old world." "The Chancellor is harvesting magic from Watcher blood," Cale said. "How do you suppose he's doing it?" "You think he's using the stones?" "How else could he keep up his army of Morphs? They're not immortal." Ren sighed. "I don't know." "I think Mother was right, that the Chancellor's always had one, and I think Cyrus Morrow is looking for the others. When the Morphs attacked, Kira and I were close. I think there was a reason they followed us to Jerka on our last expedition. They're myths, Kale. Has it ever occurred to you that our mother's stories were Shenza? You want them to be true because you think finding them will relieve your guilt about what happened to her. Don't! Kale nearly shouted. They had fought this fight before, and Kale was tired of it. He lowered his voice. Do you trust me or not? I trust you, but not your heart, brother, said Ren, clapping his shoulder like patronizing elder brothers had since the days of the ancient men. You were always the soft one. Godstones or not, I have sensed Kira, and I am leaving. Whether with your blessing or not, I fly at dawn across the steppe. You think Kira is among the Yan Avi? Said Ren, his tone growing lighter. Well, that is convenient at any rate. While you're there, you can gauge that army the great Sultan is raising across the steppe. The timing of his next move will be critical to our own. An army? Said Kale skeptically. Vashti may have been banished for her sorcery, but she knows her father. Sultan Buradai has been biding his time for years. With the legions marching south, and Morgath soon to fall, he will be readying the 12 tribes for a counter-resistance to take back the western steppe, maybe even Greater Osha. If he does, it will provide our perfect moment to rise up in the White Citadel. Scalero says the High Council is tired of Cyrus Morrow, and there are more who would welcome back the old ways if given the opportunity. Does Vashti know you wish to use her people to initiate your own rise to power? Ren glared. Vashti hates her father. Just find out what the great Sultan is scheming, and then you may search for Kira and your silly stones as you please, with my blessing. Ren always had to have the last word, but Kale was glad for his blessing nonetheless. Very well. Before you go, tell Daja where he can find the next recruits. You've sensed more, I trust? Several. But Daja? You think he can bear the responsibility? Truth be told, Kale did not wholly trust the privateer's son. Parhan seafarers were not known for their moral code. They blew wherever the wind took them. Someone has to do the tracking while you're gallivanting with those herdsmen. Daja is quick and ruddy sharp at getting out of a bind, and he's itching to prove himself. Didn't you see the glare he gave me when I asked him to tend the mounts? If you say so. I do. Ren raised a glass of wine, smiling, though his eyes had narrowed. You're right, brother. There is much work to do. Kale excused himself and made for his quarters. He was so focused on his thoughts that he nearly trampled the girl as he turned a corner. Astoria roamed the halls alone. You should return to the feast, he said. Her face fell a little. It feels wrong to celebrate while there is so much suffering elsewhere. I've never known comforts like this place. Kale could sense her thoughts dwelled on the people of the fringes and the gallows boy who haunted her dreams. It is good not to forget those who suffer. Kale knew this well. It is also not wrong to enjoy comforts. Otherwise, you lessen the hope of everyone else. What do you mean? Don't forget those who live as you once did. But don't cheapen what they themselves long for and die for: comfort and freedom. You should speak more, you know, said Tori. You're wiser than you look. Well, that stings. Tori smiled. Have a safe journey, Kale. I hope you find more watchers, but don't stay gone too long. You deserve some comfort yourself. Kale nodded, and Tori left to rejoin the festivities. When Kale reached his bedchamber, he found himself unable to consider the possibility of sleeping on a feather mattress in a stone-walled cell. He had spent so many years on the run, terrified to use his powers lest he be hunted down and murdered by the Chancellor's creatures. If you ceased to use an ability long enough, you could believe it did not exist, like an old prisoner who, after a lifetime underground, believes there is no such thing as color and light. There had been times Cale could not have used his Watcher gift, even if he'd had the nerve to try. That was his existence after his self-appointed exile, until Kira. Kira Fen had reminded him who he was. In the outer realms of civilization, on an isle in the Bay of Jala, in the Far East, beyond the reach of the Chancellor and his morphs, they had rediscovered their gifts. There had been 17 of them, a commune of Watchers rediscovering their true selves, led by a Watcher as ancient as the orders of the old world. It was a place not unlike the Watchtower, but no place was truly safe from the reach of the Chancellor. The morphs had come in the early hours of the morning, descending in gray light upon blurry, waking eyes. Cale and Kira had spent the night in the gardens, and they were rejoicing in their triumphs and their awakening love when they heard the screams. All the others were slaughtered, even their leader, whom Cale had thought could never die. Only one morph was slain in the process. Cale and Kira, the lone survivors, were left alone to walk among the dead and wonder what might have happened had they spent the night with the others, rather than indulging themselves in love. Cale had hardly spent a night in the same place since. It did not matter that his brother had lived safely in the Crooked Teeth these past 3 years. No place was outside the creature's reach. One day, Cale feared the Watchtower would fall, and the Shadow Watch would endure the same fate as the commune on the Isle of Jala. Cale flew through the night from the Watchtower and the Crooked Teeth, but was forced to rest on the shore of the steppe as the sun crawled its way back to the world. He slept during the day and flew 3 more nights to cross the great sprawling hills and plains before he landed outside the capital of the Yan Avi, Liani. Sandstone spires jutted from within the central palace walls like daggers caked in dried blood. Rising above the entire city was the central dome of the Red Palace. Surrounding the city, portable Keliskin yurts spiraled in all directions. The Yan Avi were a nomadic people. Even the great Sultan spent less than half the year in the confines of his palace, preferring to sit a horse over a throne. It was a sentiment Cale respected about Sultan Burodai, though the only one. The 12 sultans roamed the steppe with their herds and their tribesmen, waging small wars amongst themselves, and, at times, now, if Ren's suspicions proved true, banding together under their great sultan for larger and much longer wars. If this massive city of yurts was any indication, Ren was right. The Yan Avi were preparing for war. Cale entered the inner walls of Liani to the blaring horn call for the rising ritual of Arayava. As the sun goddess began her daily journey across the sky, the people faced east and asked for her blessing upon the day to come. Cale made his way to one of the countless rooftop shrines of the Red City, doused his forehead in oil, and bowed his greeting to the soul. It was then, amidst a host of 20 kneeling men and young boys, that Cale realized the Yan Avi were in mourning. Every male was dressed in ceremonial sackcloth with a smear of ash upon the bridge of his nose. Their prayers were not a greeting of the sun, but a wailing lament. When the prayers ended, Cale stopped a young man as he left the shrine. "I have just traveled many leagues," Cale said in Yan Avi. "Tell me, what evil has descended upon the Red City?" The young boy had tears in his eyes. "Our great chief has gone to join the horsemen among the stars." The boy wiped his eyes, oil and tears smearing with ash. "How?" "A shadow blade stole his breath," said the boy's father.
The great Sultane had been murdered. Kale cursed. Then he said, "The soul will have her justice." "The soul will have her justice," the boy and his father repeated. Kale joined the throng of Yan Avi tribesmen as they made their way to the palace. The sun was particularly crimson as it ascended from the depths of the wandering dunes. The Yan Avi would see this as an ill omen for days to come. The mourning would go on all week, perhaps longer, as so many had gathered for the festival of the rising sun, when it was believed Arayeva walked among her chosen people. At the dawn of spring, she blessed the seeds of earth, of herds, and of men. On the final night, she caroused with the great Sultane himself and ushered in another year of plenty on the steppe. This would be a cursed year unless the mourning rites were especially long and fervent, in hopes the soul would bring swift justice and bless the choosing of her new great Sultane. The Yan Avi would not be going to war any time soon. Ren would not be pleased, but Kale's true purpose was also cast awry in the wake of the great Sultane's death. In the vast crowd, he could not sense Kira anywhere. His mind was clouded. The Yan Avi minds, with all their sorrow and fear, descended on him like crows upon a rotting corpse. He could not discern one from another in the madness. He was about to depart Vliani before he was pressed into the heart of the mourning city by the crowds, when he felt a stealth blade at his throat. Extending from the sleeve of a dark cloak, it was the signature weapon of the Ilya, the assassins of the Red City. The blade pricked Kale's skin, and blood dripped warm down his neck. "You are not the first sky blood to enter our city on this dark day." The voice was feminine and confident, which took Kale by surprise. In Vliani, women were not known to carry blades. Kale was about to abandon stealth and fly from the earth. He could disarm the assassin and flee before the woman knew what had happened. But suddenly, he felt weak. His limbs betrayed him, and he collapsed in the street. The Ilya's blade had been laced with a draft. More dark cloaks joined the Ilya woman, and many arms hauled his limp form into the narrow lanes between the sandstone towers. The last thing Kale saw was the woman's razor smile, teasing from the depths of a dark hood as he was dragged underground. Chapter 14. Kale woke lying upon fine pillows in a lamplit room. Oil was pungent on the air as it soaked the wicks and slowly ebbed away with the lapping of soft flames. He lay alone and, to his surprise, unbound. His strength and power were returning, the last effects of the draft wafting away. There were no guards in the room, but voices stirred from beyond the arched entry. With his sense, he recognized a familiar presence. Kale roused himself and left the bedchamber. Several round tables littered the vast domed chamber beyond. Around them sat men in dark cloaks, laughing and drinking wine and sharing joints of roasted lamb. When Kale entered, their leader stood and addressed him. "I trust you slept well, old friend." "I trust you are still a bastard, Sala," said Kale, recognizing the man instantly. The woman beside him tensed. The only woman in the room, Kale noted, and the one who had put him to sleep in the city. In his mind, he could sense her fierce loyalty to her prince. Prince Sala Burodai, Vashti's brother, the commander of the Ilya assassins, and son of the late great Sultane, laughed so that his entire body shook. "All is well, Ashi," he said to the Ilya woman. Sala rushed forward and took Kale by the arm in greeting. "A bastard indeed, but no one sees the pathway to the den of the Ilya. Not even you, Skyblood." I heard you were in the city, and I knew we must speak." "Word travels quick," said Cale. "Ah, we are not all blessed with eyes in our minds that see the depths of the soul, old friend. But I have been blessed with many hundreds of eyes in the Red City. No one comes or goes without my knowledge." "Not even the murderer of your father, I venture to guess." Sala did not laugh at this. "Your father lies dead but hours, and here you are, bothering with an old friend?" "My tribesmen believe I am mourning in my chambers." Sala gestured to his table. "Come, share a cup and a meal, and we will speak." Cale took a seat. The other Ilya moved across the room, giving them the appearance of privacy, but Cale knew Sala kept no secrets from his followers. The Ilya continued their festivities, though in hushed tones, while Sala served up a plate. But Cale could feel their eyes and their concentration fixed upon him, Ashi's in particular. "You've come seeking her, have you not?" said Sala, pouring Cale a goblet of wine. For a moment, Cale was puzzled, his thoughts still fixated on the Ilya woman. Then Sala added, "Kira." Cale tried not to let his excitement show. "Yes, though I sense she's left the city already, thanks to you." He had guessed it the moment he'd heard of the great Sultan's demise. Sala patted Cale's arm and sat beside him. "Eat, please." Cale did. As he ate, Sala explained himself. "The ability to become as a shadow is one quite desirable among assassins. We may go unnoticed, but to disappear entirely, as Kira can. I have longed to recruit a Skyblood for some years. I tried to recruit you not so long ago." "Yes, and Kira is wiser than I." "I helped her escape the morphs." "In exchange for the murder of your father?" Cale's tone was dark and cold. He tore the lamb's roasted flesh off the bone. He could sense Ashi's fierce gaze. Sala sipped from his goblet. "Do not blame me because you failed her and now you feel emasculated. I aided Kira out of honor. I requested her help in return, and she obliged, perhaps because she sees the values of the Ilya. Or perhaps it was because you had something she seeks. You know something of the Godstones." There could be no other reason Kira would walk into Sala's snare. Sala lifted a dark, trimmed brow. "Perhaps. You should know this about me by now, old friend. I do what is needed to accomplish what needs done." Cale did know. Sala had discovered the Shadow Watch, after all, in time to save his sister's life. He was resourceful, and not at all like his father. Though still, Cale could not say he trusted the man, certainly not when he wanted something. "My father was a bastard," Sala went on. "He deserved to be murdered long ago. It was out of love for my people that I arranged his death. Do you know why my father feared Vashti's power, Cale? Why he put his own daughter to death? She was a woman. It was an abomination for her to seek power." "Seek power? Arayava! Is it seeking power to be true to yourself? But you are right, that was part of it. She was a woman seeking to discover the power within her, which is an abomination among my people. And yet we worship a woman, don't we? A powerful goddess." "That was always a puzzle to me." Sala tore a strip of meat and chewed slowly. "My father values women he can control, or who bring him pleasure. Arayava is our provider, and yet she enters his chambers during the festival. It's all Shenzha, of course, but the great sultans allow a goddess because even a goddess seems beneath them. A male god would make the great sultan seem inferior and weak. A goddess, though, they can control. When Vashti began to reveal her ability, my father knew what would happen.
The people would have come to see her as a goddess, descended from Areva herself, a goddess he could not control. The women had already begun whispering prayers in secret. As Vashti's power grew, the men would have had no choice. It would have been undeniable. In time, there would have been an uprising. So my father accused her of blasphemy and put her to death before the rumors spread.
Yet she lives, said Cale, recalling the harrowing plan Sala had concocted to save her. And you would, what, have her now ascend the throne?
You do not know my people, Cale. Ghosts do not bring good omens. The Death Walkers of the old world were a cursed race. Your brother hoped to make her a queen and rally my people.
My sister survived the stake by a miracle of her healing power, but she could never return from the dead. Not to her people. She would be marked a scourge of humanity, and she would be put to death. Properly this time. They would send her into the belly of Zarila. Cale had heard tales of the old world monster beneath the wandering dunes. During their years of desert exile, in the wake of the war between the worlds, after the first Chancellor had conquered their nomadic ancestors, the monster had taken many Yan Avi lives, it was said. Giant whirlpools formed in the sand from nowhere and swallowed men whole. They could spring up anywhere in the shifting desert without warning. No one knew whether Zarila was many beasts or one, or if it was merely an anomaly of nature and no beast at all, for no one had survived an encounter. A fact that made Cale doubt its existence. Nevertheless, the monster was still greatly feared by the Yan Avi. Sala stood. I longed to create a world in which my sister would never have been executed in the first place. When the mourning for my father has ended, and the lots are cast for the next great sultan, I will be chosen, and things will change. Now the Ilya can manipulate fate. I will be chosen, and Vashti may return, not as who she truly is, not as Vashti, the princess of the Soltea, but she may return to her home and to her people. Cale was growing tired of the conversation, and he could sense Kira's presence drifting farther and farther away from Bliani, like a cloud on the horizon about to slip over the edge of the world. If you are such a saint, Sala, why didn't you resist your father then, when it mattered? Sala lost his cool demeanor for the first time. He pounded the table. Do not piss upon my love for my sister. You know nothing of honor, Skyblood. The Ilya stood but kept their distance. Cale remained calm and gestured for the prince to return to his seat.
Sala caught his breath, ran fingers through his slick, dark hair, and then sat. His Ilya did the same. Nevertheless, said Cale, Vashti is dead to the Yan Avi. She is with my brother now, and there she can be herself. She can become what she was meant to be. She could never come back and hide in the Red City. I do not doubt your love, but you do not know your sister's kind. We have been in hiding for far too long. The future is not in thrones, Sala. The future of the Yan Avi and of the New World lies in the return of the Watchers. If you truly care for your sister, then become great Sultan. And then gather your tribesmen and join us in war against the Chancellor. Then Vashti may truly be able to come home, not as a goddess, but as a watcher of old. Ah, those are Wren's words. You do not think in such absolutes. Your few dozen Skybloods, your Shadow Watch, they are no army. The Chancellor has his metamorphy, and the tribes are no match for his legions. Your father thought differently. No festival of the rising sun has drawn so many tribesmen before. Your father was planning an attack on Osha, while the legions are focused on Morgath. And my father would have led my people to slaughter. Why do you think I killed him when I did? We have kept peace for many years, and we will continue to keep it. How long do you think that peace will last? Longer than if I ride to war in the wake of my father's death. A blood-red sun rose this morning. The people already fear a cursed year. I will not ensure it comes upon them. We will not ride to war. I have said what my brother would wish me to say, said Kale, and I will deliver your answer. Now, where is Kira? Sala took a long drink from his goblet. His assassin suddenly sat at attention. Ashi had her hand at the hilt of her blade. Do not worry. Kira is being kept safe, old friend, until she completes the last task I have for her, and until you complete your own task. My task? Sala smiled. I need your help obtaining my throne. When I am chosen as the next great sultan, you and Kira may go free. But until then... Ashi's blade moved so fast Kale could not react. The draft worked quickly, and Kale's world faded to nothingness. Part 6. The Shadow and the Morph. All the Chancellor's servants were morphs, one way or another. Some showed the change in their physical bodies, but all of us were morphed in the soul. We all ceased to be human. We all were creatures, molded and warped to do the Chancellor's bidding. Chapter 15. The Battle of Morgath raged around the gallows boy. Darian's world was a whirl of musket fire and explosions, blood and ash melding with the bitter rain that poured down upon the battlefield. The fray had reached a tipping point, like a cauldron seething, about to spill over in the fire. If the plan worked, after 3 days of combat at the walls of the Morgathian stronghold of Goranel, the Night Legions would finally break through. The Morgathian walls had proven impenetrable. The legions had hardly been able to get near them, let alone find any weaknesses. The fortress of Goranel was shaped like a crescent moon, with a sheer cliff at the rear. Thousands of shadows had died already as they stormed the walls from all sides. They could not last the carnage much longer. It was Darian's idea to send the metamorph, but it would have been impossible without the turbulent storm raging overhead. As the thunderheads sailed in from the Clavash Mountains, Darian rushed to tell General Thrain his plan. While the legions created a violent and deadly diversion, the morphs would descend secretly from the thunderheads and take on the form of Morgathian soldiers within. The cauldron would spill and unleash the fury of the Chancellor upon all the Morgathian rebels. The outer Morgathian holdfasts had been weaker and fell by the sheer mass of shadows in the early days of the attack on the rebel nation. Thrain's troops began the first phase of the invasion, surprising Morgath with an unexpected attack from the east, while the majority of the legion horde was camped 100 leagues away at the border of Morgath. After the slaughter of Herivral, Darian and his comrades had successfully stolen their way through the mountains of Clavash unnoticed, and without warning they dealt the Chancellor's wrath upon Ravencrest Tower and the nearby village of Igal, with the loss of fewer than a dozen soldiers. Nearly all Morgathian regiments had been sent west to face the main legion horde, leaving the eastern holds hopelessly vulnerable. The eastern victories were small in scale, only 1 Morgathian regiment, the rest women and children and old men. But the losses struck up an infectious heart of fear across all of Morgath. Where else might the shadows come from? The sea-hold of Fangsport and the northern towers of Stormfall and Vulcan Rock fell soon after in a brilliant, coordinated attack from land and sea, accomplished with the help of a fleet of ruthless Parjan privateers sailing from the boundless sea in the black of night. Within mere days, the terror-stricken Morgathians retreated to their central fortress,
the capital city of Goronel. It seemed nothing could stop the legions. But that confidence proved to be their downfall. Darien knew they should have taken their time, laid siege to the fortress over the course of weeks, while the troops recuperated and replenished their supplies, while the heart of fear festered within. They should have waited for their cannons to arrive. But the legions had been lured into a false sense of victory and bloodlust. They felt invincible, and that was exactly what the rebel king, Halstead, had been hoping for. That was when the explosions began. In secret, the Morgathians had devised a cannonball that exploded in mid-air, raining down lead and fire upon the attacking horde. Combined with the skill of the Morgathian sharpshooters, this new horror proved devastating for the legions.
Despite their far greater numbers, the legions could not ascend the walls with ladders, nor breach the gates with battering rams. They could not come close to Goronel from any direction without crippling losses. The band of flying morphs managed marginal damage on the walls, but musket fire was thick, and they too were forced back. Now, with Darien's plan in motion, the Night Legions pulled back and reformed ranks beyond the range of the Morgathian cannons. The morphs would need a distraction, and all the legions needed to be close when the wall was breached. They would not attack from all sides, but would focus all strength on the main city gate. Fiery arrows soared like meteors, pinging off the walls of the city with showers of sparks. It was the first wave of the legion attack. Arrows would do no damage, as the entirety of Goronel was composed of obsidian star rock. The arrows were a show, drawing all eyes and all men within toward the king's gate. The second wave of the attack was men, wave after wave of them. Lightning crackled overhead as Darien rushed the gates beside General Thrain, their regiment close behind them, their sister companies on all sides. The shadows stormed the king's gate, fired a volley, and then retreated to reload while the next wave took their place. 2 legion regiments carried battering rams, and after the first volleys of musket fire, they drove forward with massive socha logs borne upon their shoulders. It was suicide. Every Morgathian musket was trained on them, but Darien knew it was a necessary sacrifice. With all Morgathian eyes fixed on the storming of the king's gate, the morphs took flight from the north, invisible in the darkness of night and storm. Within Goronel, disguised as Morgathian soldiers, the morphs would bring down the walls, if all went according to plan. Thrain's regiment surged forward again, fired upon the walls, and then retreated to reload. Bodies fell all around Darien. He had never seen so much annihilation. Men and women he'd marched with, trained with, shared ale and stories around the fire with, lay dead all around him. He'd lost sight of Mary and Jujan and Valeria by their third charge, and could only hope they were not among the fallen. He kept close to General Thrain and reloaded his musket for the next wave. A nearby explosion rocked the earth and threw him to the ground. His ears rang. His vision was a white flare, and his back seared with pain. A cannonball exploded in the midst of Thrain's regiment. Shards of lead pierced Darien's skin, penetrating his thick leathern armor. For a moment, he was rendered immobile. Darien lay in a daze. His brain seemed to be tumbling around in his head. A shrill ringing was all he heard, like a hive of hornets. He did not hear the shots and explosions, nor the cries of his comrades dying in agony. One thought brought him back. The general. Darien did not see Thrain anywhere in the madness. All was a blur. The ground beneath him pooled with blood and rain. Smoke from musket and cannon fire hung over him like the fogs over Glacier Sound, and the air smelled of gunpowder and death. Darien scrambled forward, head still ringing, but he could move,
which meant his wounds could not be deep. He managed to stand, but he could see none of his comrades in the chaos, nor the general. There was a thunderous crash as the battering rams reached the gate. They would not be able to break through. It was amazing they had not all been shot down already. A war horn resounded from the wall, followed by a flurry of musket fire. Another rocket exploded to his left, and dozens of soldiers fell. Darien was on his hands and knees again, the ringing worse than ever. He covered his head with his hands. Gods, what is taking the morphs so long? A sudden hand touched his shoulder, and Darien jerked away instinctively, reaching for his saber. But he caught a glimpse of silver hair shimmering in the light of the explosions. It was Valeria Sardona, and relief swept over him. "Are you all right?" she shouted above the din. He nodded, his hearing still muffled. He drew nearer. "Where's the general?" "I don't know. I lost everyone after that first blast. Gods, you're bleeding." "I'll be all right," he said. His voice sounded distant, as though coming from outside his own body. "It's not deep." Valeria pulled him to his feet. His back ached with pain, but it was bearable. The second blast had only jarred him. A regiment marched past and fired on the wall, hitting only a couple Morgathian marksmen, who tumbled over the side of the towering wall. Screams filled the air, and the surviving legions retreated from the gates at full speed. The thud of the battering rams ceased. Darien grabbed a musket from a dead comrade and loaded as fast as he could manage. Valeria did the same. They were about to rage ahead with the next wave of muskets when they were thrown back to the ground in the worst explosion yet. The air filled with bodies and parts of bodies, but they were not the bodies of the night legions. A stone the size of a small hut landed a few yards off, a titanic piece of the wall of Gorinel. "The morphs did it! The wall is breached!" A cry rose up from the night legions. "Ooh-rah! Ooh-rah!" as the walls of Gorinel exploded in all directions, leaving behind a gaping hole the width of a city street. The battle cry turned into a deafening roar. The morphs took flight, letting all of Morgath know how their rebellion had been undone. Shots fired into the haze to no avail. The morphs disappeared in the clouds and then descended in glory, soaring over the cheering legions. "Ooh-rah! Ooh-rah! Ooh-rah!" they all cried triumphantly. The legions stampeded forward. Any memory of the pain in Darien's back vanished. Adrenaline surged through him as he and Valeria sprinted across the battlefield to the chasm in the wall. Nothing mattered but ending the Morgathian rebellion once and for all. The onslaught of shadows broke through like water through a breached dam. They poured through the opening and spread through the streets of Gorinel, a deluge, taking out all who stood in their way. The first wave of shadows was shot down, but in the chaos, the Morgathians lost all order to their musket fire. Carefully coordinated volleys turned into a flurry of desperate shots. Too many fired. Too many were left to reload at once, and the shadows stormed past. Darien fired his musket only once, hitting his mark in a soldier's exposed neck. Then he pitched it aside and drew his saber from the sheath on his back. The night legions wore leathern armor and moved swiftly. It made them vulnerable in the open field, but in close combat it made them quick and deadly. The Morgathians wore plates of cumbersome forged steel. It made their men fiercely difficult to kill from a distance, but left them bulky and awkward in close quarters. The Morgathian muskets were fitted with long bayonets, but they were no match for the speed of the overwhelming number of legion sabers. Darien parried a bayonet jab and thrust with his blade. He missed, drew back, warded off another jab, and another. How long might they continue this way? The longer his attention was fixed on one soldier, the longer he was exposed to the 1,000 others swarming around him. But then Valeria appeared behind the Morgathian. Her saber sliced open the soldier's exposed neck in a spray of blood and sinew. Her face was cold and set as she pulled away. Darien nodded his thanks for coming to his aid yet again. Without a word needed, Darien and Valeria became one vicious mechanism. 4 arms, 4 legs, and 2 flashing blades working in unison, surging forward.
One deflected attacks, while the other sought the death blow. It was like their minds had synced, anticipating every move of the other seamlessly. Morgathian men fell all around the whirlwind pair, bathing the streets in blood. Bodies were soon strewn so thick it was like moving through a felled forest as the Legion force drove forward. The morph beasts bounded in the midst of the fray, mauling men to pieces with their massive claws. Taking Goronel became suddenly easy, too easy, Darien thought. The streets were thinning of Morgathian men. Darien and Valeria and their comrades rushed into an open market square located deep within the city, when a company of spears strode to meet them. The spearmen each stood nearly 7 feet tall, and one at the front quickly fixed on Darien and Valeria. The spearman's lance was 10 feet long. Darien had never seen a man move so lithely with such an unwieldy weapon. They lunged into their attack, but neither Darien nor Valeria could get close enough to land a blow. The man whipped the lance through the air like a sea dragon snatching its prey. It was all they could do to ward off the violent thrusts. As he parried, Darien's sword was wrenched from his grasp, and he fell to his knees. Valeria blocked the spearman's death blow, but the force knocked her back. She stumbled over a corpse in the square, leaving Darien exposed and without his weapon. The spearman stepped forward, grinning. He shifted his lance in his hands, then thrust at Darien's lightly armored chest. A shot rang through the street. The lance fell short and dropped to the ground. The spearman's neck splayed open at the impact of the rocketed ball of lead, and he collapsed. "Hoorah!" Darien glanced back. Jujin was grinning madly from a Morgathian wall, pumping his fist. A host of Legion sharpshooters had taken a central Morgathian tower within the city. While Jujin reloaded, the others fired, picking off more spearmen. They were left with no choice but to flee the square. As the Morgathian spearmen retreated, the legions fired another volley, and a dozen more spears fell. Darien had never been so relieved to hear Jujin cry out in maniacal victory. "Hoorah!" Darien shouted, pumping his fist at his comrade. Valeria and Darien scrambled to their feet and left the open square behind. The streets were soon emptied, and the legions proceeded cautiously, wary of an ambush. But it never came. The Morgathians had fled for the innermost keep of Goronel, their last line of defense before King Holstead's central palace, and the final victory. Battering rams were brought forward, but the Star Rock gates would never be breached with wooden rams. The obsidian stone was several feet thick. The central palace was not built for offense. It was built to be impenetrable. No shots rained down on the legions, but they could not fire any themselves. Of course, the end was inevitable. The Morgathians were routed and weak. They might survive a few days, maybe even a month under siege, but there was no doubt the rebellion was crushed. If Holstead was wise, he would surrender and spare the women and children the agony of starvation.
The legions swarmed around the thick palace gates. The rams ceased their onslaught as a cry rose up from the rear. Jujin and the company of sharpshooters came forward, rolling 3 of the Morgathian fire cannons to face the gate. The legions cried, "Oorah! Oorah!" like never before. The rebels' secret weapon became their downfall. The Star Rock did not give at once, but after several volleys, the gates began to crumble. The legions braced for attack, but there were no Morgathian forces beyond the gate. They had retreated deep into the inner fortress. General Thrain stepped from the masses and approached the devastated gate. Darien was filled with relief. He had not seen his commander since the rocket that tore apart their regiment outside the city.
"Holstead!"
Thrain shouted to the towers of the palace.
"You are undone. There need be no more bloodshed. End this civil war and save the people who yet live."
There was no answer from the tower. The storm had ceased, Darien noticed for the first time. The sky was beginning to turn gray with the coming morning. Commander Zammel rode forward on his ebony courser. He spun at the gate and faced his legions. "You have fought valiantly, Shadows. You have crushed the rebellion."
"Oorah! Oorah!"
they roared. "Now we finish this civil war once and for all. Kill anyone who stands in your way until Holstead comes groveling before me. May Morgath never forget the day they rejected our Chancellor's mercy." There was sudden movement in the palace tower. One after another, thick sacks came hurtling from the precipice. Firebombs. Valeria grabbed Darien and pulled him to the ground along with her. The explosions decimated the legions. They had all gathered thick in one place, and the bombs ripped through them like they were made of lace. Limbs and blood filled the air. Commander Zammel was launched from his mount when its legs were blown out from beneath it. The earth shook with blast after blast, 7 in all. There was a palpable silence as the smoke settled. The surviving Shadows did not dare move, bracing themselves for another explosion. But it did not come. General Thrain was the first to stand. He helped Zammel out from under his dead horse. Darien helped Valeria to her feet, grateful they had survived, knowing many of their comrades had shielded them with their own lives. The other Shadows stood in the settling smoke and waited for the command.
"Kill them all!"
Zammel cried, raising his saber high.
"Leave none alive!"
And the legions stormed through the gaping palace gates to end the Morgathian rebellion, once and for all. Chapter 16. Beyond the gates, it was a slaughter. Holstead's inner palace was buffered with Morgathian women and children, packed tightly in the narrow, pillared lanes. The rebels launched their last desperate firebombs, which killed Shadows and civilians alike, and then the legions broke down doors and spread through every room, slashing through any Morgathian who dared stand in their way. Darien had lost sight of Ol Meri long before the walls were breached. From the beginning of their march, he had wondered how she would fare in the heat of battle, with her piety and hope. But when the first Morgathian had shot at her, during the sneak attack on Ravencrest, Meri fired back at her kinsman without hesitance and finished him off with a slash of her saber. Darien had been proud of her. Despite his efforts to distance himself from any suspicious activity, he was still fond of Meri. He hoped she was still alive somewhere in the madness. The halls of Goranel filled with the shrieks of old and young, helpless and strong alike. The remaining Morgathian soldiers fired desperate shots at the heartless invaders before being cut down. Civilians ran for their lives, making for the innermost depths of the palace. But there were few places to hide, and too many vying for them. The marble floors of the palace were rendered invisible beneath the thick layer of bodies. Darian and Valeria stuck close together, scouring every corridor for King Holstead. Only his capture would end the slaughter of his blind followers. Darian kicked open a bedroom door and shut it quickly behind them. Within, old Mary faced off with a young boy, maybe 12, wearing fine robes and wielding a musket far too large for him. Mary's saber was raised, but she spoke softly to the boy. "Please," she said, "lower your weapon." The boy waved the musket dangerously. I'll kill you," the boy cried, his voice croaking. You ocean bastards." "I'll take as many of you down with me as I can. I am my father's son, a servant of Naphtha, god of the flame, and I will not go quietly." Darian noted the iron crown upon his head. "Kill him," hissed Valeria. Mary was close enough she could easily knock the musket away with her saber. It waved wildly between Mary and the new intruders. The moment Darian and Valeria arrived had been her opportunity, while the boy was distracted, but Mary held back. Darian knew she could not stomach the slaughter of a child, not even one willing to take her life, not even Holstead's own son. Darian's hand went to his belt. "No!" the prince cried. His musket fixed more steadily on Mary's head. His finger pressed the trigger. With near invisible speed, Darian snatched the throwing blade at his belt and let it fly. The musket fired. The blade lodged in the boy's throat in a spray of blood. Bits of stone crumbled from the wall at the impact of the boy's shot. He had missed Mary. The prince collapsed, blood gurgling between fingers clasped at his slender neck. Darian rushed forward, removed the blade, and returned it to his belt. Mary was shaking. She could not take her eyes off the dying prince. Darian left her without a word and turned to Valeria. The girl's face was expressionless. Fear struck him as she watched him cross the room. He should not have been the one to kill the boy. The old fear of being watched, of doing something treasonous, returned like a winter plague. He had covered for Mary, and now Valeria knew it without doubt. "Leave none alive," she said carefully, eyeing Mary. "And none live," he said firmly. Valeria paused, considering the situation, but then nodded and said, "Then we should move on." They returned to the halls and cleared the next room. Darian took no pleasure in the slaughter of women and children, but there was no way around it. Holstead had even left his own son to face the soldiers, while he retreated deeper within the palace. It was said that the Morgathian god Naphtha left the world of men dying in his own flames as he destroyed his enemies, and it was Naphtha's last words that Holstead had taught his followers to live by. Do not go quietly. The Morgathians had been fools to serve such a heathen ruler. Darian performed his duty and slew any man, woman, or child he encountered in the palace. Holstead had barricaded himself in his innermost court with his elders and generals. It was not until the legions brought the battering rams to the door that Holstead finally surrendered. The rebel king opened the door himself and held out his saber, still bearing the insignia of two dark, interweaving wisps of shadow. The traitor still carried the saber issued him by the Night Legions so many years before. General Thrain stepped forward to meet his former comrade. Holstead had pale, freckled skin and fiery red hair, a sign of special blessing from Naphtha. To the end, Holstead wore his iron crown of flames. Looking upon the river of dead bodies that lined his halls, Holstead bore no expression, no remorse, no sorrow. His face was empty as he spoke. "I surrender." Thrain grabbed Holstead's saber and threw it to the ground in anger. "You son of a whore! You have destroyed these people." Holstead laughed and stepped closer. "After all our years of fighting, I would think you'd realize it by now. I knew this rebellion was doomed the day my troop defected from the legions. I knew one day I would hand you my sword, and you would lead me back to the Chancellor in chains. So go on, comrade. Take me to him." Holstead held out his hands arrogantly. Thrain retrieved a pair of shackles from the ranks and stepped forward. Holstead's next movement was so quick the general had no time to react. Thrain reached for Holstead's hands, but at the same moment, from his robes, Holstead produced a dagger, and he thrust it into Thrain's side. The general gasped as the blade plunged in deep, and Holstead pulled him close. "We never fought to win. We fought to take as many God's damned shadows down with us as we could." Holstead pulled the blade out viciously, then sliced at Thrain's neck. The general fell to the floor of the throne room, blood pouring into the cracks between the marble tiles. Holstead started laughing. Darien could not bear that this despicable traitor would survive, because of some ridiculous custom of warfare, laughing, while the general bled out before him. It was unfathomable that kings should live after letting so many die on their behalf. Without thinking, Darien leapt from the ranks, drawing his saber, and attacked the rebel king. Holstead was not prepared for the attack. He stumbled backwards and fell as he deflected Darien's first blow with his dagger. One of his elders slid him a saber just in time to deflect Darien's next blow. Holstead scrambled to his feet and faced off. The king was a better swordsman than Darien expected. Holstead did not see much battle, preferring the safety of halls and battle camps, it was said. It had been many years since Holstead had trained in the shadow camps, but it was clear he had not forgotten his training. Darien had never fought so hard in all his life. He was filled with bitter rage. Every blow was stronger than the last, but Holstead deflected them all. Then the king delivered blows of his own, and Darien was on the defense. Holstead was a madman, each blow pounding like a shipwright's hammer. He twisted his blade with a flourish, and Darien's saber was out of his hand. Darien fell to the ground, fearing what was about to come. But he did not regret his choice. It would be an honorable death, a shadow's death. Holstead laughed. "Now I get to kill one more shadow before I meet the Chancellor." Holstead leapt forward, his blade aiming for Darien's neck. A shot rang out in the hall. A bullet ripped through the king's cheek and out the other side of his face. His saber clattered to the throne room floor, and Holstead fell back. Darien turned to see who had fired the shot, relief swelling within him. Valeria Sardona stood apart from the legions, smoke pouring from her musket, which was still aimed at the king's head. Holstead spluttered on the ground, blood bubbling from his frayed mouth, but Darien could still make out his last words. "Do not go quietly." The rebel king's elders and generals rushed forward to make their last stand, to take as many shadows down with them as they could, just like their god. Chapter 17. When all was told, the Battle of Morgath, Holstead's last stand, the Battle of Fire and Fury, the great rebel slaughter, lasted 3.5 days, leaving 6,000 Morgathian soldiers, women, and children slain, along with 5,000 shadows, largely found in the Goran fields outside the fortress. No Morgathian soldiers surrendered. All went down in a bloody fight until their last breath. Though many were slain, the old men, women, and children who survived
were given the option to swear allegiance to the Chancellor, so long as they forsook their pagan god. Most obliged. The survivors would see the Chancellor as a kind master in contrast to Holstead. They would become loyal subjects, all notions of rebellion quenched. It was a mercy they did not deserve, but the Chancellor was wise and gracious. Darien could only hope his ruler would be so gracious when he and Valeria arrived back at the White Citadel. Bound by the wrists, the two war criminals were escorted from Goranel by Commander Zamel. Darien mourned General Thrane's death as he had his own father's, in chains and in silence. If given the chance, he would attack Holstead all over again. He did not regret his actions. Damn the traditions of warfare. The rebel king had not deserved to live. Though it might mean flogging, banishment, or worse, he would never take back that choice. Threading carefully through the mass of bodies that stretched across the Goran fields, Darien and Valeria were led to the Legion encampments at the edge of the king's forest. Valeria had not spoken a word. It had been folly to fire that shot. She should have let the king run him through, but Darien was grateful she hadn't. Because of her, Holstead lay among the slain, and the rebel king's betrayal of General Thrane, and of the Chancellor himself, was avenged. Zamel led them through the Legion encampment to a large black tent at the very center, the Metamorphi camp. One of the flying morphs descended from the sky and landed before the entrance to greet them. He morphed back into his human form, and Darien, Valeria, and Commander Zamel all went to one knee instantly. The morph was Cyrus Morrow, the 16th Chancellor of Osha. Darien trembled at the sight of him. The last time he had been this close to his ruler, Darien had defied him, and now he had defied the Oshan laws of warfare. "Rise, please," said the Chancellor evenly. He pulled back the flap and ushered them into the tent. The place was lit by a circle of lanterns surrounding a small throne made of pale snow pines. How long has he been in disguise? Darien wondered with horror. Did he march with us the whole way? Fight in the battle? "Zamel, leave us for a moment," said the Chancellor. And before Zamel could protest, he added, "Do not fear. I am in no danger in the company of these comrades." He flashed a thin smile at them, which made Darien feel queasier than he had the entire battle. Zamel nodded to his master, handed him Darien and Valeria's chains, and left. "Gallows boy," said the Chancellor. Darien sheepishly met the intense gaze of his master. "Aye, my lord." "Last time I saw you, you were defying me in front of all my lords and ladies." Darien nodded dutifully. He had not thought of that day in weeks, and it made him cringe, particularly in the presence of his ruler. He felt as though he were sinking into the ground. "I was a fool then, my lord." The Chancellor cracked a sly smile. "And not now?" "Only a slightly wiser fool, my lord." "Slightly? You attacked a king in the wake of battle, in front of all his elders and all my generals. That is beyond slightly foolish." For the first time, Darien felt a twinge of shame at his defiant act. His body tensed, anticipating the Chancellor's coming wrath. "Comrade, you have the cunning of a general." "My lord?" "As I understand it, it was your idea to send me and the other morphs across the wall in the midst of that storm last night." "I sent the Chancellor into the middle of the Morgathian fortress?" Darien gulped. "It was, my lord." "Brilliant," said the Chancellor. "I haven't had that much fun since I was a young boy. And you bloody well won us this battle, and in many ways single-handedly crushed the rebellion. Well, perhaps not quite single-handedly.
His gaze moved to Valeria. "Valeria, is it?" Valeria nodded. "Yes, my lord. Valeria Sardona, once of the Southern Isles, now a loyal shadow of Osha." "Loyal indeed. You shot off Holstead's head. Tell me, what did it feel like to see that bastard's face torn apart by your bullet?" "It felt very satisfying, my lord." The Chancellor laughed again. "I would call you a liar if you said anything to the contrary. I wish I could have seen it." "I'm sorry, my lord, but aren't you angry with us?" said Darien. He knew he shouldn't have interrupted the Chancellor, but he bore no love for games. They were here to be punished, likely executed, and he would just as soon get on with it. "Isn't that why we're here, in chains? We broke the Oshan laws of warfare." "Ancient laws for ancient fools," said Cyrus Morrow. "There are no laws in war, comrade. A true soldier understands that. There are only those with the guts to do what is necessary to achieve victory, and the two of you have proven to be of such quality. I am not angry with you. I spared you after your rebellion last year, and I spared you for a reason. To some, it might have seemed a fool's pardon, but I saw a spark in you, and you did not disappoint me. The gallows boy has redeemed his rebellion, as I knew he would." Darien swelled with pride, the way he had when General Thrain had first spoken well of him, but he tried not to show it. "I was only doing my duty." "Well, I would have more of your duty, comrade. And yours also, Valeria."
I fear when the draft comes next, there may be more need of the gallows, if these damned rumors continue to spread. You have heard the rumors, have you not? Of the gallows girl, said Darien. Yes, my lord. And do you believe them? Darien did not hesitate. I saw her body hanging from the citadel on the day of my conscription, my lord, and even if the rumors were somehow true, I would wish they were not. Sorcery is an abomination. Her rebellion was deserving of death. The Chancellor's grin stretched wide. Was it, comrade? Now of that I am not so sure. Darien and Valeria both bore puzzled expressions, and Darien felt uneasy. Was this all a game? It was surely no coincidence the Chancellor mentioned Tori and her magic. Was this a test? The Chancellor waved his hand, and Darien's and Valeria's shackles, magically, fell from their wrists. The Chancellor was more than a morph. He wields magic himself. The gallows girl's folly was not her magical prowess, but her defiance. It was the same folly that led to your old master's downfall. Commander Scalero? Then, Mary had been right about the Chancellor's reclamation of his mind. Did that mean she'd been right about the rest of it? About Tori? I am in need of new morphs, seeing as Scalero assisted in the escape of my most treasured prisoner. The Chancellor paused for effect. Milord? What if I told you the rumors were true, comrade? That the gallows girl's death was a fraud, and now, with the help of Scalero, she has escaped and is in the company of a remnant of watchers bent on a magical revolution. What would you say to that? I would say again, I wish it were not so. I have no desire to return to the heathen ways of the old world. And you, Valeria? In the Southern Isles, many still hold to the pagan practices of the old world. It is even said that a witch queen now rules the Vale. I fled that land, and I hold no love for the old gods, or their watchers of lore.
You answer wisely, said the Chancellor, but do you answer truthfully? As the Chancellor spoke, Darien felt a rush of air behind him and a chilling presence. He and Valeria both turned, and what they saw snatched away their breath.
The tent filled with a dark cloud, and seemingly from the air itself, a woman appeared, translucently at first, and then she took on full form. The cloud dissipated around her, revealing a short, slender woman with skin paler than any Darien had ever seen, paler than Valeria's, paler than the snows of the north. The woman bore a wild nest of dark hair sticking out from all sides in thick, tangled locks. Her clothes were made of thin silk that was nearly transparent and billowed from her body. Her face was contoured with discreet lines of age. "How did you—" Darien stammered. "Where did you come from?" said Valeria. "From beyond," whispered the woman. Her voice was airy, as though spoken in a dream world. Her misty eyes wandered the tent, yet never seemed to fix on anything entirely. Darien had the unbidden feeling she was not wholly present, but he couldn't explain it. Absently, the woman handed the Chancellor a pair of glowing gems. Then she stretched out with great branchy fingers and latched onto Darien's head, and then Valeria's, and her warm, fair skin felt suddenly very present, her grip like a vice on his skull. Yet Darien did not desire to resist it. The Chancellor smiled. "Beyond, that is all you would understand presently, comrades. The world is much larger than our small corner, though few alive still know it. The knowledge has been lost to us since the fall of the old world. Medea comes from a land too far to reach by sail, nor even by flying. But there are other ways to travel, and so, here she is." Darien felt warmth and otherness that seemed to tease from her fingertips like wisps of smoke, and his head felt weightless. In the old world, Medea would have been called a watcher of the Cerebro order. She can see into the mind, delve deep, and find what is hidden in the darkest crevasses. I have high hopes for the two of you, but first, I must know where your loyalties truly lie." "High hopes," said Valeria. "The two of you have proven yourselves beyond all your comrades, and so it is to you I bestow a special honor. We lost many morphs in the Battle of Morgath." "You want us to become morphs?" said Darien. The idea was strange, but then, everything that had happened to him in the past year was strange. "My personal army of sorcerers. Of course, if you do not wish such an honor, you may return to your regiment. There is no shame in a soldier's life. I have full confidence you would both become generals of your own regiments some day. But that, in my mind, would be a waste of your cunning. I have greater plans than you could dream up yourselves, but you must desire those plans." Darien and Valeria made eye contact. She nodded to him. Darien felt the warmth of Valeria's fingers weaving between his own, and he knew this was what he wanted. The feeling of energy increased from Medea's fingers and seemed to pour into their minds as though her magic were a tangible thing. "We want your plans for us, my lord," Darien and Valeria said in unison, as though suddenly possessing one voice. The Chancellor smiled and knelt, clasping his own hands around their intertwined fingers. "In the legions, your minds were known and molded outwardly, but my metamorphi must be known inwardly." As one, Darien and Valeria said, "We are your servants, my lord. We have nothing to hide." The feeling of warmth filled Darien's senses as Medea's energy poured into his mind. He had never known such lightness, such knowledge, such meaning. He could feel the woman, her innermost essence, binding to him, and he could feel Valeria's as well, as though they were parts of the same being. And then, in the midst of everything, he felt the Chancellor's presence, and he realized who that being was, binding them together. The Chancellor. He was the center of it all, the meaning to Darien's existence. There was nothing else. Part 7. The Watchtower. In the old world, the Watchers were believed to have descended from the gods themselves.
Though the magic beings counseled countless kings, the Watchers did not seek power for themselves. They devoted their powers and their lives to preserving peace and protecting the weak. Once, a faction of Watchers sought power. That was shortly before the fall of the old world. Chapter 18. A candle seared the darkness, and a hand grasped Tori's wrist. She jolted awake, and Misha Sufai laughed. "Why?" Tori complained sleepily, shielding her eyes from the jarring light. "You're the one who demanded private lessons. Get dressed, the captain's waiting." "Arayava, shut up, both of you," moaned Vashti. "Sorry, said Misha, not sounding sorry at all. "Had a little too much to drink last night, did we?" Vashti cursed and rolled over. It had been only a month since Tori arrived at the watchtower, and already there had been 3 new arrivals. The latest was a young boy named Jan, no older than 12, whom Daja Bhati had found in the Triumvel. The welcoming banquet had not been as extravagant as Tori's own, but everyone had been generous with the wine. Vashti most of all, though this was likely because Wren had seated Tori at the head table, which was apparently not common if you were not the new recruit being welcomed. Vashti had sat brooding while Misha and a Medici named Zaya flirted the night away, and Tori caught Vashti glaring up at the head table more than once while she chatted with Wren. Tori didn't see why she was jealous of the attention. Wren had been discussing her struggles in conjury training, which was when she'd asked for private lessons. This morning would be the first. "Be quick," Misha whispered to Tori, shaking her playfully. Tori rolled from bed and slipped into a pair of woolen breeches, a tunic, and a thick cloak lined with kendrak fur. Wren had supplied her with an entire wardrobe of fine clothes, tunics and cloaks and dining gowns, finer than any clothes she'd owned in all her life. "Gods, it's still dark out," Tori muttered, rubbing her eyes as she gazed out the window. "The captain is waiting in the courtyard," said Misha. "Have fun." Tori slipped out the door, but not before she heard Vashti muttering more demands for silence. Tori found Wren standing alone in the snow, his white cloak glowing against the darkness. The courtyard was lit only by the pale light of the sisters. A sharp chill nipped at her nose and cheeks. Even the summers were cold in the teeth, especially at this hour. "Are you certain your strength is returned?" Wren said. "In truth, I was not surprised you've struggled in the exercises thus far. You've been through so much." Tori did not wish to be doted on. She was frustrated, and she was still waking. 1 month, and she had not been able to summon so much as an apple from across the table with her conjury power. "I am recovered plenty." "Very well then," he said. "Show me what you can do." Tori had never used her powers at demand. The sense always came of its own accord, and this was her problem. She could not control it. It was as though her body was rejecting the abilities, like fighting off a sickness. Tori reached out with her mind, trying to recreate the sense that had come so easily during her escape from the White Citadel. Now, in the safety of the watchtower, with Wren's sparkling eyes watching her every move, she sensed nothing. "That bench," said Wren, gesturing across the courtyard to a wooden bench toppled on its side. "Raise it." Tori focused and held out her hands toward it. Wren laughed. "What in the names of the gods are you doing?" "Trying." Tori clenched her fists tight, then released them. "Do you expect a rope to fly from your hands and move it for you?" Wren was smirking. Tori glared. "When Misha uses her flames, she waves them away. Several of the conjurers use their hands as well." Wren laughed again. It was getting annoying. "That adds nothing. Your power does not come from within your body, Astoria. It is out there." Ren gestured at the sky in a sweeping motion. "You have access to the forces behind the world. Use your mind. Reach out with your senses." Tori focused again on the bench and tried to recall her magic awareness, imagining what it had been like back in the fringes. Ren hovered above the ground, watching her intently. Tori gritted her teeth and concentrated. There was no awareness. She could not make the bench move. How could she do anyone any good if she couldn't replicate that sense? Already, the enthusiasm of the other watchers was waning. Tori's first few weeks of training had been a letdown for all. 2 days previous, Tori had overheard Vashti whispering to a fairish girl named Kala about the folly of the gallows girl. And Tori did not despise Vashti for it, so much as herself. Tori cried out in frustration, and a pair of ravens started across the courtyard and flapped away, squawking. Tori dropped to her knees. "I am not the girl you were hoping for." Ren remained silent, floating a couple feet in the air, eyes closed, as though in meditation. Then he said, "You are what you think you are, Astoria. Failure is nothing but a game in your mind, just like the ghosts of Gen." Tori shuddered at the memory of the ghosts. They still entered her dreams, still plagued her thoughts, still left her wondering what was truth and what was nightmare. Does Ren know this? How Scalero and Mum and Darien torment my dreams? Ren had been absent the past 2 weeks, gone to Marowell to meet with nobles conspiring against the Chancellor. Last night, Tori had asked for news of Scalero at the celebration, worried that he had been imprisoned, or worse, executed, for helping her escape. She had also asked about the gallows boy. During her imprisonment, the Chancellor had gleefully updated her on his progress as a soldier. Now it killed her not to know what had been truth and lie. But Ren said he had heard nothing of either of them, a fact that frustrated Tori nearly as much as her failure to make any noticeable progress in over a month at the watchtower. To make things worse, the only news Ren had brought back from Osha was bad. The legions had ended the Morgathian rebellion, which did not bode well for persuading nobles to turn on their chancellor. Ren returned to the earth and knelt beside her, brushing her shoulder. "What was it like, the day you destroyed the chancellor's gallows?" Tori thought back. It seemed unfathomable that it had been so sudden, that her abilities had surfaced by some necessity to save Darien, that in all the years since her mother sold her, not once had her powers emerged, not even for a second. But her memories were dark and empty, like looking back into the depths of a cavern, and she feared what lurked in the past. How was it possible her powers had remained dormant for so long? Even the new boy, Jan, had traces of Fieti power. There was the memory of the Jan Avii boy, but Tori did not know what had happened that day. Had she used magic? It was as though the details were blocked from her mind. But something happened, didn't it? That's why Mum was scared that night. That's why she sold me into slavery. Or perhaps all of it was wishful thinking. "Far as I can remember, I never sensed it before that day," she said finally. "It came over me like a wave crashing, and suddenly I was filled with energy. I could sense it. I could see it. It was as though a shroud had been lifted from my eyes, and I could see something that had been there all along. I could sense the energy at the heart of the world." Ren smiled. "And what did you feel in that moment?" "I was desperate. The gallows boy, he was my best friend. I was so angry." "And the gallows boy, he is a soldier now." "Or else dead." Again she thought of Darian's ghost, his shredded back, the blood dripping from his hands. "I am sorry I did not hear anything while I was away. I'm afraid the noble's interests have moved on in the past year. The gallows boy was all the talk in the wake of that day, but I'm afraid he's been forgotten in Marowell." Tori did not know what to say, so she remained silent. It angered her to think that his defiance had been forgotten, because I stole it from him. Ren thought a moment, then said, "Go on. You were so angry." Though it was painful, Tori replayed the events in her mind. As they led him to be hanged, I had to do something. He was the only friend I had in Marowell. And then I was able to do something. I became aware of the energy, and suddenly the gallows was exploding. I didn't control it. It just happened. "Because it needed to," Ren mused. He stared off at the mountains looming in the growing pre-dawn light. Then he strode across the courtyard toward the gates of the watchtower. "Come along, Tori." They left the confines of the castle and walked across the snow-covered meadow toward the tallest of the mountains surrounding them. Winding up the steep slope was a narrow path cut perilously into the face of the stone. Tori looked up. "We're going up there?" "The mountain folk do not venture to this valley because of superstition," said Ren. "This mountain is sacred. This staircase is believed to have belonged to the god Orin in the ancient world. To receive his blessing, peasants had to brave the treacherous passes of the Teeth, and then the staircase to the clouds. Most turned back. Many fell to their deaths. But those who reached the top received riches and lovers and plentiful harvests. It is said that Orin left the ancient world in a rage. His temple crumbled to ruins, and he left the mountain cursed. The mountain folk believe we are monks devoted to the old gods. They think we are a blessing, but they do not dare approach the mountain. I, however, find the view marvelously inspiring." Ren led the way up the face of Orin's mountain. At first, the climb came easy to Tori. Over the past month, her strength had increased incredibly. A flush had returned to her skin, and her eyes seemed brighter, according to Misha. She'd put on weight, and her muscles were growing taut with Sarah's rigorous training exercises. Tori was proving adept with a saber, and she had always been able to hold her own in a scrap. But Orin's stairs went on and on. They were so steep she had to scramble on all fours, the sharp stone cutting into her hands. Soon, Tori fought for breath and had to will each limb forward. She looked down and nearly slipped, clutching at the step in her hands. The stone sliced deep. They were at least 500 feet above the watchtower. Far below, the courtyard was bustling as the watchers made their way to breakfast. From this height, they looked like bees scurrying around a hive. Still, the mountain rose hundreds, perhaps thousands of feet higher. Tori paused to regain her composure. The skies had turned bright with morning, though the sun would not be visible for some time over the towering peaks. Ren urged her on. They had still not made it halfway up the face of the mountain when the sun crested the peak and painted the valley with color. Ren led her to a small niche in the mountain to rest. The ledge looked down upon the watchtower. There was a sheer drop for hundreds of feet before the mountain eased into the gentle slopes of the valley. Tori caught her breath, one hand clutching the mountainside. Ren stood at the edge and breathed calmly, his eyes closed, as though he were not at the edge of a looming cliff, as though he had not climbed a mountain for the past 2 hours. His chest eased in and out with perfect rhythm.
After some time, he opened his eyes and said, "Beautiful, isn't it?" Trying not to gasp, Tori managed, "It is." "I must confess, there are times I think it wouldn't be so bad to stay here at the watchtower. It's beautiful and safe. Marwell is conniving and dangerous, and I wonder if we might do all this only to run straight into our own demise. But it is only my mind playing tricks with my heart, just as your mind is playing with you now, telling you that you have no more strength, that you have no control over your gifts, or perhaps that they are Shenza altogether." Tori did not respond, perhaps because she was still dying from lack of breath, or perhaps because she knew Ren was right. "My mind tells me things too at times," Ren went on. "Fear and doubt and guilt have a hold on us all, but some of us step out to the edge and face them." Ren held out his hand to her. "Step out to the edge, Tori." It took all her willpower to let go of the mountainside, but she did. Her legs were so weak she did not trust them to steady her, but she forced herself not to think about it. She looked out at the valley rather than at the sheer drop below. It was beautiful. The valley was painted with a warm glow in the morning light. Summer grass poked through patches on the hillside where the sun shone the most. "Now breathe," Ren said. Tori breathed, slowly, acknowledging the chilling sensation as the frigid air filled her lungs and reappeared in a warm cloud. "You are strong, Astoria. You have always been strong, though you have been taught not to recognize it. But your body knows. It has proven it over and over again, in spite of your mind. When it is forced to, it reacts." There was no warning. Ren did not even have to touch her. He simply reached out with his conjury sense. Tori felt the ledge disappear beneath her boots, and she plummeted over the edge of the cliff. Chapter 19. Forces at the heart of the earth pulled on Tori's body, as though 1,000 invisible hands had emerged from the ground, and all their strength was focused on drawing her to her death. Tori shot towards the earth. The weight of the world seemed to be contained in her chest, the forces pulling harder and harder, as though she might be torn apart before she even reached the earth below. She did not have time to think. Her mind shut off. The world was a blur. But her body reacted. At the last possible moment, her body lurched upward. Tori missed the rocks and landed in a heap upon the scree. She tumbled down the face of the mountain, scraping her face and hands raw. Finally, she latched onto an exposed tree root and stopped her fall. Nothing but pain filled her senses. Her head felt like it might burst. There was blood everywhere. Shards of rock specked her skin like gruesome freckles. Ren landed gracefully beside her. Tori tried to raise herself up, but her arms gave out and she collapsed, screaming in agony. "How many bones did I break? That insane bastard!" But then, before her eyes, blood retreated from Tori's bare hands back into her body. The skin closed over. Her leg shifted beneath her, straightening itself out. The bones pieced themselves back together. It was incredible. The pain subsided and then disappeared altogether. Ren was smiling at her, undisturbed at her healing. You knew that would happen?" Tori stammered. She was still shaken from the fall and from her regeneration. Ren took her hand. "My family survived the purges of the first Chancellor. Our house preserved the tales of days when Watchers did not have to live in secret, when we counseled kings and kept peace across the entire old world. You do not know how rare it is to wield two gifts in our world, but I do. You are exactly the girl I was looking for,
so I will not stand to hear you voice your doubts to me." Wren helped her to her feet.
"You are strong, Astoria. I know you don't like it when I call you by your true name, but it is only one more proof of your fear and your doubt." It was true, as though Wren could see her thoughts. She did fear it. When she met with the Chancellor, it had felt like she was being true to herself. But now Astoria, the gallows girl, felt like some other person. Who was she to be the hope of the lowborns? Who was she to lead a rebellion? "I'm just a slave. All this, my magic, it's all an accident, a mistake." Wren shook his head. "My mother used to tell me that there are no accidents in this world, only those too afraid to embrace their own destinies. Your mother named you after the goddess of the weak and the destitute, the defender of the poor and the downtrodden. Astoria gave them hope and strength, and it is believed she gave humanity its first awareness of the magic behind the world. Tori, you are strong, even when you don't feel it, even when others call you a sham, even when your mind tells you lies. Look at what you just did. You fell hundreds of feet, and you do not have a scratch." Suddenly, Tori understood. 2 gifts. This was how I survived the fall with the Chancellor in the fringes. I didn't fly. I healed like the Regeneros. "I healed," she said. Wren nodded. "But what does it mean?" "It means that while you may not have control over your abilities, or your fears and doubts, you are still incredibly strong. In here," Wren pointed to his temple, "and you will become much stronger." Wren held onto her hand, but he did not lead her down to the watchtower. He turned and faced the mountain. "Now," he said, "again." And they began the arduous climb up Oren's mountain once more. 3 times? Misha Sufai exclaimed over the noonday meal. "He made you jump off the mountain 3 times? "Well, technically he pushed me off the first time," said Tori. She had missed breakfast and spoke between eager mouthfuls of warm stew. A bit dripped down her face, and she wiped it with her sleeve. Zaya Shalvar laughed and handed her a cloth. "No wonder you missed the morning run." Run was an inadequate word, making their morning fitness regimen sound like a leisurely jog. For beings who could fly, the Watchers did precious little of it. Sarah believed that in order to make proper use of their gifts, they first needed to grow strong and disciplined without them. The morning run consisted of hauling weighted sledges behind them as they trudged through the thick snow with webbed Aleut maluks strapped to their boots. Tori never came close to a running pace, but Sarah would run the course, then come back and spur the others on with unfathomable enthusiasm. Tori had never seen anyone with as much stamina as their Aleut trainer. Tori was unsure which was worse, the morning run or climbing the staircase to the clouds. "Yes, I'm sorry to have missed that." Zaya chuckled, leaning closer. Her sparkling golden eyes reminded Tori of Darien. The Medici hailed from the Clavache mountains of his childhood. "So how was it?" "How was what?" said Tori. Misha smiled, locking her arm around Zaya's, and whispered, "Spending the morning with the captain, of course." Just then, Vashti brushed past, bumping Tori's chair as she maneuvered past their table. More stew dripped down her chin. "Excuse you," Tori hissed. But Vashti did not respond and chose a seat across the room with Kala. "Gods, I am sick of her Shenza." "Yeah, she's a cold one," said Zaya.
"You're telling me," said Tori. "I've never been anything but decent to her." "Probably makes her hate you all the more," said Zaya. Misha had gone quiet. Her eyes lingered after their roommate, but not with the anger that Tori felt. Misha looked sad. "You okay?" asked Zaya, touching her arm. But before Misha could answer, Daja plopped down to join them, his bowl spilling over as he had filled it so high. He followed their gazes to Vashti.
"Ah, don't mind her, Agnes. She ain't used to being second in line."
"What do you mean?" said Tori.
"The captain don't exactly give private lessons all around, you know."
"Vashti was the only other one," said Misha. There was softness in her voice. Misha teased their bunkmate, but Tori realized Misha was fond of her. Tori couldn't understand why. Vashti did not seem to be fond of Misha or anyone else. "Ain't you heard how she came to the watchtower? There's a bloody tragedy, what her father done to her." "I thought she was royalty, a princess," said Tori. "Princess only means so much to the Yanavi when you're a woman," said Misha. Tori didn't carry vivid memories of this from her childhood on the steppe, but she had heard the notion uttered often enough in Osha. "Vashti always had fine things, of course," Misha went on. "Had servant girls and porters and all of it. Would have been married off to one of the sultanes, if she hadn't been special. Couldn't stand to have a daughter more powerful than him. The great sultan saw his own daughter as a threat. So he burned her at the stake," Misha finished. Her gaze still lingered on Vashti across the room. Vashti faced away, whispering back and forth with Kala. "But Vashti's alive," Tori said incredulously. "Bloody miracle, ain't it?" "Her brother stole her body," said Misha. "She survived the execution, just barely. It was a remarkable show of power for someone with no training. The captain trained her personally for nearly a year, wanted her to be his queen when the Shadow Watch rose up. She fell in love with him, but Ren thought she might be able to rally her people to our cause, but it was more complicated than that. He moved on when the hope of an alliance with the Yanavi fell through." "And now you're here," said Zaya. "Now I'm here," said Tori. "The symbol of the revolution," said Misha. Daja chuckled darkly. "Gods!
"I ain't seen this much drama since me mum took me to court in the Silver Palace of Malai." Tori didn't laugh at the joke, and neither did Misha or Zaya. "You know, where the princes hold that contest to choose their brides? If that don't breed drama, I don't know what else." "We know what it is," Misha cut him off. Zaya took her hand. "Come on, let's go forget about sad things for a while." But Misha shook her head. "I can't. I promised Tori I'd spar with her." Tori raised a brow. Misha was lying to her. "Okay, well, I'll come find you later then." Zaya left them. Daja soon scurried off to another table, muttering about how Tori and Misha needed to learn to see the humor in tragedies, and something about how they would die crying in their sleep. But Tori was not really listening. Ren caught Tori's gaze from the head table in the dining hall and smiled, his eyes twinkling in the lamplight, and Tori could not help but smile back. She longed to prove herself to him. She looked forward to the next climb up the mountain, and yet, what does he want from me, she wondered. To be his queen, like Vashti? Tori did not want to be Ren's queen, or symbol, or anything else. But then, what did she want exactly? The coming weeks followed the same routine each day. Tori and Ren would climb Oren's mountain 3 times in the mornings. Tori would nearly fly, just enough to slow her fall, but not enough to land the way Ren did, and she would heal from her wounds. The pain was arduous, but the more it occurred, the more it became strangely bearable.
In the afternoons, Tori joined the others for the remainder of their daily training, and the others muttered behind her back as she failed to show any evidence of giftedness whatsoever. At first, Ren took these failures in stride, but as the failures mounted, Ren began to lose his cool demeanor. After several weeks of private lessons, Tori took a particularly hard fall. The crunch of her own bones filled her ears. The healing took longer than normal. She groaned in agony while Ren watched her body repair itself. "That was the worst attempt yet," Ren said as she finally managed to raise herself from the ground. "The point is not to prove how well your body can heal itself. We've damn well established that. The point is to fly, Astoria." A bone in her arm righted itself with a snap, and Tori cried with the pain. "I can't fly." "Nonsense. I've seen you. Gods, I swear your flying has gotten worse the more your body proves it will heal no matter how hard you land. What are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid." "Shenza, you have fear dripping off you like sweat. You have to face it. Embrace your power. Rule over it." "Don't you think I want to? I don't know how." Ren watched her for a moment, his chest heaving. Tori had never seen him this frustrated. Usually he was so calm and collected. But it had been weeks of this, and Tori had only regressed since her first fall. Ren's heaving breaths subsided. His expression softened. "I'm sorry, Tori. I expect too much of you. You've been through unfathomable horrors, seen things far worse than I could believe. It is no wonder you are afraid." He took her by the arm. "Enough for today. You should rest." Ren turned to head down the mountainside, but Tori shrugged away his hand and spoke through gritted teeth. "No, again." "I don't know what's wrong with me," Tori confided to Misha that night. The two of them sat on their beds. Vashti was in the library. The princess spent a lot of time there lately, probably because she knew Tori couldn't read old scrolls, and so would have no reason to go there. Zaya was off studying anatomy with the other Medicis. Sarah insisted this was as important as any healing ability, and it kept Zaya busy most evenings. Alone, Tori felt she could speak more openly. "I can't control it. I've never been able to." "You expect too much," said Misha. "This is normal. The captain knows that." "But I'm the gallows girl. You're thinking it. Everyone else is thinking it. I'm supposed to be different. I'm supposed to be strong." "You are strong." "I'm letting everyone down. I'm letting him down. Ren tries to hide it, but I can tell. He wanted me to rest today." "Maybe you need to rest." Tori sighed and flopped back on her bed. "I'm not a resting sort of person." "Who are you trying so hard for?" Misha asked. "I've been trying to figure it out for a while. You just don't strike me as the revolutionary type. All this, it's personal for you, isn't it?" Tori thought of Darien, pictured him marching, killing in the name of the Chancellor because of her. She pictured old Mary, her mum, Commander Scalero. Their ghosts would not leave her dreams. They taunted her failure, her weakness. "I don't know, Mish. Maybe that's the problem. What are any of us fighting for? The return of the Watchers? None of us were alive then. So what's it matter to us? For safety? We could hole up in the teeth forever, and the Chancellor would never find us. You tell me, what are we fighting for?" "We're fighting to be true." The answer did not come from Misha. Vashti had slipped in and leaned against the doorframe. There was a flash in her eyes and an edge to her voice. "We are fighting because our world tells us we have to hide who we really are. And that is Shenza. You never knew what you were. You didn't have to live your whole life pretending to be something you're not. You didn't live in suffering every single day, fearing morphs or watching eyes or jealous fathers. Suddenly, the frustration that had been building up inside Tori exploded. Vashti didn't know the first thing about Tori or what she'd suffered, or how she'd made others suffer. "Don't talk to me about suffering," said Tori bitterly. "You strut around here like the world owes you some damn thing."
You think you're the only one who's had a hard life? Tori, Misha said, appalled. No, please, let her finish, Vashti said scathingly. Share your wisdom, gallows girl. Tori fumed. I spent most of my life hungry and cold. I never knew fine clothes until I came to this God's forsaken place. My father never cared about some bastard daughter, and my mum sold me into slavery. But you don't see me moping about it. I suffered. You suffered. We've all suffered. The world suffers. That's the way the world is. So spare us all your sob story. Vashti did not respond right away. Her expression remained cold as the face of Oren's mountain. She spoke each word like it was an arrow, drawn slowly and methodically. Well, we've all wondered what it was that drew the captain to you. Obviously, we knew it wasn't your abilities. Turns out it was your way with words. Tori shot to her feet, ready to pummel the sneering princess, but suddenly there was a great ball of flame separating them. Tori and Vashti leapt back from the searing heat. Misha stood with her hands raised, tears streaking her cheeks, little flames fluttering around her skin like butterflies. Enough, both of you. The flames went out, and all three of them were silent for a moment. Tori had never seen Misha get emotional like that, and she felt guilty, not for saying what she'd said, but for upsetting the one true friend she'd made at the watchtower. Vashti stood. I should go. She opened the door and then stopped. Oh, I nearly forgot. The captain asked me to fetch you, gallows girl. Looks like he has something special planned for you in the courtyard. With that, the Jan Avi princess left. The courtyard, said Misha, wiping at her eyes. I've no idea what she's talking about, said Tori. The two of them descended the spiraling staircase of the central spire. The courtyard was lit by torches, and at the center, an immense gallows had been erected. It was nearly identical to the one Tori and Darian had built for the Chancellor's drafting ceremony. Tori felt like she might retch. Dozens of other watchers had gathered around, all wondering what was going on. Ren stood upon the platform, a noose wrapped around his neck. All eyes were fixed on Tori as she approached. What is this? Tori shouted. Ren motioned her closer. I've been thinking long and hard about what to do about our situation, Astoria. You are powerful and strong, but your mind is bent on convincing you otherwise. And all the other watchers doubt you too, and to be honest, I can't blame them. They have not seen you in action, as I have. Don't do this, Ren, Tori stammered. Her whole body was trembling. She clutched Misha's arm in a death grip. I can't do this. Don't make me do this. The little Fieri, Jan, was on stage with Ren. His hand was on a lever connected to the trap door of the gallows. You are afraid, Tori. Afraid of the things you've done, of what you might do, what you might become. Who might get hurt, who might die because of you. You're afraid to have any other life in your hands, because even when you've tried to help those you love, you believe you've failed. And I think it all comes back to this. Ren gestured at the rope around his neck. Tori pictured Darian hanging from the gallows, his neck cockeyed, his legs stiff. She pictured his ghost in the forest of Gen, blood dripping from his hands. She had saved him from one terrible fate, but she had turned him into a soldier, a killer. She knew the ghosts had spoken truth. Every night she dreamed of it, and it ate away at her insides.
"Captain, please," Tori managed at last. I can't. There's no way I can."
"You don't have a choice," Ren said. "My life is in your hands."
"Ren, no, please. I can't."
"Don't think. Just react." Ren nodded to Jan. 3, Jan counted down.
"No, please."
2,
"Ren, no. Gods!"
1.
"I believe in you, Tori," Ren shouted.
Jan pulled the lever.
Chapter 20.
For the first time, when she desperately needed them, Tori's powers failed her. There was no time to focus or harness her power. It was supposed to be instinct. That was what Ren was counting on. Every other time, desperation seemed to compel her abilities, like a dog compels a hare to run for its life. Every other time but this. Ren shot through the trap door, and the courtyard filled with a splintering sound as the rope drew taut around Ren's neck. Tori screamed, helpless. For a moment, she froze. Surely Ren had foreseen this possibility. Surely he had rigged the noose somehow, or had used his conjury powers to prevent the rope from actually drawing tight. Any moment now, Tori thought frantically, he'll open his eyes and demand someone get him down. But Ren did not move. His body hung at the end of the rope, still swaying with the momentum of the fall. No one in the courtyard dared even to breathe. All eyes were on the gallows girl. Tori snapped from her catatonic state and rushed forward.
"Cut him down! Somebody cut him down!"
But no one moved. It was as though a spell had been cast over the entire Shadow Watch. They were in shock, all of them, even Sarah, their trainer, the toughest of them all. Jan had collapsed to his knees upon the gallows platform. He stared blankly at Ren's head, floating in the open space of the trap door. Ren's eyes were still closed. His face was contorted from the pressure of the noose. It reminded Tori of the way dead bodies became bloated in the summertime in the fringes. Tori snatched a blade from a nearby watcher and rushed up the gallows steps. It took her 2 hacks at the rope before it frayed and released Ren's body to the ground. Tori leapt from the platform and landed hard, pain shooting up her leg, but she didn't care. Ren's eyes were wide, unblinking, his limbs lifeless. She felt at his neck and tilted her ear over his mouth, but there was no pulse and no breath.
"Ren, you can't die!"
Tori pounded her fist on his chest, as though somehow this might shock him back to life. She was shrieking, her words drowned in sobs. But still, no one had come to help her.
"What's the matter with you people? Somebody help him!"
But they all stared at her in shock. Tori's tears drenched Ren's tunic.
"Why? Why would you do this? I told you I couldn't do it."
She pounded his chest a few more times, and then slumped over him, her body shaking with sobs.
"Gods damn you! You can't die! You can't die! You can't die!"
His body was limp beneath her. In time, her sobs slowed and her breathing steadied. She had remained slumped over Ren's body for some time when she noticed the awareness. It was as though she was connected to Ren. She could feel inside him, feel life. Blood did not run through him, and his lungs drew no breath, but still there was a sense coming from his mind. Her own senses honed in on Ren's body. She became aware of the makeup of it, the organs and tissue that filled him, and she could feel something wrong. She could feel where his spine had snapped, and she knew that if only this could be undone, he could live. She focused her sense further, to a more complex level, and she felt the tiniest elements that made Ren who he was, the infinitesimal components of his bones, his blood, everything. And then it came to her. If I can manipulate the rest of the world, I can manipulate Ren's spine. I can make it right again. Slowly at first, and then all at once, as a trickle becomes a downpour of rain, the elements of Ren's body began to rearrange themselves with her conjury power. It was subtle. There were no jarring movements, as when Tori healed after a fall from Oren's mountain. It was strange how such diminutive changes could take or grant a life. Carefully, Tori righted what had been wronged until all the parts were aligned as they were meant to be. But still, there was nothing. No pulse, no breath. But Tori was no longer frantic. Peace had settled over her, a deep inner focus. Ren needed breath in order to breathe, and so she needed to give it to him. Tori leaned over, spread open his mouth, and blew breath into his lungs. 1, 2, 3 breaths. His lips were cold, but with her sense she could feel life spreading, air filling his lungs. She reached out with her conjury sense, and, knowing his heart needed to beat, she compressed his heart from within. His chest spasmed as it brought air and blood to his body once again. There was spluttering and a desperate gasp. "He's alive!" Tori sobbed with joy. She brushed his cheek with her hand. She had never been so relieved in all her life. "Oh, thank the gods!" Ren coughed. There was a trace of blood, but he managed to speak in a whisper. I thought you wanted the gods to damn me." Ren shook with coughs again. Or was he laughing? A sly grin stretched his swollen face. "Even in death you're a bloody idiot," said Sarah, kneeling down beside them. Sarah ran her hands over the captain, checking him over. She was a Medici, checking to be sure he was all right. Tori filled with rage. Sarah could have helped. She was a healer. "You were going to let him die?" For a moment, Sarah did not answer. She was focused on Ren. When she was content, she sat up. "You did well, Tori. Not the work of a Medici, but a few days with me and his spine will heal." "Why didn't you do anything? What if I hadn't saved him? What if your captain had died?" Before Sarah could respond, Ren spoke between violent coughs and deep, wheezing breaths. "I commanded them not to help you. I believed in you, Tori, though I expected to be saved before the rope got me." Ren chuckled, and then he was thrown into another violent coughing fit. "You need to shut up for once, Captain," said Sarah sternly. "Your body needs rest. Your spine is back in place, but the bones and tissue still need to heal, or your neck will snap right back again." Sarah called for Zaya and another young Medici to retrieve a stretcher from the infirmary. "Tori, that was incredible," Zaya whispered as they prepared the stretcher. The Clavache girl brushed her shoulder and smiled with wide golden eyes. Thanks." Ren was loaded up with a brace fixed firmly against both sides of his head, though not without protest. "Come now, I can get myself to my own chambers. Sarah, I don't need to be ferried around like some cripple." Sarah seemed to find satisfaction in the captain's weakened state. She shook her head. "Captain, you were just a moment from death, and your spine is fragile as a porcelain doll. Until my healers are finished, I don't want to see you out of your bed. For 3 days." 3
Days? At the very least, and I will hear no more of it. Medici orders. Perhaps the gods are